Sarah asked where he was going and why, and Luke only told her, "You wouldn't understand," or "You wouldn't believe me." Sarah then said she wouldn't let him leave until we told her where he was going, and when Luke replied, "To talk to an angel," she was too stunned to stop him as he shoved his way past her with a bag full of supplies and some spare clothes. When she asked if I knew what that meant, I said yes, that I did, and that while I couldn't promise anything, I had a pretty good idea where I could find him, and not only would I tell her where that was, I'd do one better. I'd drive all the way up to Scotland, and I'd bring Luke home myself. Sarah was worried Luke had gone insane, and while I didn't know if that was the case, I knew that if we got the police involved, Luke might end up getting into some serious trouble. Now, we didn't want him locked in a cell or doing 30 days in a mental health unit if all he needed was just a nice hug. And if he needed serious treatment, then sure, we could go down that road if we needed to. But both me and Sarah agreed that the best thing to do was to find him before he got himself into trouble. And not just the legal kind either, more like trouble from the weather. Sarah noticed how Luke was packing some camping gear into his car before he left. Another thing which frightened her because where was he planning on camping in the middle of bloody winter? She had no idea, but I did. Like I said, Scotland. More than 20 years before, when myself, Luke, and two friends of ours were all either 21 and 22, we went on a camping trip to Ayrshire. We drove out to a place called Loch Braden, set up a campsite near the loch's edge, and then spent a few days roasting chestnuts on an open fire, getting pissed drunk and hoping it would snow. And yes, you heard that right. We didn't head out camping in the summertime like normal people. We went 2 days after Christmas because we felt cheated out of a white one and fancied an excuse to booze it up around a warm, crackling fire. Now, I know that probably sounds mental to some people who'd rightly assume winter camping to be a pretty terrible idea, but we were young, dumb, and full of such terrible ideas. And so off we went. It didn't snow while we were there, but we did find a chestnut tree, and now the taste forever reminds me of freezing my balls off up in Scotland. It was worth it for the fire and booze and the banter, though, and it wasn't just beer and vodka keeping our own fires burning, if you know what I mean. We were passing spliffs back and forth, but not Luke. Luke didn't do anything like that, so nothing but alcohol passed his lips. Or at least, it seemed that way, right up until the point he just sort of walked off. Now, me and our two friends were absolutely bombed, so while we were splitting our sides over absolute nonsense, Luke seemed to be on a different wavelength. I kept an eye on him to make sure that he was doing okay, and he didn't seem sad. But over time, he got quieter and quieter until eventually he just got up and walked off on his own. We called out to him, asking where he was going, because we'd usually announce if we were going for a piss or whatever, for safety purposes, I suppose. But Luke didn't say anything, and we had to call out and ask where he was going just to be told, "Just going for a walk." Now, me and our two pals started poking fun at him and saying he was slinking off to take the knock, as we called it, which just means vomiting after drinking or smoking too much. Now, I thought that he'd be back in a few minutes, but I think maybe an hour flew by with us just laughing away before we realized that Luke still hadn't come back. Now, we started panicking a bit, because our mobiles were useless out there in the middle of nowhere, so off we went with our torches to go looking for Luke. Now, it got quite scary at times, and not just because we were so drunk and stoned, but because reality started to become something of an elastic concept at times. That was mostly my fault, and that admission will make a lot more sense later. But for now, let me quickly reassure you by saying that we found Luke, safe and sound, and got him back to the campsite. Now, we were all knackered by then, and so not long after getting back to camp, we got into our sleeping bags and let the campfire burn down as we got some much-needed rest. But then, as we're all lying there in our tents and there's nothing but quiet and stillness, Luke spoke up in this obviously drunken voice and said something like, "Guys, I saw an angel out there." Now, he said it so sincerely that we all just sort of burst out laughing. One of our friends, Ben, replied asking, "Bloody hell, mate, how much you had to drink?" Now, our other friend was laughing, saying, "You saw a Christmas angel, did you? My arse, you did. The angel flew out of those loggers you were drinking." Now, Luke insisted he wasn't mistaken, but sounded like he was on the verge of passing out. And then once the laughter died down, we all just sort of slowly fell asleep. Now the next day, we packed away the camping gear and agreed on a nice fried breakfast in a cafe before heading home. We poked a bit of fun at Luke over his claim that he'd seen an angel, but he took it on the chin with a very much, "Fine, you don't have to believe me" kind of attitude. Now I assumed Luke might feel a bit embarrassed and was all too willing to move on from his little sighting, but he didn't. In fact, over the next year or so, the angel sighting seemed to be the basis for Luke's newfound faith. He didn't turn into a complete Bible thumper or anything like that, and since he didn't shove it down our throats or anything, me and his other friends were just kind of like, whatever floats your boat, pal. Some came to believe that whenever Luke talked about the angel, he was weaving a kind of metaphor about finding God up in Scotland one Christmas after having a bit too much to drink. But I knew Luke wasn't talking in metaphors. He really did think that he'd seen an angel. And so when he told his wife that he was going to talk to one, I had a pretty good idea of where he was heading. And that place was Loch Braden, the same place that we'd gone camping all those years before. I rang into work, told them I needed a few days off of work for personal reasons, and then drove up to Ayrshire first thing in the morning. I then reached Loch Braden by about 1:30 in the afternoon, and there was snow at the time, not much of it, but enough to give it that proper desolate look. And I can't say it was enjoyable though, because strong winds meant that it was absolutely freezing, and I had to bundle up against the cold before heading out in search of Luke. I didn't wander around the loch calling out his name. Instead, I was laser guided towards the place we'd camped at all those years earlier, and when I found it, there stood a dark green tent with a dead campfire and a few bits of camping equipment sitting near the entrance. I called out to Luke asking, "Are you there, mate?" But the tent was empty. I had no way of knowing if the tent was really his, not until I found the Bible he had sitting next to a rolled-up sleeping bag, and then I knew. I then spent the next hour or so wandering around the snowy woods calling out Luke's name, but when I didn't find him, I wandered back to his camp and decided to wait for him there while I got a fire going to keep warm. It was almost dark by the time I heard footsteps approaching, and at first I was a bit nervous that it wouldn't be Luke, but it was, and since I already had a feeling that he wouldn't be pleased to see me, I wasn't surprised when he wasn't. No, I said something to him like, "Hey mate," and was about to offer an explanation as to why I was there, but Luke cut me off by asking who told me where he was. Now I didn't want to get his back up by treating him like a kid. I wanted cooperation, so that's what I went with, and told him Sarah was worried about him. He didn't get angry or anything, not yet, because he knew we were just concerned about him, but Luke did let me know, and very firmly, that he wouldn't be leaving till he talked to his angel. I honestly couldn't tell if he had gone crackers or not, so I tried to test him, in my own little way, on little bits of info. I asked him how long he'd been there, what route he'd taken on the drive up, and what he'd said to Sarah before leaving. All his answers seemed kinda lucid, and he didn't mention any kind of wild conspiracy theories or anything delusional like that, and he didn't go off on any religious rants either. He said he didn't expect me, his wife, or anyone else to understand, but he needed to find his guardian angel because he needed to get a message to his mom. And when he said that last part, it felt almost like a punch to the gut. Or maybe that's the wrong way of describing it, but it was just such a sad but almost sort of relatable thing to want. Like I said earlier, Luke's mom had suddenly passed away, and he was understandably taking that very badly. But it wasn't a question of what he was doing being healthy or not, or if what was happening was something much more damaging. It was a question of what Luke was going to do when I told him the truth. We had a nice long chat about the camp trip that we went on, and then touched on how his mom's funeral had been. It was nice to reminisce, but seeing him grieving so deeply was very tough. But then as we continued talking over a campfire supper and the darkness fully crept in, we got talking about Luke's angel and what it may or may not have been. Again, he was weirdly reasonable about it and didn't expect anyone to understand. It was just something that he had to do so he could be at peace with his mom's passing. But then, I asked how he'd feel if I could guarantee he wouldn't find his angel again, because it was my fault he thought he'd seen one in the first place. Luke just sort of laughed, because the very idea that it was me that was responsible for him seeing his angel was laughable. But the only reason he didn't full-on belly laugh, at least in my opinion, was the look on my face when suggesting it. Because I wasn't joking. In fact, I was very serious. Because the reason Luke wandered off in a daze like he did, and the reason he believed that he saw an angel, was because I put a tiny bit of LSD in his alcohol when he went off for a piss. He was already drunk and he was drinking some cheap piss, so he didn't pick up on the taste at first, and I thought it'd have a funnier effect on him, but I guess it didn't. And when he didn't come back when he thought he would, I felt very personally responsible. No one but me knew I brought any, and I was planning on telling him that what I'd done come bedtime or the next morning. But after we, or should I say I, almost lost Luke, I decided not to tell anyone what I'd done for fear of the backlash. And then as the years went by, I felt more and more guilty about what I'd done. So much so that when Luke's wife told me that he'd put himself in danger by camping up in Scotland in the middle of winter, I felt personally responsible. It might have only been a snort, but Luke laughed when I suggested I was responsible for his angel sighting. But when I mentioned the acid that I'd slipped into his beer, not even trace of amusement was visible in his face. He went full-on denial mode and argued that I was only saying that to get him to come home. Now, I suppose I should make it clear to anyone reading this that I wasn't just making it up, and I really did put drugs in my friend's drink. My defense at the time was that it wasn't much. Enough to get him loosey-goosey, but not full-on tripping. But that's no excuse, I know that, because that one stupid joke had altered Luke's whole reality. And although he completely refused to accept it at first, that didn't last long. I think the thing that really pushed him over the edge was when I started describing his symptoms back to him. I told him that although he was quiet, I was worried about him because I knew the dose that I'd given him would serve as a real mood enhancer. And I also knew that he'd walked away from the fire at first because it was too bright for him. First-time trips can be like that, especially if you don't know what's going on. And I added it was me who initiated the Luke's going to vomit joke, partly to try and distract from the fact that I'd dosed him. I told him whatever he'd seen out there, be it a trick of the light or a big bird of prey passing over the face of the moon, his imagination had taken hold of it and turned it into something it wasn't. I was halfway into explaining how I knew it couldn't have been some full-on hallucination because I'd given him such a low dosage when Luke just charged me. He didn't shout or scream, he just started attacking me in a complete frenzy, punching and kicking till I was on the ground and curled up in a ball shouting, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." I did try and defend myself at first, purely on instinct, I suppose. But as you can imagine, it was a complete mismatch in terms of how angry he was versus how sorry I was. And when he stopped kicking me, Luke dropped to his knees and kind of rolled me over. I thought he was going to start punching me in the face, but instead, his hands went for my throat, and he started to strangle me. I reached up to try and claw his fingers away from my neck, and then I tried grabbing his arms at the elbows to drag them away, but neither thing worked. And it was then that I had this horrible moment of realization that this was how I was going to die. Murdered up in Scotland by one of my oldest friends because I'd revealed his entire belief system was the result of nothing more than a prank. I don't think I deserved to die for something like that, but in the moment, I had a very dark sense of, I get it. I brought this on myself. I still tried to get his hands off of me, but all that rage in him, it was like it gave him super strength or something. And I think it was only the thoughts of the consequences that made him stop. And by that I mean if he thought he could have gotten away with killing me, I'm not sure Luke would have let go. But he did. And when he did, it was like taking my very first breath of life all over again. I've never known a lungful like that, but I could feel how puffy and hot my face was from how red it had turned. And all the I'm sorries got replaced with thank yous, because it was clear he'd just spared my life. But Luke wasn't ready to let bygones be bygones, and after pacing back and forth for a minute straight, still in a rage, he told me to do one, meaning get lost. I remember wanting to ask him if he was sure we couldn't just talk it out, but I knew that'd be a waste of breath. I'd never seen him that angry before, and not that I deserved it, but I knew that there'd be no reasoning with him at this point. Luke saw me hesitating to leave and then came at me shouting to F off and making out like he was going to hit me. And so I did as he asked and left. I walked back to my car, feeling the aches from Luke's punches and kicks and the soreness in my throat, and then drove back home, and we never spoke since. I called his wife from a service station and filled her in on everything that had happened. I put off telling her about the spiking incident for as long as I could, but when I did, she did a kind of verbal double take in asking me to repeat myself, and when I did, she immediately hung up. There was no anger, no insults. She just hung up the phone, and that was the last time I spoke to her, too. I understand why they've chosen to cut me off. I just hope that one day they find it in their hearts to forgive me, and if Luke still has his faith after I told him, then I hope that'll one day be the case. Because after thinking about it for quite a while, and I think that in a way, Luke really did find his angel out there at that old Ayrshire campsite, and when it spoke to him and told him to spare my life, he listened. My name's Allison. I'm from Seattle, and while it took me way longer than I wanted to, I'm finally ready to send this over. For the longest time, I had a friend named Chris, and Chris suffered from persistent depressive disorder. It started after he lost his job, got violently mugged, and then got really sick with some kind of viral infection, all while his relationship with his fiancée was falling apart around him. He ended up moving back in with his parents up near Richmond Beach for a while, and then after finding it harder and harder to get out of bed and leave the house every day, Chris just sort of stopped trying. He was put on various cocktails of medication in the hopes one might work, but nothing did, and for a while he just rotted away indoors. But then in early spring of 2019, Chris asked if I wanted to go get sushi. He was online a lot, which was pretty much the only way we kept in touch, so hearing from him wasn't a shock. But hearing that he wanted to meet in person, that came as a real surprise. I accepted the invitation, and while he still had a whiff of hermit about him, he seemed way, way better than before. I didn't question it. I was just too happy to see progress. But at the same time, I knew that there had to be something going on in Chris's life to prompt such an improvement in him. I'd be damned if I wasn't going to figure out what it was. The day after we met for sushi, I asked Chris what had changed, like if he'd been doing or taking something new. And he said he'd found a kind of support group that met once a week, and since he started going, he'd been feeling a lot better about life. They met in a coffee shop, but they didn't sit in a circle, doing land acknowledgements and using therapy language. It was more like show up, hang out, and just talk to people for real. And that was usually a little talk at the end by the group's organizer, but that consisted of nothing more than a poem and maybe the odd announcement. It was very informal, very laid back, and for the first time in a long time, Chris found the confidence to start living his life again. Now this was obviously great to hear, so I asked about it, and Chris said the group was called Mother's Love. It seems so crazy to me that after all the medication and all the therapy that Chris really just needed some connection, you know? I don't take it to heart that we as friends couldn't do that for him either, because Chris needed new connections with new people as concrete evidence that he could place faith in his fellow humans again. Sometimes I'd ask him about the group, and that's how I found out that they didn't have any kind of online presence, because they didn't want a whole bunch of people turning up and killing the vibe. It was supposed to be intimate and meaningful, so it was down to attendees to exercise discretion in who they invited. I had to wait months until late December of that same year, 2019, to get anything resembling an invite. But when that invite came, it was not in the form I expected it to be. When Chris asked if I was still interested in getting involved, I told him I didn't know about involved, but I sure did want to stop by so I could check it out. And that's when he told me about the winter retreat. According to him, Mother's Love had reached a point where expansion was starting to make sense, so each current member had been instructed to pick out a +1 for a weekend of camping. And then to incentivize their attendance, the whole weekend of the retreat would be entirely free for that +1. And at first I wasn't sure because spending 2 nights in a tent together in the freezing cold did not sound like my idea of fun. But when Chris told me it'd be more like glamping, as in like super warm tents with super fancy features, I totally had to reconsider. He said the food would be all vegan, which was awesome, and that the open bar on Saturday night would be a really fun way of making new friends while getting lit for free. Well, that about sealed it for me, and I promptly prepared myself for a weekend of winter camping. We arrived at what amounted to a luxury campground on Friday afternoon, and it was totally amazing. They had showers, a bar that served hot food, and then a kind of conference and party room. And the tents? They were more like miniature cabins. They had covered floors, a heater, separate sleeping compartments, thank God to be honest, and a little communal space with squishy log pillows to sit on. We didn't just have super cozy, faux fur-lined sleeping bags either. We were giving these heavy, memory foam sleeping mattresses as well, and they were super squishy and soft. It was definitely not what sprang to mind when I thought free camping weekend, but I also remember wondering, who the hell put all the money up for this? And I definitely wasn't about to question it though, so I just sort of went with it. Now once we were all settled in, one of the retreat's organizers stopped by mine and Chris's tent and asked us to attend a little conference hall for the welcoming ceremony. We found about 30 people in the conference hall before Chris started introducing me to some of the people he knew. We chatted for a while, making introductions, and finally, an older lady took to the podium and asked for our attention. She introduced herself as Mary, and then after welcoming all the newcomers to Mother's Love, she touched on some topics that we'd be discussing over the next 48 hours or so. And only then did I realize that Chris hadn't told me the whole story. I don't want to rehash everything that Mary lady said because she talked for like 45 minutes, but most of it was about the seminars, and this is the gist of it. There was one about maintaining a low impact on the environment, which was all well and good, but then there was one about anti-natalism, which turned out to be a fancy word for thinking having babies is wrong or something. And when I asked Chris about that afterwards, he said some people believe the earth is so overpopulated that it's messing up the environment. But I thought Chris's group was just coffee and pancakes, not hardcore political stuff. And Chris said it didn't start out that way. It was just something that they all got talking about over time. But there seemed to be a dramatic difference between the seminar on centering oneself in nature and the one I think was titled The Death March of Western Capitalism. Now, I thought we were going to be drinking cocoa around a campfire and going on nature walks, but Chris just kind of shrugged it off. He said he wasn't really into the political stuff either, so we could just sit it out if I wanted to and head off on that nature walk when I was excited to. And then I asked him about something Mary had said when she was introducing herself, and his response wasn't nearly so reassuring. And so when Mary, the organizer lady, introduced herself, she said a number in the 300s, and then ppm, and I'm thinking, huh? What? In my head, but she just breezed right past it without explaining. Chris said that Mary and a lot of the regulars didn't use numbers to describe their birth years. They used ppm, which, after double-checking it, definitely stands for parts per million, and then the number describes how much CO2 there was in the atmosphere during that year. And so, when Mary said, I was born in 300 whatever ppm, she meant the 50s or something. And I remember thinking, bro, what the heck, this is goofy as hell. Because, yeah, screw the oil companies, dude, sure, but using ppm instead of just saying your birth year, just a bunch of weirdos. But Chris didn't think it was all that funny. I mean, he smiled, but he didn't seem to think it was dumb like I did. And then I asked him if he knew what ppm he was born at. Then, without skipping a beat, he then says 352. He laughed at my reaction and said he didn't go around telling people like Mary and the others. It was just something he Googled one time out of interest and then happened to remember. And I remember feeling like I'd kind of let him down because I was definitely not going to be able to sit through a whole bunch of political seminars. But he said not to worry, that we'd just go to the ones that sounded interesting to me. And then we went over to dinner and got talking about some of the other campers. And that part was actually super fun. I'm a really social butterfly, so getting to meet everyone was cool. Dinner was great too, and we had vegan Indian food and a few drinks, and then after more of that political talk from Mary, we all went back to our tents to enjoy our early night before an early start. Now I won't bore you with everything we did that next day because it was a lot, but it was actually super chill until dinner that evening when we started to get hyped about the party with all the free booze. But before we went off to our tents again to get ready, Mary had an announcement to make. She said the next morning all the retreat's male attendees would be entitled to receive a gift, a blessing of Mother Nature in fact, and it was entirely free. Unfortunately, the same gift would not be bestowed on female attendees, but that was something that they were looking into, and anyone interested should approach an organizer with their queries. There was a lot of confused female faces, but also notice how not all the girls there looked confused. Some of them looked like they knew exactly why, and that should have been my first big clue right there. Well, heading back to the glamping tent to get ready for the party, I asked Chris what this free gift was all about. Chris said that he had to talk to me about something, but I asked if it could wait because by that point my curiosity was burning. But then Chris said it was that very same free gift he wanted to talk to me about, and so I'm thinking, okay, go on, and when he told me, I remember my jaw dropping. Because Chris told me that free gift was a vasectomy. Now, I thought he was joking, and while Chris was smiling, it wasn't in a jokey way, more like in a this is good news kind of way. As it turns out, I had no idea this was the case till Chris went through it with me, but a vasectomy is actually a super simple procedure. Guys only need a local anesthetic, and then a trained professional can render a dude infertile with just a single needle-thin puncture to a guy's taint. It's not a major surgery, and while a guy definitely needs to rest up and avoid serious exercise or exertion, it's not like he's going to be held up in a hospital bed for a week like a woman after her hysterectomy. And so after I told Chris, no way, dude, they can't do surgeries out here, that's impossible, he made it clear that not only was it very possible, but he was planning on getting the snip, as he called it, that very next morning. And I'm like, this is a joke, right? But Chris wasn't kidding. He said what brought him so much hope was the idea no one else would have to suffer like he did. His parents had brought him into the world against his will, without ever considering whether he might be happy or not. And that was a mistake he wasn't going to repeat. Knowing he wouldn't be able to reproduce made him feel like he was doing something to solve the problem, even if it was just one small but significant act. Now, I'm sure a lot of heartless psychos are going to read this and say, Chris was making a choice about his body. How dare you try and prevent that? Well, first off, go jump in a dumpster. And while you're in there, lying among the trash where you belong, consider that I wasn't objecting to him getting a piercing or getting frosted tips or whatever. I was objecting to him getting a mother-freaking vasectomy. Oh, but what's that I hear you cry? Oh, people from the trash? You can reverse a vasectomy. That is indeed true, but then riddle me this, dumpster dude. Does the reversal involve actual knock-you-out surgery and reopening the old vasectomy scar? Well, yes, it does. And is the surgery always successful? No, it's not. And while I didn't know that till I Googled it in a panic, I sure as heck showed it to Chris when I did. And if he didn't want to have kids, he could put a damned hood on it, or the 100 other not-safe-for-work things people do to make sure their humps don't mean bumps, as they say. But no, Chris had made his mind up. He wanted his little sacred rights so he could respect his mother's love, and there was nothing I could do to convince him otherwise. But on that, he was wrong. Rather than go into the whole drama of what happened when we were drunk, I'll just cut to the important part. We got plastered on all that free alcohol, and while I tried my very best to drop the whole vasectomy objection and just enjoy our time together, that obviously proved impossible. I got fixated on the idea the root of his motivation was destructive, not constructive, and that maybe he wasn't as mentally well as he thought he was. When we went somewhere quiet to talk, I told him how he had zero clue what was going to happen in the future, and how he might well live to regret his decision, especially if reversing the process failed and he was made infertile for good. Now he's drunk and says, "What's the point? What woman would ever want to have kids with me?" And so I told him lots of women would, maybe even myself, because, like I said, you never know how the future's going to unfold. Now, we didn't immediately start making out like in the movie or anything, but I thought I actually got through to him after saying how once he was done putting himself together and had a job and took care of himself, then he was attracted enough that plenty of girls would want to date him. And after that, we hugged it out, and he thanked me for not just being his plus one, but being a good friend and giving him hope. Now, I'll admit, that made me tear up and cry a little, but I was also super smashed, so there was that. We went back to the party, had a couple of more drinks to lift our spirits again, and then we went back to our tent and went to sleep, in our own separate sleeping compartments. Now, my memory of those last couple of hours is kind of hazy, I'll be honest, but what I do remember is going to sleep with the knowledge that one of my best friends was not about to do something potentially irreversible. But when I woke up the next morning, Chris wasn't in the tent. I put on a bunch of warm clothes and went looking for him, but was so hungover that I only got a few steps out of our glamping tent before I ran into a tree and started puking while leaning against it. Now after that, and once I sort of cleaned myself up, I went looking for Chris, but found the atmosphere in the camp to be way different than before. During the previous 2 days, whenever we went anywhere, everyone was saying, "Hey, how's it going?" to us, and were generally super friendly. But when I walked around the camp that morning, everyone just sort of stared at me in total silence. I mean, they whispered and talked among themselves as I passed, but they wouldn't say anything to me, and they wouldn't return my fake, panicking but pretending to be friendly smiles. Now, I kept asking, "Has anyone seen Chris?" But no one would answer me, and it took until I found one of the organizers before I got any kind of explanation. The conference room was being used as the surgery, and I could already see a couple of guys sitting in the little waiting area through a large window, but I couldn't see Chris. And that's when I was approached by that same girl who welcomed us on the first day and was asked to return to our tent so we could talk in private. On the way, I kept asking, "Did Chris get a vasectomy?" But she wouldn't tell me. Not until we got back to our tent when she confirmed it. Chris has gotten up that morning bright and early, and not only did he get the snip, but he was literally the first guy to get it done. He was actually resting in another tent as we spoke and was kept separate from me because of what a, quote, negative person I was being. Now, she was the first one who told me what a terrible person I was for not just being like, "Yeah, cool, no big deal, bud." And I said the same thing to her as I'd said to anyone else. "Go F yourself with a cactus, you psychos." Chris was a vulnerable, emotionally damaged person who needed serious psychiatric care. And then as his new friends, instead of encouraging him to get it, they tricked him into a physical solution to what was a mental problem. And personally, I'll never stop hating them for that. I'll also never stop hating them for how they let people treat me as I was leaving. I cannot overstate how sickening it was to attend a seminar on feminism in Trump's America one day, and then the next, have women just standing back and smiling as grown-ass men got up in my face and screamed the C word at me so furiously that I remember their spittle landing on my cheek. I actually thought that they were going to beat me up by the time they started shoving me and throwing rocks. They didn't give a crap that I was Chris's ride either. They said that they'd find a real friend to drive him home, and I should get the hell out of there while I still could. I was shaking by the time I got to my car with my stuff, and I was in tears by the time I had the keys in the ignition. I felt like I'd enabled one of my oldest friends to do something awful to himself, and then by the time I realized what was even happening, it was too late, and I'd done too little to stop it. Chris and I haven't spoken since. I've tried to reach out, but he doesn't want to now. I don't even care if he got a vasectomy anymore. I mean, it's his body, his choice, right? But I just wish he'd stop punishing me for trying to play the devil's advocate and convince him that a permanent solution to a temporary problem might not have been the way to go, and that weird cult that he joined is very, very weird. So Chris, if you're out there, call me. I miss you. My name is Alf. I'm a fan from Sweden, and today I would like to tell you my very own true scary story about the most frightening experience of my whole life. I joined the army when I was 18, and I loved being a soldier. But when I was 23, I was diagnosed with a rare medical disorder and had to be discharged. I was devastated, and while I eventually adjusted to a new routine, I still missed being in the field very much. I ended up asking a couple of my old school friends if they'd like to go camping sometime, and while most thought that that was a great idea, they didn't so much enjoy the specifics of my idea. For obvious reasons, most camping here takes place in the summertime, but I didn't want to go in the summertime. I wanted to go in the freezing Swedish winter. Most people thought that I was crazy and were saying, "No thanks, friend, I'm out." Others said that they'd consider it and then dropped out one by one as the days ticked down to D-Day. In the end, the only person left who was dead set on joining me was an old friend of ours who'd moved to a different city, a friend named Varg. Varg wasn't really named Varg, it was his nickname he gave himself, meaning wolf, which should give you an instant idea of what he was like as a person. And well, despite it, I can safely tell you that he was even worse than you might imagine. If we hadn't been such close friends for so long, there's no way that I'd have tolerated behavior like Varg's. And honestly, I think him moving to Bergen for a girl that he met online actually saved our friendship, and he wasn't around to act like a jackwad anymore. He would drink and drive, get into big fights with his girlfriend, and post all about it on Facebook, and he was constantly getting fired from menial jobs for doing the stupidest things, like drinking openly on the job or sleeping on shift and then getting angry when his colleagues woke him up. And like I said, I definitely wouldn't have been friends with him had I met him yesterday, but for the most part, we actually got along quite well. We had a similar sense of humor, we both enjoyed the same sort of movies and music, and we both had a big passion for outdoor survival scenarios, and that's how I ended up thinking that just me and Varg, a winter camping trip, might actually be a good time. But one of the real pros of camping in the winter was the lack of bears, which usually hibernate between late autumn and the very late spring. Now, I still insisted that we hang some bear bait somewhere away from the camp, but it didn't help, and even though we went camping in late February, we were unfortunate enough to be found by a bear who'd woken up too early and was desperate to find food. We woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of a huge brown bear sniffing around our camp, having eaten the bait and went looking for more. We rushed out of the tent, yelling and screaming at it in the darkness to scare it away. It appeared to work at first, and the bear backed off, but then it sort of false-charged and tricked me into stumbling backwards so awkwardly I actually sprained my ankle pretty badly. Thankfully, it was just a false charge, otherwise I'd have been in very serious trouble. But even though we managed to scare it off for good using the bear mace that we carried with us, we were almost out of food and my ankle was in a very sorry state. I took some painkillers and then we tried to fix up our campsite a little and salvage our food before heading back to our tent. We slept until dawn, not very well I should add, and then once it was light, Varg volunteered to find a shop somewhere so he could bring back food and some stronger painkillers. I thought that was very cool of him, like just the sort of behavior that kept me friends with him, and Varg can be a pain in the ass sometimes, but you could really rely on him when you really needed to. I stayed in the tent with my ankle raised and the bear mace at the ready, and then maybe 2.5 hours later, Varg reappeared with his pack full of stuff. Now, I thought that he'd have more than some bread, bacon, and my painkillers, but when he emptied the bag inside our tent, he had all kinds of stuff with him. He had a few bottles of vodka, a whole carton of cigarettes, dozens of bars of chocolate, and a lot of elk jerky, or what we call renja snacks. Varg also had a ton of medication with him too, but not just painkillers. There were all kinds of things, from anti-allergy medicine to antacids for stomach trouble, and while I expected Varg to be pleased with himself at having brought back such a bounty, he seemed almost angry. He emptied out the bag with some force, like he was full of spite, and when I saw that strange variety of medicine tumble out onto the ground, I started to get kind of suspicious. I asked Varg where he'd gotten all that stuff, and he just said, "I found the shop." But then when I asked him why he bought and me anti-allergy medication, he snapped a little and said he just grabbed whatever he could because he needed to be fast. It made sense in a way. Varg wasn't a rich man and he wasn't generous or careless with his money, and so after a moment of thought I turned to him and asked, "Did you steal these things?" Now I knew the answer before he even said anything. He had that guilty look about him that I knew all too well, and in the past I sometimes found it funny, because you could always read his face when he'd be the one to do something wrong, like hide the teacher's chalk or put a pin on another people's chair. But that time, I didn't find it funny, and neither did Varg. He still had that angry air about him as he told me, "I didn't have enough money." And I found this outrageous, as any normal person would only buy what they could afford. But at any objection, Varg tried to defend himself by explaining what had happened. He said at first, all he did was put down the painkillers, the vodka, and the cigarettes, but he was short by just a couple of krona, our dollars here. And the lady tells him he needs more money, but Varg insisted it was an emergency and she needed to accept the amount he had. Obviously, the lady saw no emergency, just a man trying to buy vodka at like 8 in the morning, and so she told him no. Varg said he offered to come back later with the rest of the money, but sensing he probably wouldn't, the woman said no once again. And this is when Varg lost his mind. He attacked the lady, beat her till she wasn't moving anymore, and then filled his pack with anything he could grab before running out of the shop. He didn't even get help from me, he just ran before someone came along to see what he'd done. I was furious, but so was he, and if you can believe it, we argued back and forth about who was in the right. Varg insisted he did the right thing for me and him, and that was all that mattered, and to this day I still can't believe he saw things that way. And don't get me wrong, I appreciate his instinct to take care of an injured friend, but what he did to that woman was unforgivable, and we argued about it for quite a while until finally he announced that he was getting drunk. Varg couldn't go back to the little country shop that he'd found, the only one for miles around. He'd have to walk for miles and miles to some other place to get help, and the cold had completely killed our little flip phones, so we needed a landline, and then since we were way out in the middle of nowhere, Varg would have to search long and hard to find one he could use. So before that, he was going to get drunk. Now, if you imagine Varg planned on getting drunk and then getting back behind the wheel of my car, then yes, that's exactly what he's planning on doing, and this sparked another argument between us. But since it truly was a case of beggars not being able to be choosers, I had to shut my mouth, drink a little vodka to help the painkillers along, and wait until he was good and ready to help me. And there came a point when there was nothing but silence. I didn't have anything to say to him, and he didn't have anything to say to me. And then as we sat there, me eating and him smoking, I noticed a little plane flying in the sky above our heads. I didn't think much of it at first. Who would? It was just a small plane, but then minutes later, I saw it fly over us again before it started circling us. Now, for the sake of nothing but my own amusement, I started waving at it with both arms as if to say, SOS, help us. I hoped it might fly straight and dip its wings or something, like a sign that it had seen us, but not a minute later, it flew away again without any kind of signal or indication. Varg kept on drinking and smoking for maybe 10 to 15 minutes, then finally stood up on very wobbly legs and said, "Okay, time to go." I remember groaning, not in pain, but at the thought of him being pulled over, or worse, driving my car off the road and getting himself hurt. But as I looked up at him, I saw someone behind him walking towards us through the snowy trees, and he had what looked like a shotgun in his hands. Varg must have seen my expression because he turned around to check out what I was seeing, and then when he did, he yelled "run," and then started sprinting away as fast as he could. I saw the man stop and aim at us, so I tried my best to also run as I heard a single shot boom around the landscape. As per my army training, I instinctively threw myself to the ground, and then I remembered letting out a scream of pain as I felt it shoot through my ankle. I got up and tried to run again, but fell down again. I then tried crawling, but knew that I wasn't moving fast enough, and so I did the only thing I could think of and rolled onto my back to face the man approaching us and begged for my life. I knew who it was, or at least I knew why he was shooting at us. It had to be the husband or brother or son of the woman Varg had hurt, and I was right. It was her husband. He had the shotgun pointed right at me as I explained it wasn't me, that it was my friend and that I had nothing to do with it. I think the man knew this and recognized the fleeing Varg from the description he'd been given because he loaded his shotgun and fired a second time. He missed Varg completely, but I didn't know this at the time, and so in my mind, and because there was no screaming, Varg was stone dead, and I was next. I begged him over and over not to shoot me as he loaded a third shell into his shotgun, and then for just a moment, he pointed the barrel right at my face. I thought it was all over for me. I thought I was a dead man, but after I started to pray, something I hadn't done since I was a child, the man lowered the gun and then offered me a hand to help me to my feet. All I could say was, Thank you, again and again. It was no platitude either, but rather it stemmed from the deepest sense of gratitude I've ever felt. The man then told me his name was Oscar, and that if I wanted to leave those woods alive, I was going to help the police find the man who had beaten his wife half to death. I told him that sounded like a good deal, and then he helped me back to his 4x4, and on today's episode, you'll hear 3 disturbing roommate stories. One man is forced to spy on his housemate for dangerous criminals. Another discovers his roommate's disturbing obsession with things that'll leave your stomach churning. And one tenant begins waking up in the middle of the night to a sleepwalking roommate whose escalating behavior becomes too much to handle. Hear all of these terrifying tales right now, only on Let's Read. Hey Joel, my name's Phil and I grew up in Tacoma, Washington in the 80s and 90s. Now I didn't do great in school, so I dropped out when I was 17 and got a job working in a bar to get myself some money. I stuck around for about 6 years learning all the tricks of the trade, and then by 2006 I was practically running the place under the guidance of the old owner/manager. That place was my meal ticket, so I ran a tight ship. And if you ask me, we had the best bar in South Tacoma. Well, it turns out someone else thought so too, and that someone ended up making me a job offer I couldn't refuse. It's not there anymore, but there was this restaurant in South Lake Union called Gastropod. And the guy I served drinks to that night was the owner, and he wanted me to be the place's new general manager once the current one turned over his keys at the end of the month. And he was willing to pay me very handsomely for my services. I said thank you and goodbye to the old crew, moved up to Seattle towards the end of the month, and then spent the next few weeks getting over the imposter syndrome as I settled into my new role. Now I loved my job, but the best thing about moving up to Seattle by far was my new apartment. Aside from the steep rent, there was basically no downsides to living there. It was a really nice neighborhood, and when I say it was quiet, I mean it was crazy just how peaceful it was. And that was in no small part down to my roommate, named Adam. And Adam was, in a word, a ghost. It actually took a whole 3 weeks after moving in before I met him, and I tried knocking on his door down in the lobby a whole 3 times and got no answer every single time. I was just getting home from work around 11:30 at night when I ran into Adam in the lobby while he was headed out. And the dude looked legitimately spooked to see me at first, and then even after I introduced myself as his new neighbor, he didn't seem to warm up at all. He wasn't rude really, just anxious. And after he said he worked in tech, I invited him up for a beer sometime, and he replied very nervously saying, "Yeah, sure, maybe," in a way that suggested that he was never going to do that. But hey, there are worse things than a quiet roommate, right? So I wasn't really complaining. And I lived in Seattle for a whole 6 months without anything to complain about, besides the rain, of course. Until one day, when my awesome brand new life turned into a complete nightmare. It started towards the end of March 2007. I finished up at work, said goodbye to everyone and locked up for the night, and then as I was walking along waiting for a vacant cab to appear, a black sedan with tinted windows rolled up next to me. I could spend like a paragraph or two describing the guy who appeared in the open back window, but nothing really sums him up better than Fat Bill Burr. He was bald like Bill, he talked like Bill, and he even laughed like Bill, and the only difference was the guy in the back seat must have had at least 60 pounds on him. In this loud Boston accent, he says to me, "Hey buddy, how's it going?" I told him fine, that I was on my way home, and then he says, "Well, why don't you jump in? I'll give you a ride." I told the guy that I'd rather wait for a cab, and then he responds, "You're the manager of that gastropod place, right?" When I said yes, he told me that that was what he wanted to talk to me about, and if I got into his car and went for a ride with him, I might just find myself looking at a very lucrative money-making opportunity, both for me and the restaurant. I hesitated, but he gave me this look and said, "Ah, come on. What do you think I'm gonna do? Just get in, and even if it's a no on what I gotta say, you got yourself a free ride home. Now, I wasn't some nerd incapable of defending myself, so I got in, and we took off, and I listened to what he had to say. But from the moment he started talking, I knew that I'd made a huge mistake. Now, the first thing he said was basically, all right, I'm gonna come clean. I don't give a crap about your crummy job, but you're in the car now, so shut up and listen. The guy's demeanor shifted completely after I got in the car, and I can't lie. It definitely made me a little nervous when he forcibly told me to shut up. And it wasn't just him and a driver either. There was a guy in the passenger seat looking around and very much mean-mugging me. And the guy started off by saying that since he knew where I lived and he knew where I worked, we'd be seeing plenty of each other in the future. And there was no point hiding or any of that crap, as he put it. But if I kept cool and did my job, then, like he said, there was money in it for me. All I had to do was find a way of getting into my roommate's part of the house so I could look for something for him. It was real small, and so small that he might be able to hide it in some pretty creative places, so I'd have to look long and hard if I wanted to find it. But when I did find it, the guy didn't want me to take it. He just wanted me to let him know that it was there and, more importantly, where it was being hidden. Now, I remember kind of reflexively saying, I can't do that, to which he responded that not only could I do what he asked, but I would. He said I didn't look stupid, so he knew I'd do the right thing and do as he asked. I asked what would happen if I didn't, and the implications were clear. He said I'd recognize the thing he wanted me to find from the letters D-FNTL written on it. I didn't have to memorize it, though. I don't even think it was those exact letters either, to be honest, but it'd be the only thing in his place with those letters on it, and then when I found it, all I had to do was tell him it was there. He left a kind of pause, waiting for me to say something, but all I could bring myself to ask was if he was, like, with the CIA or the FBI or something. The guy laughed and then told me if he was, he'd just arrest me and throw my ass in a cell, then threaten me with prison time till I cooperated. But since he wasn't, since he was a nice guy, as he put it, he was going to pay me to do it instead. On the other hand, he could make a phone call to some associates of his who'd head over to my place in the middle of the night and beat the location of the object out of my roommate. But he knew that it'd be noisy and messy and have the cops crawling around, and since I probably had my own stuff going on, I most likely didn't want that. Just to make it clear, I did not have my own stuff going on, and I'd have been more than happy to have gotten the cops involved there and then. But he had that whole thing covered with the next part of his little speech. He said the cops in Seattle were dumb and couldn't run a goddamn bath, let alone a city. And they were also more corrupt than an NBA ref, at least according to him anyway. And so if I talked to them and made any kind of report about him or what was going on with my roommate, he'd know, and there'd be trouble. Now by this point, I'm just a complete mess in my head, and all my energy was going towards not showing that. My head was spinning, I can feel myself sweating, and at one point I was legitimately thinking, this can't be happening. I passed out on the pavement and this freaking fever dream is occurring right now. But it wasn't. What was occurring to me in that moment was real, and there was no getting out of it. The guy even picked up on how scared I was after he directed his driver to take me home, and he started saying how I didn't have to worry about a thing if I just did as he told me. And there was no time limit on it either, since my priority was almost not alerting my roommate that I was going through his stuff. And the guy said if I spooked him, he might leave, and I really didn't want him to do that. If I did, he might leave and take that little object with him, which was something he would not allow to happen. I tried once again to tell him that I wasn't right for the job, that I'd mess it up, and he should just find someone more professional. Now he responded with a pee-wee baseball coach saying stuff like, "Sure you can, kid. You're his roomie. I'm sure he trusts you." And he added that Adam, the name of my roommate there, might even have the object that I was looking for lying around on a coffee table or something. All I needed to do was head down there with a six-pack while the game was on and take a little look around after asking him to use the bathroom. I remember telling the man that Adam wasn't that kind of person, but he only said, "I'm sure you'll think of something, kid. You'll see." and a few minutes later the guy was dropping me off a block over from my place, saying he'd be in touch the following week. I got out, just feeling numb as I walked back to my place, and then I spent the next few hours wondering what in God's name I was going to do. I tried asking the guy his name before I got out. I tried asking who they were with, too. I got answers to neither, and the guy just said, "It's not important." And then after asking me not to slam his door too hard, he and his boys took off into the night. I didn't even try to memorize the license plate because I believe every word of what he said about the cops. And even if he didn't have anyone on his payroll, they wouldn't be able to protect me from him, not in the short term anyway. And so really, what choice did I have other than to do what that weirdo said? And so I spent the next couple of days fixating on two things. Firstly, I wondered how the heck I was going to get into Adam's place without alerting him. And secondly, I wondered who the hell he was to have landed himself in so much trouble. All I knew was that he was anemic looking, worked in tech, and liked to stay out all night. And then if he was just some nerd, why not snatch him off the street, kind of like they did with me, and then get what they wanted that way? And if it was that important, why not just kick his door down in the middle of the night? Why get me involved? Was Adam dangerous, and if so, how? Those are all of the thoughts that were running through my head over the next week or so, and since I didn't know the first thing about robbery or burglary, I figured my best chance was to sort of fake a break-in. I could make it look like something it wasn't, and if the little labeled object I was looking for didn't move, then maybe he wouldn't take off with it. And I was still toying with that idea the next time I ran into the man in the black sedan. Now, I was walking to my car after work when I spotted his car, and while I'd been just about flinching at anything that looked like it for the past week, this was the real deal. The back door swung open, and I heard that same Bill Burr Boston accent say, "Hey buddy, what do you say we have ourselves a little talk?" I thought about running, but I knew that'd just piss him off, and so I climbed into the back seat with him and we had ourselves that little talk. At first, he asked me how things were going, if I'd made any moves yet, stuff like that, and I was honest with him. I told him I was still in the planning stages, that I was pretty inexperienced with things like that, and that he'd have to give me more time, a lot more time to get it done. And the guy kind of nodded, but added that he didn't have all the time in the world, so I should start making moves now. And that's when the second part happened, the scary part, because when I once again suggested that I wasn't the right guy for the job because I didn't have the moves he was referring to, and I was sure that I'd messed things up, the guy asked me, "So how's Annie doing?" Now the question had the color draining from my face. I literally felt lightheaded when he said it, like a damned bobblehead just trying to keep my head pointed the right way up. My heart started beating faster. I got that cold, sweaty feeling all over again, and try as I might, but I couldn't stop my hands from shaking, because Annie was my grandmother's name. Now I didn't act like some tough guy. I didn't tell him if you ever lay a finger on her or anything like that. And I was just too stunned to speak, and I stayed too stunned until the guy reassured me that she wasn't in danger. He just wanted to know how she was doing. I didn't answer him. I just told him I'd have the job done by that time next week. And that's when the third portion of our conversation commenced, and he gave me a little advice. He told me to case the place, familiarize myself with it, and to do it soon. The guy then smiled, asked me not to slam his door again, and that marked the end of our second meeting. I thought about what he said about casing the place, which, for those who don't know, is basically the word criminals use for recon or scouting out or looking around. Getting a look at the place before I actually look for the thing would give me an idea of where everything was and where I most likely needed to look. And so, as strange as it might sound, I tried the idea I originally dismissed and showed up at Adam's door with a 6-pack of beer, some energy drinks, and 2 boxes of that chef's choice sushi. I figured I could pass the whole thing off as a sort of thanks for being a cool neighbor gift, so even if he didn't drink, I could talk my way inside with that good sushi that I brought. But even so, getting inside was no easy task. When I knocked on his door, Adam obviously didn't seem too excited on letting me inside. A few weeks back, I'd have put that all on him being nothing more than shy, an anxious person maybe, but right then, I knew there was something bigger going on. That didn't stop me from keeping my cool, and I guess that was down to me not having to pretend to be interested in him. I've been wondering about what he did, how he lived, and what his part of the house looked like for months by that point, and so I didn't have to put on some Oscar-winning performance to make that believable for him. I only really sold the idea of me coming inside by saying I'd basically never ask him again. All I wanted to do was get a feel for my not-so-new roomie, and then I'd leave him in peace like I usually did. He still didn't want to, and that much was obvious, but he knew that accepting my offer meant that I'd leave him alone in the long run, so he invited me inside. Adam's place was spotless. The decor was minimal and monochrome, and he didn't have a television that I could even see, and he had those 2 huge bookcases filled to bursting with all kinds of computer and tech-centric books. And after he put the sushi in his refrigerator, he showed me around a little, not saying all that much, but just trying to be polite, I guess. Now, I started asking about his job, and he said he worked mostly from home, but when I asked to see his setup, he lost what little of the friendliness he had about him and just said no. I tried to play it off like I was just being curious. I wasn't set on and expecting every nook and cranny, even though I was. But then, as I carried on getting vague non-answers to my questions about his job, I was looking around the room and seeing a lot of security cameras. I saw a lot. There were 3 of them set up around the living space and kitchen, all pretty sleek and small ones too. But that was 3 more than I had, and seeing as they made my job that little bit harder, I couldn't help but ask about them. Now, I turned it into a little joke, I suppose, asking if he was just paranoid or I needed that kind of equipment for my own part of the house. Adam just kind of looked at me, like he couldn't think of an explanation, and then murmured something about how it was good to be safe. He didn't seem like a bad guy, you know? I mean, maybe it was just how scared he was, but I couldn't imagine him really doing much harm to anyone or really anything. He was just some computer nerd. One that had done pretty good in life to afford that kind of living arrangement, but a computer nerd nonetheless. And if the mysterious man in the black sedan was sort of like the villain of this story, then maybe Adam was the victim. And if both things were true, then I figured it presented me with the perfect opportunity to make myself the hero. Maybe the phrasing of that makes me sound a little up my own ass or whatever, but I can promise you, fear and the relief of having extracted myself from a difficult situation were also very strong motivators here. I knew that I didn't have it in me to get all Mission Impossible and break in there after deactivating his cameras and hacking his computer and blah 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 Hollywood nonsense. I had to talk to the guy. I mean, really talk to him so we could figure out something together. And it wasn't something I planned before walking into his place. The urge just sort of took me, then and there. And when I asked him again why the cameras were there, and I got another non-answer about security, I asked if the reason he wanted security was because he'd taken something that didn't belong to him. And the second I asked him, the friendliness dropped away again, only that time he looked frightened too. He asked who I was. Like who I really was, because I guess he figured I worked for someone. In response, I literally said nobody, absolutely nobody, and I wanted to stay that way too. And then before he had a chance to really panic or anything, I told him exactly what happened with the guy in that black sedan, and how he seemed to know everything, how he was threatening my grandmother, and how he was looking for something that was D-FN or whatever the label was I wrote earlier. Now, I added that all he wanted me to do was report back on where I'd found it, and not to take it. And so whatever it was, he could just leave it someplace, tell me where, and then get the F out of town before the sedan man's goon showed up to collect it, it seemed. I mean, because I was pretty damn sure they'd collect him along with it, and while that'd be rough on my conscience, it'd most likely be even worse for him. Adam agreed, and he actually got kind of emotional as he thanked me for telling him, but I was still very much in the mode of, we need to fix this crap, and now. And so I had to sort of hurry along the buddy-buddy moment and figure out what we were going to do and what was going on. Adam said he needed to copy what was on that drive, as he called it, and he also needed to erase and destroy all the computer stuff he had before leaving. And then including the time he needed to pack some stuff and arrange for someplace else to stay, he figured he could be gone in about 12 hours, so 7 o'clock the next morning. And when he left, he'd leave that DF drive, that he called it, tucked behind the back of a picture frame hanging from a wall in his workspace. And that's where I could tell the guy that I'd found it, and since I couldn't do that until the next time I saw him, Adam would have plenty of time to get far, far away from Seattle. He tried to thank me again, but I wouldn't accept it, because it was now all on him to make sure our little deception wasn't uncovered. He needed to put that drive thing exactly where he'd said it'd be, and he needed to keep the hell away from the entire Pacific Northwest for all I cared. Because if they found out I'd helped him, then we'd both be screwed. Adam promised he'd disappear and that the men threatening my grandma would find what they were looking for, just not the only copy of it. And he only very cryptically reassured me that whatever was on that drive, its release couldn't be traced back to the agreement we'd made. I don't know if that was true or not at the time, but I guess me still breathing is a testament to Adam's honesty. At the time, though, nothing could have fully reassured me. And then after shaking his hand and wishing him luck, I went up to my part of the house, and in the morning, he was gone. I honestly thought dealing with the situation would be like a weight off my shoulders. After all, I'd done what was asked of me and located that little drive, so what else was there to worry about? Well, turns out a whole lot actually, because I still needed the guy in the sedan to buy my story and believe that I hadn't tipped Adam off before he vanished. At times I thought about vanishing myself because if this guy saw through my act, and he was probably going to do just that since he seemed to know everything anyway, then I was screwed. Even if they got the little drive thing they wanted, the guy'd be pissed that I'd lied to him, and big successful criminals don't get that way by being nice and forgiving, do they? Well, a few days go by, and then lo and behold, I finish work one night to see that same black car sitting a few spaces down from my own. The back door opens up as I approach, and then I sit down in the back seat with that smiling jackass sitting next to me. I didn't have to act like I was sick of seeing him, and neither did I need to act nervous about the drive being where Adam said he'd leave it. So, all in all, I guess I was pretty convincing when I said they needed to make their move so that the drive would still be in the place I found it when they did. I remember saying something along the lines of, "I'm not having you guys blame me if he moves it. I did my part already, now leave me the hell alone." And the guy starts laughing that Bill Burr laugh of his heh heh heh, and then told me to calm down and that he'd make their move that night. He said I better go check in a hotel or something, that I should concoct a story about meeting up with a girl or something to that effect if anyone asked, because when the cops got involved, it'd be easier for me to just say I didn't see anything because I wasn't there. And the last thing I said, and I figured this'd be the last thing I ever said to the guy, was, "What about my money?" Now, don't think I was dumb enough to expect to get paid. I'm not that naive when it comes to the criminal underworld, but I also figured not asking would maybe raise suspicion somehow, so I did. Now, I'm sure this won't come as a surprise to any of you with fully functioning brains, but when I asked to be paid, the guy just laughed that heh 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 laugh of his and asked me why he'd pay me for something I just did for free. I took the guy's advice. I didn't want to make him think that I had a whole parallel plan going on, so I got the hotel room. And the next morning, when I made my way back to my car and drove home, one of the front doors had been smashed open, and Adam's apartment had been broken into as well. I called the cops, acted totally ignorant of everything, and just like the guy said, I was able to sort of say I didn't see anything because I was in a hotel with a girl that I met at work. And a uniformed cop later asked me why I hadn't brought the girl back to my place, but he seemed satisfied when I looked very sheepish and told him that we didn't want her husband finding out. And he gave me one hell of a judgmental look, but he didn't question anything further. I then had the landlord call me to ask me what the hell was going on, and she stopped by that same afternoon to take a look around. She seemed relieved that Adam's place was the only one targeted and that neither of us had been home when whoever it was broke in. After that, I thought that was pretty much it, that I'd somehow navigated dealing with some big-shot gangster without getting anyone hurt, and given enough time, The info, or whatever that Adam got away with, might get around to biting big fat Bill Burr on his freaking fat ass. But then came the night he and his boys showed up outside work again, in their big black sedan with its tinted windows. I didn't have to act or play pretend when I responded, I thought we were done. What else do you want from me? But that time, Big Bill Burr didn't play pretend either. He didn't say, oh hey buddy, how's it going, like he normally did. He just leaned out a little and then growled at me to get in the car before he had his guy drag me in. Now I knew that was the last time, I didn't, but that's what I told myself as I headed for the car. Just one more time, and then this whole goddamn nightmare is over. I thought it'd be the easiest one, with all the hard stuff having been and gone, and I even figured that the guy might even see it good to pay me now that he'd gotten what he'd wanted. But that's not what happened. After I climbed into the back, and one of Fat Bill Burr's goons closed the door behind me, I tried to basically go on the offensive. Any kind of nervousness, and I might as well just write, I tipped him off on my forehead with a Sharpie. But even after saying, what do you want now, dude? You said we were done. He completely shut me down by saying, I know what you did. I had to keep going. I couldn't just quit right there and then, and so I pushed back saying, yeah, you do. I risked going to jail for you, maybe even got myself shot. But here you are, still bothering me. I didn't get past the here you are part before they cut me off again. Told me the only reason I was still alive was because he couldn't prove that I tipped off my roommate. He admitted to getting his hands on that drive, the one with a DF code on it. But as I suspected, he wanted his hands on Adam too, and he was angry that he slipped through his fingers. He asked me straight up if I'd tipped Adam off, and when I said no, he just rolled his eyes and called me a lying sack of crap. He then told me that for my information I should know that a body washed up on Alki Beach that very morning, and the cops thought it was my roommate, Adam. But Fat Bill Burr knew it wasn't. He said the reason the cops were so convinced it was Adam was because the body that they found had Adam's teeth. But it wasn't Adam, and Fat Bill Burr wanted me to know that the blood of that random homeless dude was on my hands and not his. And that was the only time I couldn't hold up my act anymore, and Bill Burr saw it. He then says, oh, you didn't think about that part, did you, kid? You didn't really take the time to find out who your little roommate was, huh? I think I must have stammered or made some gesture because he seemed to know what I was going to say and anticipated it with, you didn't need to know, so we didn't tell you. And even if you didn't tell him anything, you had one job to do, kid, and you messed it up. I remember telling the most unconvincing lie ever, saying I swear I didn't tell him. But all that guy said in response was, get out of my car, before reminding me once again not to slam his door. And that was the last I saw of Fat Bill Burr. I wasn't sure, and I'm still not 100% sure if this guy just sort of made all that stuff up as a way of making me feel guilty. Killing me was just more trouble, and I guess so was beating the crap out of me and giving me a real reason to go to the cops. But planning something like that in my head, a lie that I couldn't never really confirm or disprove, I think that was supposed to be his parting shot. I'm happy to say that it didn't hit the target, not after a while anyway. I did a whole bunch of digging online and not a single body has been brought in from Alki all year, and the last being maybe 18 months previous to this. So Fat Bill Burr just had to have been lying, I think. Adam wasn't a bad guy. He might have done something dumb to have the mob on his ass like that, but I feel pretty confident that I'd done the right thing in warning him. I still feel that way, and I feel like I managed to navigate my ship through some very stormy waters, and somehow I managed to thread the needle in a way that saved both mine and Adam's asses. I feel pretty proud of myself sometimes, and it reminds me that taking the hard road and doing the right thing even when it's tough and scary is always the right way to go. But if I go the rest of my life never having to make tough choices like that again, I'll be a very happy man, and wherever Adam is these days, I hope he's okay, and that him and that Fat Bill Burr will never cross paths again. My name's Ryan, and I'm a grad student here in NYC, and I just managed to escape from the worst roommate I've ever had. I've been a fan of the show for a while now, and I've always kind of hoped that I'd never have a reason to contribute. I thought I could just listen to everyone else's creepy stories and never experience one of my own, but I guess that all changed when I met Kurt. I won't bore you with all the ins and outs of my housing situation in September last year, but let's just say that I needed a place to stay, and I needed it badly. And so I ended up going to view a single room in a shared apartment where my roomie would be a guy called Kurt. And Kurt wasn't there during the viewing, and I'm guessing that not only was that on purpose, but the landlord had the place scrubbed down to make it look like a regular, sane person lived there. After some couch surfing, I moved in on a 6-month contract starting October 1st of last year, and when I first met Kurt, I had absolutely no measure of what a creep he was going to be. He seemed like a quiet guy, into his old-school heavy metal with his long red hair and beard, and I honestly figured the only issue might be loud music or something like that. But pretty quickly, Kurt showed his character. And the first thing, and probably the least creepy thing relative to everything else, was his music. He played bass guitar, and at first me and him were pretty cool, so I asked him what band he was into after hearing him play one day. Now, he was into much more extreme stuff, but we talked about bands like Sabbath, Zeppelin, and my personal favorite, AC/DC, for a while, and it was cool to find some shared interests. But then, Kurt asked if I wanted to listen to something he wrote. Now, I responded saying, sure, go ahead, and then he gets out his phone and starts playing this recording that's just his bass line and a drum track. It sounded pretty cool at first, like kind of creepy sounding, but still pretty good, and it kind of reminded me of Dawn Patrol by Megadeth, if you know the song. Some vocals kicked in, something kind of weird sounding I had to almost concentrate on to hear, but then I realized I wasn't hearing anyone singing. It sounded like a young woman talking, and she sounded very upset. I figured it was some kind of spoken word thing that he was working on with someone, but then, as the girl kept on talking, I realized that she was the survivor of a violent, carnal assault, and that she was recounting her experiences either in court or some kind of police tape. I said, dude, is it real? And not like a sort of, oh man, that's cool kind of way, like, what the F kind of way. But Kurt just smiled and nodded and then started telling me about the exact crime it was from and things like that. I didn't say it to his face, but I thought using that audio was in very, very poor taste. But like I said, I didn't want to start an argument or cause any tension, and so I just palmed him off with something like, good art is always provocative, I guess, and then turned our talk onto something else. I only had to live with the guy, and I didn't think his weird taste in tunes meant that he was a serial killer or anything like that, but then I guess in that department, the thing he did next did him no favors. So I come home, I'm hungry, I open the fridge, and there's a bunch of what looks like organ meats in unlabeled jars, and the whole fridge stinks like vinegar. I felt like his stepdad or something going up to his room and asking him, like, hey buddy, what's that you left in the refrigerator there? It's awfully stinky for shared food storage, don't you think? Now Kurt's just sitting there, blasted out of his skull and listening to the Melvins, and while yes, the Melvins rule, they don't pair well with pickled organ meats. Kurt apologized, told me they were sort of not-so-live models for an art project that he was working on, and said that he'd have them out of the fridge by the end of the week. Again, this wasn't so bad because while it wasn't nice looking at a shriveled-up pig's heart every time I grabbed some creamer, it wasn't affecting my quality of life or anything like that. But then, come the end of the week, the way Kurt chose to dispose of those organs pushed things to a whole other level. I woke up to take a leak at about 4 o'clock in the morning, and I had to be up at 6:30, so I'm pissed that I'm actually losing out on sleep. I hit the upstairs hallway in my boxers, breathing through my nose, all half asleep, and then, bam, this smell like sour death just punches me in the nose. I can hear frying coming from downstairs, and so I kind of knew what Kurt was doing before I saw it. But I went down anyway to make sure, and when I saw him frying those pickled organs in a goddamn pan, I said, dude, what the actual F are you doing right now? Again, Kurt was all apologies like he always was. I promise that's not a Nirvana reference, but that time I was actually pissed off. Because once I went back up to bed, all I could smell was that sour death smell after it had gotten into my room. I couldn't go back to sleep at all. Like half because of the smell and half because of how mad I was that he'd try and cook that crap at 4 in the goddamn morning. It made him sick too, like he pretty much occupied the bathroom for the next 48 hours, meaning that I was relegated to peeing in bottles whenever he was camped out in there or whenever I was too scared to witness the aftermath. And that kind of knocked the pep out of him for a while, I suppose, because there was no more weird behavior out of Kurt, at least none I could see. Now, the next thing happened maybe 2 or 3 weeks later when I came home to find a piece of meat hanging from some string he had tied to a cabinet handle, just sort of hanging there over the workspace. It didn't have a hook going through it like you might be imagining. It was sort of all wrapped up and tied in a string, but then the string had little tiny pieces of metal hooked on them, and so the meat looked like it had maybe 4 or 5 of these little metal tags on it. Each tag had weird little symbols on it that was different to the others. Now right away I'm thinking, Kurt, what the hell, man? And while I wanted to just toss it because it was a freaking dripping onto the counter, I just wrapped it up in plastic and put it in the fridge for him. Kurt comes home asking why I moved his meat and then asked me not to do it again because he was curing it. I asked him if he put any salt on it, like fully knowing that he didn't because I saw it, and when he said no, I said he needed to put a lot of salt on it if he wanted to cure it. Now he says, "Oh, okay, thanks." And then when I visit the kitchen, there it is again. No salt, no rub, no nothing. It's just there. I looked up how to cure meat, and what I read says you actually do gotta put it in the fridge while it's salted, and so at that point I'm thinking, okay, why the hell is he lying to me? I didn't want to argue with him. I like the quiet life, you know? And so instead of actually telling him what a disgusting creep he was being with his little hellraiser ornament, I very politely suggested that he keep his meat in his bedroom so he wasn't making the kitchen unsanitary. I also added that he was going to make it a safety issue. I had no choice but to contact the landlord. I wasn't a dick about it. It was more like, just work with me, dude. And since he wasn't a total a-hole, Kurt agreed to do just that and keep his meat in his room. The final straw was when the smell of rotten meat started seeping out from under his bedroom door, and then it wasn't long before I noticed an uptick of flies in our apartment. I got in touch with the landlord and asked him to perform some kind of apartment inspection so he could personally tell Kurt to stop just letting raw meat rot in his bedroom. He said he was busy for a couple of days and he would be over the first chance he got. But before then, I realized why the apartment was starting to smell worse and worse. It wasn't just seeping out from Kurt's door. He was hiding pieces of it around the apartment and letting it rot. He didn't get violent or yell at me when I confronted him about it. He gave me some evil-looking death stare, but he didn't say anything. He just slammed his bedroom door in my face, told me he didn't want to talk to me anymore, and at that I called the landlord again and told him not to bother coming over, or at least not on my behalf anyways, because I wanted out. I still had to pay him a month's rent at the start of this month, but I honestly thought it was worth it just to get away from Kurt in that apartment. I think he's a scumbag because I figured that he deliberately hid Kurt's character from me, who, by the way, was having his rent paid by his goddamn parents. I also used to wonder how he could afford to live there without any discernible source of income, but on the way out, the landlord mentioned it and it all suddenly made sense. The same landlord actually offered me an alternative place to stay, but there was no way in hell that I was about to trust him again. Not after he basically tricked me into living with a freak like Kurt. So let me tell you a story about how the best living situation I ever had turned into the worst living situation I ever had, and why there's never been a truer statement than never judge a book by its cover. So many moons ago now, I was looking for places to live in the city I'm at when I came across this pretty amazing apartment while going through the listings. The decor is awesome, it's all furnished, and it was maybe 15 minutes walk away from my job too, so literally perfect in almost every possible way. The only drawback was that it was a shared apartment. Now, I wasn't completely averse to living with someone, but I also knew that if there was a clash of personalities or something like that, then things could get pretty tense pretty quick. I'd previously lived with a guy, I'm a guy myself by the way, who could only be safely described on YouTube as a Neolithic savage, because if I go into any detail, I'll probably get this video flagged if you actually read it. Now my point is, I knew that there was no point in me living in that place if the roomie was going to be difficult, and so I asked the landlord if I could meet him during the viewing, and that is how I met Todd. And Todd seemed like the dream roommate, honestly. He said he worked a lot and that he liked going to the gym and all of that in his spare time, but when he said that he'd be out of the apartment a lot, he wasn't kidding. I had the whole place to myself pretty much all day, every day, and the only times that I'd catch him chilling on the couch was when the game was on or when he had an injury or something like that. But even when he was home, I was stoked to have him around. He was a funny guy, he was clean, and he was chill too, so generally nice and easy to live with. But then came the night when everything changed. So the place had these 2 big bedrooms, these ensuite bathrooms, the works. Mine had a lock on the door too, but I didn't think that I'd need it, you know? Todd was a respectful and mature enough person to knock before entering and whatnot, so while I briefly considered using the lock, in the end I was sort of thinking, why bother? Now anyways, I've been living there for just over a month with absolutely zero complaints all around, and the whole time, Todd was the ideal roomie. But then one night, I woke up needing to pee in the middle of the night like usual, and when I rolled over in bed, all I could see was this dark figure standing by the open doorway. And I freaking screamed so loud. I pretty much dived backwards off the bed, still screaming at the top of my lungs. Then by the time I grabbed the little folding knife I kept in the drawer, Todd had switched on the light. It was him, standing there in his underwear, but as weird as it might sound, he was just as surprised as I was. You see, Todd wasn't aware that he'd got up out of bed and walked into my bedroom because he'd been sleepwalking. Now, I said he probably should have just told me that once I'd moved in, but as it turned out, Todd hadn't done any sleepwalking for years. He said he used to do it a bunch when he was a kid, especially after he and his family moved house one time, and he figured it was probably the change of me moving in having triggered it or something, and said that he'd never had neglected to mention if he'd been actively sleepwalking. I just wanted to get to sleep, honestly, so I just told him everything was fine and then went back to bed. Now, the next morning, I texted him to say basically, hey, sorry if that was weird, and I'm sorry about your condition coming back. I hope everything's okay. He told me we were good, but that maybe I should start locking my door in the future. I texted him back saying, sure thing, Captain Obvious, with maybe a laughing emoji, and then we were pals again. Now from then on, I started locking my door at night, but it also wasn't like Todd wasn't doing anything about it. He said he went to some doctor who gave him a prescription for mild sleeping pills, and then for about a week or so there was nothing. And then one night, I'm asleep in bed and I hear bang, 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 bang on my bedroom door. Now once again, I'm just about jumping out of bed, but since Todd's knocking, I figured that he must be awake, so I asked him what's up. But I get zero response. I knew he must have been sleepwalking, so I called out to him to say, hey, wake up! All that kind of stuff, but again, I got no reply. I got up out of bed thinking, please don't make this a regular thing. And then when I opened up the door, there's Todd, buck naked, with his eyes all rolled up in their sockets so all I could see was the whites. I yelled something, slammed the door, and I think that's what woke him up, because the next thing I hear is him saying sorry and then running back to his room, still apologizing. I didn't follow him. I was mad, but what the hell could I do? The guy had some serious condition. It wasn't really his fault. And so I went back to sleep, went to work the next morning, and then called Todd at lunch to see how he was doing. He kept apologizing for waking me up, but I made it clear that as long as he was seeking help, then it was fine. because sooner or later the issue would be resolved, and that's aside from the fact that he couldn't really help it. He was super grateful, which was fine, because what choice did I have other than to work with him? And then again, that same sort of pattern played itself out. He went to the doctor, got more powerful sleeping pills, and even started hammering cardio at the gym after work to really tire himself out, you know? And there were another couple of weeks without incidents, and then, once again, I woke up to Todd banging on my door in the middle of the night. I was just getting so tired of it by then. Almost every time we thought he'd handled it, it came back all over again. I started to suspect that he might not be sleepwalking, and that this was sort of like a weird way of trying to force me out. But I guess that was my paranoia and exhaustion talking because, well, I guess you'll soon see. And so he bangs on my door, wakes me up, and I start telling him to wake up and go back to bed. I put my head back down on the pillow, and he didn't knock again, but I also didn't hear him wake up or walk back to his room, so I got up, walked to the door, and started listening out for him. I figured that he might have maybe quickly walked off to another part of the house, but I also didn't want to just open my door up just in case he was standing there naked again. And so as I said, I listened, and what I heard sent a chill run through me. Todd was standing on the other side of the door, all right, and I knew that because he was whispering something. I knew it was just his unconscious brain working and that what he was saying probably didn't mean a thing, but just hearing him whispering on the other side of the door gave me the creeps, big time. I ended up waking him up by banging on the door back at him, and it sucked to hear him get scared and frightened, but at least it let me know that he was for real. I started questioning why him knocking on my door didn't wake him up, but me knocking back at him did. But I guess it was sort of like the outside stimulus throwing him off his sleep rhythm or something, because, like I said, I don't suspect him of faking this anymore. Now anyway, the final time it happened, before I started to consider just leaving at the end of that month, I recorded it to show Todd that next morning, and I guess just so he could see things from my perspective. Now he started hammering on my door again, and I tried waking him up by banging back, but for some reason that didn't work, and he started whispering again. Now I banged a second time, thinking another round of knocking back might do the trick, but all that did was make Todd start speaking louder, and it was then that I heard what he was saying for the first time, and it was almost like a prayer, but all kinds of jumbled. There was a lot of, "Our Heavenly Father, Lord, hallowed be thy name," but none of it actually went anywhere. It was all these phrases just sort of looping and spiraling until it sounded almost like nonsense talk, just like an edge of reason to it. Now he spoke in this weird voice too, like in the back of his throat almost, and I honestly think that it was one of the single creepiest things I've ever heard in my life. If I just woke up to that on the first night it happened, then I'd have been even more spooked than when Todd just appeared in my room. But since I kind of knew what was happening, I just went back to bed with a pillow wrapped around my head and tried to get some sleep. Now the next morning before I left for work, I showed him the video I took the previous night. It obviously didn't show much of him, but it captured all the creepy sounding nonsensical prayers that he recited in the back of his throat voice of his. I massively regret showing him that video, and I didn't do it to be mean or anything like that. I just needed him to see how serious it was and how bad he was disturbing my sleep. But oh man, the second he heard himself, it was like the stuffing had been knocked out of him. He went quiet. He said sorry, and then after telling him I'd see him later and we could talk about it after work, I figured that he'd head out the door like he usually did. Only he didn't. He just sat down at the kitchen table and he started to cry. Now later that day I got a text from Todd saying that he was checking himself into some kind of medical facility and that he might not be back for a month or two, maybe more. I had the apartment all to myself for a while, which was nice in a way, but I was really worried about Todd. We kept in touch and I'd ask him how his treatment was going and all of that, but he'd always give me one-word answers and then change the subject like he didn't want to talk about it. Now, I remember thinking it probably wasn't going well since he didn't want to talk about it much, and then after 2 months, Todd told me that he wouldn't be moving back to live with me, and he'd be sending someone over to gather his stuff. It was sad, Knowing this super capable guy was having such trouble with a medical condition, I mean, it was creepy as hell being in the middle of all of that, and I think it'd have been a hell of a lot more frightening if I didn't know what was going on. But I did, and there was a rational explanation for it. It just sucked it was happening to him, and I lost his number after losing my phone, so these days I can't reach out to see how he's doing. So Todd, buddy, if you just so happen to be listening to this somehow, I hope you're doing much better, and I still think about you from time to time. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul, and all those links can be found in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, don't trade your Pokemon for peanuts. Hey guys, before the video begins, I just wanted to let you know I opened up a new tier on my Patreon where some friends and I will be reviewing horror movies. It's called the Dead Astronauts Movie Review Podcast, and the first episode is up, and it's a review of an awesome cult classic, The Exorcist. Go check it out, link down below, and thank you to everyone who listens and supports the channel. God bless. My name's Allie. I'm from Las Vegas, and growing up, I was something of a problem child. I hit rock bottom after getting so drunk in my teenage years that I gave myself alcohol poisoning, and I had to go to the hospital to get my stomach pumped. And then when I woke up, I had the single worst hangover of my entire life, and my parents were there. It was a whole thing. Mom just cried. My dad was mad as hell, though, and said that I had two choices. I could go dry out on my uncle's farm up north, or they'd send me to some Christian sober camp full of born-again weirdos. They didn't have the money to send me to some fancy smanchy rehab center, so those were my two options, and I chose the farm. Technically, Uncle Alan wasn't exactly my uncle. He was more like one of my dad's third cousins, but he'd been living up north on this little ranch for the past 20 years or so, and since he and Dad were close when they were kids, he figured that he could call in a favor. Alan agreed, and so off I went for a whole 2 weeks so I could dry out and learn the meaning of hard work. The ranch was up near a little town called Wild Horse, and to get there, we had to drive into the hills for a few miles before we reached a large green gully, like a dimple in the hills, kind of, and that was my uncle's farm. It wasn't big, but he had plenty growing there. He had a tomato patch, a plot for all kinds of chilies, and then on the other side, he had a big watermelon patch and a whole orchard full of apricot trees. It was a really beautiful place, and I started to think that it might be a pretty cool place to dry out for a while. But bearing in mind that we're arriving at night, so as Dad's headlights hit it, I suddenly saw just how run down the house was. It looked like it used to be a nice place, like back when it was built, but by the time I arrived there, it looked bad. There was also a part of me that thought it would be like, "Hey, long time no see, kid." But no, this guy did not seem pleased to see me at all. He and my dad said hi to each other, then I just stood by thinking that I was about to be introduced or something, but my Uncle Alan cuts my dad off as he's speaking and then very sternly tells me to get in the house. Now, I'm kind of stunned that he'd even talk to me like that, especially right in front of my father. But all Dad did was tell me to listen to Alan. This was after sundown too, maybe like 9:30ish, so I started walking towards the lights of the house in front of me while in a total state of shock. I remember thinking how I should have chosen the Christian camp and how at least they'd have been nice to me. And then the first thing I noticed as I walked towards the house was how all the windows had been papered over with old newspapers. I walked inside thinking that I made the second biggest mistake of my life, the first being alcohol poisoning, and then after putting my bag down, it wasn't long before Alan walked in behind me, told me to take my bags upstairs into the guest room. No "hi, how are you," no offering to help me, just grab your crap and get moving. The guest bedroom's window overlooked the front of the house, and it would have made for a nice view if it wasn't papered over. And then just seconds after sitting down in the bed, wondering what the heck I got myself into, I heard Alan suddenly call me downstairs. And that's when he laid down the rules, and they were harsh ones. Basically, it all came down to three things. I was going to work, and I was going to do what I was told, and I was forbidden from leaving the house for any reason at all. The first two I kind of expected, but not being able to leave the house at all had me thinking, you gotta be kidding me, right? Well, he was not kidding, and if I didn't like it, I was welcome to march my ass back into Wild Horse to catch the bus back to Vegas. And since I didn't have so much as a penny to my name, I was basically a prisoner there. I figured the only thing that'd get me through was going for walks in the orchard or picking ripe watermelons for us to eat. But no, I had to stay inside and either cook, clean, or read. Not because Alan had decided those were my options, but because there was literally nothing else to do. I just cried that first night. I cried myself to sleep, actually, thinking the next 2 weeks were going to be hell on earth. But while I sure got a little taste of hell, it came much sooner than I was expecting, and it didn't come from Alan. The first day started pretty well, actually, because if there was one thing Alan was good at, it was cooking. I got this big breakfast of bacon, eggs, biscuits, and black coffee, and it was all great. But that breakfast wasn't so much a treat as it was fuel for the work that followed. He had me cleaning that house all freaking day, stopping only for an admittedly very good lunch of chicken salad sandwiches. And that was the friendliest Alan got with me. When I asked if he'd grown the tomatoes that we were eating, he said yes. I said they were good, and then he kind of pursed his lips and nodded before we kept on eating in silence. Now, I guess that's how I knew that he didn't completely hate me, but it was clear that he didn't exactly want me there either. And so after lunch, I went back to work to earn my keep. That first day sucked, and the second day was more of the same. But then weirdly, by the end of the third day, I was actually starting to feel kind of at home. I guess it was the psychological effect of the place looking and smelling nice, but I started feeling this weird sense of ownership, and I found a newfound appreciation for sobriety. Alan didn't exactly warm up to me, ever actually, but he did stop being such an a-hole with me once I started to sort of get with the program. But then that night, the third of my stay with him, I realized that there was a lot more to him than met the eye. So remember how I said that my windows were papered over? Well, there was a tiny little gap in one of them between the paper and the frame, meaning that I could look out over the driveway and some of the vegetable patches if I put my eye up real close. Well, that night, I'm lying in bed, not able to sleep, when I heard voices outside the house. I got curious, and so I ended up rolling out of bed and creeping over to the window to see what's going on. Now, the first thing that I saw were these two dark figures, only dimly lit by the lights coming from the ground floor. And then at their feet, there were two big sacks of what looked to be Alan's produce. They looked like they were leaning over and checking out what the sacks held, and then when I heard the sound of the door opening and closing downstairs, the two figures stood up straight and backed off a little, like they were wary of what Alan might do. Now, I couldn't hear exactly what Alan said to them, but once he'd said it, the two figures reached down and picked up the sacks and then walked off into the darkness. It was weird because, while it looked like a fairly innocent exchange, it didn't seem friendly at all. Alan stayed watching them after they turned and walked off, almost like he didn't trust them. And I don't think these two guys said a single word of thanks, as they took a heck of a lot of fruit and vegetables, too. It just looked so odd, and I couldn't help but wonder who these two guys were as I drifted off to sleep that night. Now, the next morning, when I asked who the two nighttime visitors were, Alan looked very shifty before claiming that they were his friends. He also said it in a way that suggested that I shouldn't ask him any more questions, and so I decided to leave things at that. And then maybe an hour or two later, I'm peeling potatoes for that night's dinner. Alan announces he's driving into town. Now, he told me the rules still applied, especially when he was gone, and that I wasn't to leave the house for any reason whatsoever. Not unless it was for an absolute life or death emergency. Well, no sooner had he left, and in spite of how much he clearly trusted me not to, I went outside. I mean, can you blame me? The whole outside rule just seemed bizarre at that point. I get that I had to work and stuff to keep my hands and mind occupied, but the idea of not being able to look at all those beautiful trees and the sky, it just seemed ridiculous, you know? No, I wasn't even considering running off to find drugs or alcohol by that point, so I figured why the heck not, and walked out onto the porch to enjoy the mid-morning sunshine. It was really beautiful out there, and not seeing the sky for about 3 days gave me a real appreciation for being outside again, and it didn't really sink in for me until that day on the porch that Alan had his own little slice of heaven up there in the hills. Assuming that he'd stay in town for a little while, I figured Alan might be gone for 40 to 45 minutes tops, and that gave me at least 20 to 30 minutes to sit out on the porch and enjoy the sunshine before it was back to being a prisoner again. I remember taking a book from Alan's collection, some local history thing that looked like it might be interesting, and then I sat flicking through it until I gave up and started gazing out into the apricot trees. Now, I figured if I got lost in the book, I'd lose track of time, at which point Alan might come home and see me out on the porch, and well, I didn't want that to happen. But then as I'm sitting there just kind of soaking up the scene, I see someone standing in the apricot orchard maybe 50 yards away. Apricot trees aren't very tall, at least these ones weren't anyway, and they looked more like big bushes and were wide enough so that someone could kind of hide behind them, at least hide their body anyway. Because as I'm looking through the orchard, I see this pair of legs sticking out from under a big patch of green leaves. They weren't moving either. They were just sort of standing there, and from what I could tell, they were just watching me through a gap in all that greenery. Now, my first thought was that it was one of Alan's friends, maybe even one of the guys who visited the previous night. And so, not wanting to be rude or anything, I raised a hand and gave the person a little wave. Not just to say hello, but to say something like, "I see you watching me there, and it's kind of creepy." Now, I figured they'd either move out of embarrassment that I'd caught them staring, or at least wave back. But they didn't move. They just kept on watching me through the leaves of that apricot tree. We entered a kind of lopsided staring contest with me staring at the tree and him staring back at me through that greenery, and then before long I started to get a little creeped out. I remembered how frosty the previous night's exchange had been, how Alan had claimed those guys were his friends, but I didn't believe him. Then realizing the person I was staring at might have been less than friendly, I got up off that porch swing and then walked back inside the house and went upstairs to watch from my little spy spot. Now, Alan returned not long after, and then after a little bit of lunch, we each kept on working until dinner time. I wanted so badly to ask Alan about those visitors, especially the one who appeared in the orchard that afternoon. But as you're well aware, doing so would have been an admission that I hadn't followed the rules, which was completely off the table for me. Now, I'd only just started to feel settled, so the last thing I wanted to do was piss Alan off so bad that he actually kicked me out, at which point I'd have to walk the entire 10 miles back into Wild Horse, which I definitely didn't want to do. And so, without so much as a word about it, I went to bed hoping that he'd take another trip into town at one point so I could go for a little stroll in the orchard. Now, I didn't want to bump into whoever had been staring at me, that's for sure, but that's just where my head was. Now, anyway, that night, I remember waking up to go to the bathroom, and then when I got back, I heard voices outside again. I went to the window and then looked through the crack between the paper and the frame again. Just like the previous night, those two shadowy figures were standing there, but without any produce at their feet. There was a skinny, taller one and a fatter one, and to me, it looked like Alan was trying to convince the two men of something. I just couldn't figure out what. And then the next thing I knew, Alan was stepping off the porch and making aggressive-looking gestures towards them. I figured they might back off like they did the last night, because I was pretty sure those guys were sort of scared of Alan based on the way they acted when he walked outside to greet them. But this time, their reaction was the complete opposite. They didn't back up. They moved forward, fast. And after knocking Alan off of his feet, they started kicking him again and again and again. I was terrified, and the only thing I wanted to do was hide under the bed until everything had stopped, but I knew that wasn't an option. I ran downstairs to the kitchen to grab the big carving knife that Alan kept in his knife block, and then after running outside onto the porch, I pointed the knife and yelled at the two men to leave him alone. Now close up, these were the two ugliest SOBs I had ever laid eyes on. I don't want to go guessing and saying that they were inbred, but they sure as hell look like it. They backed off a little once they saw the knife, but neither guy ran off. Instead, the skinny one smiled and pulled a gun on me, and while the other one just sort of laughed. I didn't drop the knife or anything, and I didn't back off either, but a part of me was convinced that I was about to die, and I started shaking like a leaf. Yet for a reason unknown at that moment, the tall, skinny one didn't shoot. As Alan crawled towards me and picked himself up, he told me to get inside in a voice that sounded like he was in a lot of pain. Now his whole thing had been do as I say, but I knew the moment that I was inside, those two guys were going to keep on kicking the crap out of him, or they were just going to shoot him. It didn't occur to me at the time that if they wanted to shoot either of us, they would have just done it. But like I said, I had no idea what those guys wanted or who they even were, so I didn't know what to expect. And once Alan was back on his feet and moving again, I followed him back towards his front door, taking little sideways crab steps until we were almost back inside again. Now I yelled that we were going to call the cops, but both guys just started laughing again. Alan didn't have a phone and they knew it, so they were still laughing as they turned and walked off into the darkness. But not before one of them said, in a way that made my skin crawl,
"I'll be seeing you real soon, little girl. Real soon."
And when we got back inside, I was mad at Alan, yelling, "What the hell is going on? Who were those people?" But he came right back at me with the same energy, yelling, "What the hell were you thinking? I told you not to go outside." It took me a second to figure out how he knew, but then things made sense. The guy who had been watching me in the orchard that time, it was either one of those guys or someone who knew them, and they'd gone and mentioned it to Alan. Now, I had no idea how this was all connected to him getting beat up, but it was very obviously connected somehow. So I remember getting this overwhelming feeling of, oh crap, I messed up. I just didn't know why I'd messed up so bad. All I could do was apologize as Alan ranted and raved about how he'd warned me not to go outside. He mentioned something about papering over the windows too, and how he did it so they wouldn't see me. I wasn't mad. It was more like pleading, but I started asking Alan who they really were, because they were quite obviously not friends of his, but also asking him why the hell he'd let me stay there if I wasn't safe. No, I didn't think that he could get any madder, but when I asked him that last thing, he exploded and said the only reason that he'd done my dad the favor was because he said I'd die otherwise. He said things would have been fine had I just followed the rules, and while I don't entirely believe that to be true, I definitely accelerated whatever was coming by showing myself like I did. It was just a whirlwind of emotion in the moment. Now first off, I was mad at my dad for choosing Alan's farm of all places. And what the actual F was Alan thinking in not letting my dad know that he was being extorted by some kind of redneck mafia, it seemed like. If I'd have known, I'd have chosen that freaking Bible camp in a heartbeat. But I had no idea what was in store for me, and I guess my dad didn't either, or he'd never had wanted me there in the first place. Now, I never found out exactly who those guys were, but then again, Alan didn't really know either. All he said was that they showed up at the farm one night and gave him a choice: provide them with food every so often, or they'd burn it all down. Then, giving the nightly visitors what they wanted kept them from stealing more than they got, at least for a while anyway. They never saw eye to eye, but the way Alan saw it, it was the price that he had to pay to live in his own little slice of heaven, and much more preferable than starting a blood feud with a bunch of cousin-loving sons of bitches, as he put it. Which brings me to the second thing that had my head so whacked out, and that's why Alan and the visitors had gotten into their little altercation. So on the third night, the visitors came to collect the fruit and vegetables, right? But Alan said that he figured they weren't happy with what he'd given them. Then on that afternoon, when I took it upon myself to sit out on the porch swing, one of the visitors spotted me after coming to steal extras. To me, that was an innocent if not fairly creepy encounter, but to the visitors, it meant that Alan had something new to offer them instead of fruit and vegetables. Myself. Obviously, when asked if they could take me away with them for a couple of nights, Alan said hell no. And then when the discussion got so fierce he insulted them, they attacked him. And that explained why the guy didn't shoot me when I appeared with a knife. They wanted to take me alive. I remember that full-body, terror-stricken, this cannot be happening sort of feeling, where I had to drag myself back from the brink of a panic attack. And then once I'd gathered my thoughts, only one of them stuck in my head, and that's how we needed to get the hell out of there, pronto. But not only was Alan in no condition to drive, at least until a couple of painkillers had taken effect, but it wasn't safe for us to drive at night, not with the visitors hanging around and expecting such an escape attempt. And the best thing to do was to just stay put until morning. Now I'm losing my crap at this point, saying, what are they? Effing vampires? But Alan said no, they were just men, and that I should just go get his rifle out of the closet up in his room. We turned off all the lights, and then once Alan was able to walk around and shoulder his gun, we patrolled the house after peeling off all the newspaper from the windows. It was the scariest night of my whole life because it really sunk in for me that there are things much worse than death, and being carted off by those inbred freaks would have been a fate worse than dying. Thankfully, they didn't come back that night, I guess because they were rounding up reinforcements probably for a return visit. But if they did show up again, I was long gone, because Alan drove me into Wild Horse with a shotgun on his lap at the very break of dawn. Now I thought that I might cry with relief, but I barely even breathed as we drove through those hills, thinking at any moment Alan's truck was going to start getting shot at by people on both sides of the road. I guess the adrenaline only wore off once I was on a bus down to a place called Elko, but even after a sleepless night, I still couldn't rest my eyes enough to fall asleep, and all I could really do was cry. I mean, the fact that I was riding on a bus didn't help, but I think even if I got a motel and a comfortable bed, what happened that previous night would have had me lying there wide awake, wondering what the hell I just escaped from. And the aftermath was obviously messy, but much more boring and depressing compared to the stuff that I just told you about. Dad actually didn't believe me at first, and thought that I might have actually escaped as a way of getting out of rehab. By the time he did finally believe me, he was mad as hell at Alan for not telling him what was going on there. I get the misunderstanding, especially if my dad was telling Alan how I was on death's door, but it was one hell of a thing to suddenly find myself in the middle of, and just days after I almost drank myself to death. Mom later said that Dad drove up to Wild Horse again to confront him, but found no one home when he arrived at the house. All he found was a bunch of broken windows and empty shotgun shells on the front porch. He reported both to local law enforcement, but he never heard back about it. He took a brief look inside, and the fact that he didn't see any blood anywhere gives me hope that Alan is still alive someplace. But I fear his little slice of heaven up there in the hills of northern Nevada belongs to someone else now. So let me tell you about this girl called June, who I was friends with back when I was a kid. I had to move schools near the start of 7th grade, which was a real pain in the butt in terms of settling in and making friends, especially since I'd gone from the city to the country, which might as well have been two different worlds back then. June was the only one in school who bothered to take the time to get to know me, because she also knew what it was like being the new girl. Until just the previous year, June had been homeschooled by her parents on their farm out in the sticks. But then, for whatever reason, they decided to place her in middle school so she could be properly socialized or what have you. And when I say her family lived out in the sticks, in the middle of nowhere, boy, do I mean it. June had to wake up at 4:30 in the morning so her dad could drive her to the nearest town, just so she could catch the 7 a.m. bus to school. Now, she must have felt like double the outsider having to start in a brand new school, having never even been to one before, and I guess that's why she took so kindly to me after I showed up in town. We spent pretty much all of our school days together, and she really helped me settle in. But unlike other kids who'd call each other or go over to each other's houses after school, me and June couldn't do really any of that thanks to how far apart we lived. Now, it was just too far to drive for either of our parents, especially after their long days at work, but that was to be expected. What wasn't was how June's family didn't have a phone line on their property, which obviously meant that they had no phone. That was the first real clue that I had that June's family were different. I mean, aside from the fact that they lived in the middle of nowhere, I didn't even think that it was all that strange that she was homeschooled, since I'd known that was a thing for quite a while. But then in the summer between 7th and 8th grade, I went to stay with June and her family for about a week, and it was then and only then that I realized just how different her family really was. And so, like I say, visiting wasn't so easy with June since she lived so far away, and then by the time summer break came around, we couldn't bear to go months at a stretch without seeing each other, so our families made an arrangement. For a whole week, I'd go stay with June and her family out on their farm, and then at some point later on, June could do the same and come stay with us for a week. Now I was really excited to go see her and meet her family, and just as excited for her to meet mine. And then when the time came, I packed a week's worth of my best clothes, a bunch of other stuff that I wanted to show her, and then my dad and I set off on the 4-hour journey to where June lived. Now it felt like we drove forever, mainly because I couldn't wait to see my best friend, and then when we arrived, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was like Junebug, my nickname for her, was living in her very own Disney movie. Her family had their own homestead out there right on the very edge of the wilderness and farming country, and not only was it a really beautiful place, but they had horses too. Junebug ran out in her Oshkosh to give me a hug, and then our dads had a talk and shook hands before mine announced that he was leaving. We hugged and I promised him I'd be good, and then off he went, and I thought I was about to have the best week of my whole life out there on June's family farm. But holy crap, was I wrong about that. That first day and night were great, with her parents and older brother and sister all being super nice to me, but then on the second day, I saw something which made me think all was not as it appeared to be. We were playing around the side of the house and her dad was fixing his truck out near the driveway when I saw this man walking down the dirt road the house was on. I saw him first and then pointed him out to June, and then she yelled to her dad, who looked up and saw him last. It was an older man, one who walked with a slight limp, and I figured it must have been one of June's neighbors. But she said that she'd never seen him before in her life, and when her dad saw him, he started marching up the driveway to cut him off like he didn't want him coming near the house. Now June and I kept on playing, but I kept my eye out on the two men, and while I couldn't hear what they were talking about, I watched them for a minute or two before the older man suddenly dropped to his knees. He was begging June's dad for something, but he was gesturing all mad, pretty much saying, get up, and trying to shoo the man off. It was really weird, and even June stopped to watch as I asked her a whole bunch of questions that I didn't know the answer to. Now that's when I first started to suspect that her dad wasn't the super nice guy like I thought he was. And while he was never anything but wonderful to me personally, things got really strange from there on out. Like when I found the shed at the very back of the backyard. June's family had a gigantic backyard which led onto this big patch of woods that her dad and brother sometimes went hunting in. Then, while we were out playing in the backyard on the third day, I ran over towards the shed only to hear June yell for me to wait. I stopped and turned around, and she was running full pelt to reach me. Then, as she caught her breath, She explained how we weren't allowed to go anywhere near that one shed, and that her dad would be really mad if he caught us. I have to stress too, the shed wasn't like sitting there out in the lawn. It was way back among the trees, so far you couldn't even see it from the back porch. So when June told me that we had to stay away from it, it kind of made sense that her dad wanted to hide something away in there. I wasn't allowed up near our attic because my dad kept all those dangerous tools up there, so in my head, it made all the sense in the world that June's dad kept things away from the kids. But these days, I don't think that there was anything godly or innocent in there at all, let alone tools. On the fourth day, June's dad and brother went out on a hunting trip. I asked June if we'd be having whatever they caught for dinner, but she said no, that only rarely did they go hunting for meat. I started asking her a whole bunch of questions that she didn't know the answers to again, but we didn't focus on it for long. We were always playing and laughing and talking about what 8th grade would be like, so even once I'd started to notice things, there were too many distractions for me to get too freaked out. A few hours later, June's dad and brother came back with a couple of turkeys. We spotted them walking back through the woods when we were playing in the backyard, and that's when I first noticed how they didn't have any guns with them. Now, I pretty much learned to stop asking questions by then because June didn't seem to know much about anything, bless her heart. But to this day, I wonder to myself, how the hell did they catch those birds if they didn't have guns? Now, for anyone who doesn't know much about turkeys, they're not slow. They can easily outrun a human if they need to, and if they take off flying, forget about it, you're not catching one on foot. So how the heck did her dad and brother manage to catch them by hand? Granted, I know they could have had traps laid out, but their horses roamed all over too, so I don't think that it'd make much sense to risk hurting them, and not just those turkeys. But that was just the smaller side of things, because what really got my attention was how June's brother had all this blood and gore around his mouth and neck. Her dad laughed about how shell-shocked he looked later and explained it as a little rite of passage that his own father had him go through too. But to me, it feels like another one of those things that had a deeper and much darker meaning behind it than what I was being told. We didn't see any of that turkey meat either, just like June said. Her dad just took those things out to his forbidden shed and did God knows what to them. And that night, we woke up to hear June's sister screaming at the top of her lungs. The sound scared the ever-living crap out of me, but June just wrapped a pillow around her head and said it happened all the time. It turns out her sister had these really bad night terrors, and even after she woke up, she wouldn't quite know where she was for the first couple of seconds. And that meant that she sometimes screeched out things like, it's here," when her dad went to wake her up, which is what she yelled the first night she did. She did it again the second night, only she shouted, it won't stop. That second night it just felt sad. Like listening to the way she cried, how tired she sounded, I just felt awful for her. But I think the thing that bothered me the most, and the thing that I still think was the weirdest and creepiest thing of all, the fowls. And so on the 5th, 6th, and final day of my stay, June's dad was super busy dealing with pregnant horses giving birth. This wasn't a total surprise, as June had already pointed one out before telling me it was pregnant, but apparently 3 of them all decided to give birth right at the same time, which obviously posed quite a challenge to June's dad, brother, and older sister, who joined him to help out. I remember asking June if she was excited to have some young horses running around because they would no doubt be super cute, but she just shrugged and told me how they never survived for very long. And as you can imagine, she didn't know very much. She just said it happened a lot and that her dad always took the newborn fowls to the shed to try and nurse them, but they never survived because they came out different. And when I asked, what do you mean they come out different? June told me they came out looking wrong, and it was clear that they weren't going to survive. And then when she said that some of them didn't even look like horses, I told her not to say any more, as the thought of those poor things coming out all confused and in pain just made me want to cry. It was like that for 3 days, and in that time it was mostly just me, June, and her mom around the house. And then every so often the dad, brother, or sister would appear all covered in blood and gunk, usually to grab some water or a bite to eat before heading back to keeping on with their work. It was horrible, and sometimes you could hear these horrible horse screams off in the distance. And so by that 7th and final day of my stay, I was more than ready to go home again. I remember my dad coming to pick me up, and when he asked if I had a nice time during the ride home, I just started to cry. Once I stopped, I explained everything to him, how June's family were nice, just really, really creepy at times. My dad listened to all the stuff about hunting with no guns, the thing about the horses giving birth, and how June never saw the results of any of it, and he was just open-mouthed by the end of it. He and Mom agreed that I was just to never go there again, and they were kind of weird around June when she came to stay with us later in the summer. We stayed friends, at least until the end of middle school when my family moved all over again. Sadly, we didn't end up staying in touch for more than a year, and I have no idea where she is now or what she's doing with herself. I hope she's okay, but I've never, ever forgotten all the strange and frightening things that happened that week that I stayed over at Junebug's place. Hey Joel, I've been a fan for the longest time now, and I always thought that it'd be kind of cool to send a story in. But then, since that also means some terrible and frightening thing has to happen to me, I'm always kind of glad that I don't have one worthy of submission, you know? But then after going through my grandpa's old box of keepsakes, rest in power, Grandpa, I found an old letter written by a man whose name I'd only ever heard of in passing. That of my great-great-great-grandpa, Joseph Paget. Now, I didn't know that much about him before I read the letter, and I had to have my grandma kind of confirmed what it was before I could be certain of it. But after reading through it all, I realized why my grandpa kept it around, and why he didn't take it out of its plastic wallet much, especially around us kids. And then, rather than just describe it all, I figured that I'd just type it out, word for word, and maybe see what you guys think for yourself. It was dated July 17th, 1851, to my dear friend Robert. I must first convey my most sincere gratitude for your kind recommendation of Tremont House in the port of Galveston. The accommodations proved altogether comfortable and commodious. The excellent bottle of Chablis, which you so thoughtfully procured in advance, was much enjoyed, and I am given to understand that the faithful Francine continues to attend to dear Evelyn with every care during my absence. Your steadfast friendship remains among the choicest blessings which a merciful Providence has seen fit to bestow upon me in this life. Yet I regret that this might be the brightest note sounded in my present correspondence, for the tidings I bear are of the most grave and sorrowful nature. You will recall that shortly after Christmas last I received a most generous offer of employment from the governor of Texas. I informed you at the time that the position was one of medical residency, and while that statement was in it itself truthful, I fear I have not been altogether candid with you. Though my secondary duty was indeed to advise and assist the physicians of San Antonio, my principal charge carried me far beyond that settled place, into regions I am certain you would have strongly counseled me to avoid, the scattered settlements of the Texas frontier. You have expressed your views upon the subject of westward expansion with such frequency and force that I may safely presume you know them to be ever present in my mind. I respect those convictions deeply. Yet I have seen with my own eyes a clear, pressing, and most urgent want of competent medical men in those distant outposts, not only for the preservation of the settlers themselves, but for the safety of us all. For in this age of steam and rail, the maladies of even our remotest neighbors may swiftly become our own. I speak chiefly of pestilence and other contagious distempers. While I fully understand the hesitation of my colleagues, I could not escape the question, if not I, then who? I arrived in San Antonio in the spring following a dire and dusty journey from the coast, and upon my arrival I was immediately struck by the brilliance of the old Spanish cathedral of San Fernando, which rises over the main plaza. Surrounding it was a curious mix of ancient adobe homes and newer, more contemporary-looking buildings, and while the streets teemed with both Tejanos and a great many European settlers, Among them were a handful of soldiers and the odd Comanchero trader. Those were the men who caught my attention the most, not only for their strange manner of dress, but for the surety with which they carried themselves. They aren't natives, of course, but Teano Spanish who forged trading arrangements with certain bands of less aggressive Comanche. They are fearsome to behold, and appear as men who've seen things of great magnificence and great terror, and I despaired to look at them. For it was the plains on which they lived, fought, traded, and died that I myself was destined for. After a night spent in lodgings much more humble than Tremont House, myself and some hired guns rode westward onto the open plains toward an isolated settlement known as Fort William. We rode for 2 days and 1 night, camping on the open prairie and beyond the ring of older settlements. The land opened up into a vast rolling sea of grass, dotted with mesquite and prickly pear, with a horizon so wide it seems to swallow a man's very sense of scale and proportion. We made a good progress the first day, albeit beneath a fierce sun, and paused at a spring-fed creek among a small party of traveling settlers. The night was spent under the stars with a low fire, the coyotes singing their eerie chorus while we kept watch against ever-present threats. The journey tested both our horses and constitution, and the second day brought a drier country still, with the desolate distance shimmering in the heat. We rode for hours until at least the modest stockade of Fort William appeared on the plain, appearing as a lonely sentinel among a vast expanse of nothingness. I must confess to expecting something a little more professional, but what greeted us was a small and rather haphazard collection of picket walls, log huts, and adobe structures, which appeared to have been thrown up with more haste than order. A mere dozen or so families made their home there, mostly hardy frontier folk, a few soldiers and some teamsters clustered together for mutual protection against the savagery that abounds in this place. Water is drawn from a brackish creek, meat from the hunt, and news from the outer world arrives only when a rider chances through. Life is stark and unyielding. The women tend small gardens and mind the stock, while the men work construction or stand watch. Evenings are spent around common fires with stories, hymns, and constant vigilance. The sky is immense and the winds ceaseless, and one somehow feels both the freedom and the peril of such a remote place all at once. Yet it is there that these people choose to make their home, and for that choice, they paid dearly. On the second day, a curious incident occurred that set the families on edge. As late one afternoon, a lone rider appeared far out on the prairie, moving slowly across the crest of a distant rise. At first, we took him for a welcome messenger or a lost traveler, and several men rode out a short way to hail him. But the stranger halted upon a low rise, sitting motionless upon his horse for a long while, and simply watching the fort with a stillness that carried no friendly greeting. No signal was returned, nor any approach made, and then after some minutes, he returned and rode away at an easy pace before being swallowed by the distant horizon. The fear that settled over the little community was palpable. Mothers drew children close, rifles were checked, and quiet talk of Comanche scouts, or worse, lingered well into the night. The next morning, tensions rose sharply when the inhabitants awoke to find dead birds deposited near the fort's walls. Doves, meadowlarks, and blackbirds were found strewn about, as though some unseen hand had cast them down in the night, and the sight unnerved the entire settlement. Some of the other frontiersmen muttered darkly that it was a deliberate warning from the Comanche, a sign that the fort was marked for destruction and that the warriors were closer than any scout had detected. Others, their faces set like cut flint, declared that they would die where they stood before they abandoned their homes and fields. Rifles were oiled with greater care that day, children kept close to the cabins, and a heavy silence fell over the fort, broken only by the melancholic howling of prairie winds. Tensions were already high after the lone rider and the grim discovery of dead birds scattered about the fort, but on a moonless night, they rose to outright terror at a sound that came drifting on the winds. For emanating from the darkness beyond the pickets came the unmistakable sounds of a war dance. We heard drums beating low, steady rhythm that seemed to cut through our very bones, but these were nothing compared to the screeching chants of the warriors. Their war songs drifted across the prairie like the wails of tormented spirits rising and falling in eerie cadence, fierce yet mournful. The fort's families huddled together in their cabins, while the men gripped their rifles at the walls while peering into the blackness. No one slept, for every soul feared that at any moment the darkness would erupt into an onslaught. The ghostly songs continued for hours before fading into the emptiness, leaving the little fort shaken to its core, yet still they did not waver. For several days afterwards, a strange lull settled over the fort. No further riders appeared, nor war songs drifted on the nightly wind, yet the tension remained as taut as a hostile's bowstring. The fort's occupants went about their tasks, but rifles were never far from reach. Sleep came lightly, with every gust of wind or distant dust devil drawing anxious eyes to the horizon. Then one night, a loud alarm was raised when a sizable party of Comanche warriors came riding boldly toward the fort from across the prairie. The menfolk rushed to the walls, preparing for desperate battle as they loaded rifles and primed pistols. Yet to their infinite relief, the riders halted well short of range and raised a large white flag high above their heads. On the assumption they wished to parley, the fort sent out a small armed delegation of 3 men. Yet scarcely had greetings been exchanged when the trap was sprung. With a sudden and violent screech, the Comanche overwhelmed the delegation, impaling them on their war lances. Warriors then dismounted and began butchering them alive, all within plain view of the man on the fort's battlements. The effect of the delegation's screams of agony had a terrible effect on the defenders. Then, once terror had settled firmly among their ranks, the main body of the Comanche war party surged forward. They forced the gates with sheer numbers and fire, then poured inside, running amok among the cabins and corrals. What followed was a protracted and brutal struggle. Men fought hand to hand with knife, tomahawk, and clubbed rifle as the air filled with smoke and screams. Warriors attempted to drag women and children away into the plains, with several only being stopped by desperate point-blank shots or the fierce intervention of husbands and fathers wielding axes and knives. The battle raged across the dusty enclosure for what seemed an eternity, with every hut and wall becoming a separate field of combat. For a short period, I feared all was lost. But by God's mercy, the defenders prevailed at last, driving the attackers out and securing the shattered gates. But the victory came at a terrible cost. Many good men lay dead or dying, women and children were wounded, and the little fort ran red with the blood of both attacker and defender alike. I remained there for days afterwards, tending the injured as best my skills and limited supplies allowed. I set broken limbs, extracted rifle balls, and dressed cruel lacerations. I also eased the passing of those beyond earthly help using a meager supply of morphine I carried with me. The survivors now face the future with grim resolve, but the price of holding that lonely outpost upon the plains has already been dearly paid. After doing what I could for the wounded at Fort William, I moved on to another small settlement some miles further west, one that had suffered a recent attack all of its own. There I found a man lying in a darkened cabin, sorely wounded by lance and shot, yet the deepest injury of all was to his spirit, for I came to learn that his wife and young daughter had been dragged away by the Comanche during the assault. Day after day I dressed his wounds and tried to raise his spirits, but he would only turn his face to the wall and whisper that he could no longer care to live. The light had gone out of his eyes, and he seemed a man already half departed from this world, waiting only for the final summons. All of this has left me with a heavy heart and the clear conviction that a great and terrible conflict between the settlers and the Comanche is now inevitable. The hatred runs too deep, the outrages too many on both sides, and the frontier too wide and lawless for any lasting peace. I therefore mean to finish my immediate duties here and make arrangements to leave these western plains before the storm breaks in earnest and this entire region is consumed in fire and bloodshed. May God protect you, and may He in His wisdom reunite us soon. Your faithful friend and servant, Dr. Joseph Paget. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel here on YouTube. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links for everything are in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, zinc is the answer. I grew up in Bushwick during the 70s, and as a kid, it was my whole entire world. Everybody knew everybody back then, and the streets were full of us kids either playing stickball or jumping double dutch on the sidewalks. It was mostly Italians and Puerto Ricans, with a couple of black and Cuban families too, but everyone was getting along by then, and all that community tension you heard about was mostly a thing of the past. Kids of every color and creed would all hang out at the corner of the bodega, grabbing candy bars or sodas after school, and then I'd run home and be greeted by the smell of my grandma's cooking wafting out from the open kitchen window. Life was good back then. It was simple, but I remember around the time that I was 10 going on 11, things started to change. There was some kind of oil crisis over there in the Middle East, and that messed with a lot of people's money. And then when the Rheingold and F&M brewery shut down in 1976, it was like a meteor hit us. People lost their jobs, stores around the neighborhood started to close, and friends of mine had to move away from the block because their parents couldn't afford the rent anymore. Kids like me still dreamed about making it big, even as the neighborhood was starting to show cracks. But man, by the time I turned 13 in 1977, things were starting to get really rough around Brooklyn and the city as a whole. Crime was creeping in, and I remember waking up to sirens blaring outside on more than one occasion. More and more good people started to leave, not even by choice sometimes either, because some of them were getting blockbusted out of their apartments by shady real estate guys offering easy cash. And then to make things worse, the Son of Sam killings had started up again. And that rotten son of a bitch, who'd already killed a bunch of people, shot 2 kids dead in their car over in Queens. And then he wrote letters to the cops and the newspapers bragging about it. It was terrible, but me and my buddies stuck together and watched each other's backs, and back then, my best friend in the whole world was this Puerto Rican kid named Oscar. And since it was summer break, Oscar and I were hanging out almost all day, every day, and while the summer started off nice and warm, it reached 104 in the shade by July, and it was brutal. The AC in our apartment was just a fan that moved the muggy air around, so you had to go outside and bust open a fire hydrant if you wanted even a chance of keeping cool. People were already tense from the Son of Sam's shootings, and then pile on all that economic pressure, and with the heat making sure that nobody was sleeping good, and the whole freaking city was getting cranky. And then one Wednesday night, July 13th to be exact, I was getting ready to walk home from Oscar's place, where the AC actually worked, when something spooked the hell out of us. Things were different back then, I guess, and my mom didn't mind if I stayed late over at Oscar's place. She worked afternoons and evenings, so she didn't even get home until about 11 and sometimes midnight. And Oscar's dad worked night shifts, so he left the apartment at about 7:30. I used to leave around 9:30 to 10 because Mom always wanted me washed up and in bed by the time she got home. But then just as I picked myself up off the living room floor, the TV suddenly flicked off, along with every single light in the apartment. At first, when the lights went off, Oscar said something along the lines of, "Oh, maybe Mom didn't pay the electric bill." But then when I looked outside, I saw all the power had gone out everywhere else too, and the only lights were those shining out from passing cars. And then it clicked. It was a blackout, just like the one back in the 60s that we'd heard so much about, meaning the entire city of New York was without electricity. Now, it was kind of exciting at first. It felt like something special was happening. We lit some candles, and then Oscar went looking for the small battery-powered radio his mom had stashed somewhere, probably for occasions just like that. And then once he found it, we tuned into WABC and then listened to George Michael, not the singer, another guy, to try to figure out what was going on. They were being powered by the generators they had over there, as were a whole bunch of other buildings, so they were able to talk to each other and relay information. And that's how we started getting advice, like turn off any appliances, and that we shouldn't use the phones, which were still working unless it was an absolute emergency. Both airports have been shut down and closed to air traffic to prevent crashes, and certain highways have been closed down too. We were all advised to stay indoors, stay safe, and wait it out. It seems crazy looking back on it, but I mean it when I say that there was this sort of block party atmosphere at first. People were coming out of their homes with flashlights, asking each other what was going on. Cars were cruising to a stop and doing the same thing. But all while kids were playing with their flashlights and people were laughing at how crazy it all was. Once we figured it was safe, Oscar and I stepped out into the street to get some fresh air. It was still pushing 80 degrees even at night, so it felt good to get out there feeling safe among Oscar's neighbors. I figured the best thing to do was to just stay put, like the radio said, so that's what I did. I was normally ready to hit the hay by around 11, but that night, the clock was coming up on midnight and I was just feeling wired. The street outside had already started to quiet down as people figured the best thing to do was just try and get some sleep. We had all the windows open and were still listening to the radio while we were wondering if we should also just try and get some sleep as well, and that's when we heard it. We heard the sound of someone yelling, and then glass breaking somewhere down the block. We got up and looked outside and saw people running around with their faces covered holding baseball bats and hammers and all sorts of stuff. And we couldn't really see them, not unless a car drove past with its high beams on, but you could sure as hell hear them as they shattered the glass on the storefronts and yelled stuff like, come on, let's go. We saw some people hauling away pieces of furniture, big bundles of clothes that they'd stolen, and even big hunks of frozen meat from where the meat market on Broadway got looted. It was all pure chaos out there. Sirens started wailing nonstop, and from every direction too, while cop cars and fire trucks raced by. But no matter how many we saw or heard, it didn't feel like there were enough of them, or like there could ever be enough of them for the job that they had at hand. It wasn't even like it was just looters anymore. There were all kinds of people down there, people drinking or people just out to break stuff just for the hell of it. I mean, it was scary to watch, almost like watching society fall apart right there in front of your eyes. And I remember we were looking down at this one group of guys, and one of them looked up and caught us staring. He yelled something about how we should have been in bed, and then he threw a glass bottle so hard it only missed us by a couple of feet. And after that, Oscar wanted us to stay inside, and I couldn't blame him. The radio was saying it too, that people in areas where there was violence should stay inside and stay away from any windows as well. We couldn't just sit there and listen to the radio, so we went up to the roof and looked up, and we saw flames licking up buildings along Broadway and other orange glows that dotted the skyline. It looked like the end of the world, honestly, and it sounded like it too. We heard gunshots echoing every now and then the sound of people screaming. The looting went on for hours too. And I later heard that a stretch of Broadway got hit hardest, with like 30 blocks of stores completely gutted. After we got bored of being on the roof, Oscar and I went back downstairs, but although we tried to get some sleep in his living room with the radio on, all the noise and the smell of smoke coming from outside kept us awake. The radio was crackling with reports about looting on Myrtle, riots breaking out in Bed-Stuy, and how the cops were completely overwhelmed in both areas. I remember how the radio man's voice got louder as he announced that they were smashing up the A&P on Broadway and setting whole buildings on fire. Oscar asked if I thought that they might come our way. I tried to act cool and shrug it off, saying that I didn't know, but my heart was thumping thinking about what would happen if the mob came towards us. We'd been smelling burning for hours by the time 2:30 in the morning rolled around, but I remember there being this moment where the smells started to get really intense, like whatever was burning this time was much closer than the other fires. And that's when it got thicker, not just drifting in from down the block, but like it was coming from inside the building. And then suddenly, someone started banging on the apartment's front door so loud it seemed like they were trying to break it down. Both me and Oscar heard someone yelling "Fuego, fuego" at the top of their voice, and the panic hit us both like a damn freight train as we ran for the door, and then as we rushed out into the hallway, the air was thick with black smoke hanging in the air. We made our way to the fire escape, joining the other folks as we tried to keep as calm as possible. Oscar was right behind me, and I remember hearing him coughing as he took in a lungful of smoke. Oscar's neighbors were pouring out of their apartments, and I remember seeing one guy on the first floor hauling his mom, who could barely walk, outside towards the escape. He was yelling for her to hold her breath, and then his yells were joined by babies crying and a bunch of other yelling too. It was complete and utter chaos, easily the scariest memory of my whole childhood. But I remember how brave people were too, and how some people took control of the situation to help save lives. There was a guy Oscar knew, this Mr. Ortiz, who he later said was a cop back in the day. He was the one who led us down the fire escape with the metal groaning underneath us. I was terrified it was going to break under the weight of everyone and we'd be smushed against the alleyway concrete, but it didn't, and it held. And at one point there were so many people on the fire escape that it got clogged up as some older lady struggled to get down on the concrete below. A younger mom started to freak out, worried that her baby was going to inhale smoke, so we ended up passing it down the stairs from person to person like we were a freaking bucket brigade. And I ain't never been so scared to drop something in my whole life, and I was so scared to take it from Oscar that he had to say, "Come on, man, don't punk out." I remember that, and I took the baby, passed it on, and then got a miniature round of applause with the folks above me saying, "Attaboy, you did great, now let's get it moving down there." Now we soon got moving again as people made their way down the fire escape, but it was a mess. Everyone was yelling in Spanish and English and every kind of accent you can imagine, but we managed to get down into the alley, and then from there, we went spilling out into the streets, gasping for air. We stumbled around the corner, far enough to turn and look, and saw how flames were licking up the back of the building, and then before long, they came shooting out the front windows, orange and angry, while they ate their way up to the third floor where Oscar's family lived. We watched his kitchen curtains catching as the living room where we'd played after school all went up in flames. Oscar just stood there staring before he finally said, "Everything's in there," in this voice that made him sound so much younger. And after what seems like forever, a fire truck finally showed up and then started hosing down the houses, but it was obviously too late. People were drinking water like it was champagne from a hydrant someone had cracked open and slapping each other in the back like we'd won something just by getting out. And I guess we were lucky to get out with our lives before the whole building burned down around us. But the look on Oscar's face, watching his childhood home burn, that just stuck with me. When morning came, there was still no power and the sun lit up the mess. Oscar and I had to walk all the way back to my place after the fire, to where my mom almost threw a fit because she'd heard about Oscar's block and was scared that I'd been burned to death. But we slept there for a few hours before Mom walked us back to Oscar's place to try and find his parents. Walking toward Broadway was something else, man. It was like a movie, an end-of-the-world kind of movie with glass everywhere, burned-out storefronts, and smoke still rising from spots that had only recently stopped burning. The cops were out in force by then, the National Guard too, I think, and people tried to put brave faces on, but you could see that people were broken, especially when Oscar found his mom and dad, and they burst into tears of relief at having found him. Oscar and his parents might have been reunited, but the block was gone. It turns out some idiot down the street had torched a car, and the flames jumped to the trash piled up against the building. In an old tenement like Oscar's, it was dry as tinder in that heat. The lights came back on late that next night, but Bushwick wasn't the same after. It felt like something broke that could never be fixed, and as a kid, that was as scary as it was confusing. But I guess that's life. You roll with the punches, and if you're skating on thin ice, my friend, you might as well dance too. My name is Mariana, and although I live in Argentina these days, I'm from Venezuela, and I grew up there during the 2000s. My family and I lived in a district of Caracas, a place that was very loud and a lot of people very cramped together, but it also had a lot of passion, love of life, and amazing food cooked by our friends and neighbors. My father ran a small pharmacy on the corner of our street, and I didn't really realize it growing up, but that pharmacy was almost like the beating heart of our community. My father knew everyone, and I mean everyone, because everyone came into the pharmacy whenever they got sick and needed medicine. He knew all the young mothers and their babies who stopped by to pick up formula and diapers. He knew all the abuelas, too, the grandmothers and single seniors who came to him for their monthly medication. He cared for them deeply, and they cared for him, too. He gave his best advice and helped keep the community healthy year in and year out. He'd listen to their stories, recommend remedies from everything from a stubborn cough to a broken heart, and sometimes even extend credit to families who couldn't afford to pay right away. He was quiet, a kind man in his white coat who always smelled faintly of antiseptic and mints. Sometimes, before we went off to school, he'd sneak me those little candies from the counter when no one was looking. Being his daughter meant that I spent a lot of afternoons there after school, watching him dispense as much advice as he did medication. On Sundays, when the pharmacy would open late and close early, he would often take us to the beach, and that was our escape with him. Those afternoons that we'd spent at Playa El Agua or Choroni, and we'd pack our arepas stuffed with cheese and avocado, and we'd laugh as we played with our cousins until the sun dipped down low and it was time for us to go home again. And music was everywhere. Life was good, and we had a sense of possibility, like the country was alive with energy, even if it wasn't perfect. But underneath it all, things were tough, especially as the decade wore on. Around the time of my 14th birthday, Maduro changed the country's energy policy, meaning they had to squeeze the average person harder and harder. Then, inflation hit us hard, with prices skyrocketing overnight and making things which cost a few bolivares one week cost double the next. And it felt like an invisible thief was robbing us, and I remember my parents arguing at the dinner table for the first time in my life. They had to stretch their savings, and sometimes goods became so scarce that my mother had to line up for hours every morning to ensure that we got basic essentials. Poverty crept in, crime started to rise, and there were riots, there were deaths, and I remember the first time my father told me not to wander too far after dark, because the streets I played on so freely as a child were no longer safe. For my father, running the pharmacy became a battle. He was proud of it, but with the economy tanking and heavy government regulation creeping in, it became harder and harder to get certain medicines. Instead of being excited to see us and spend time with us, he'd finish the day exhausted and unhappy, telling stories of patients who couldn't afford their prescriptions anymore. He never stopped helping, slipping free samples to neighbors or staying open late for emergencies. But in 2019, something happened that meant for the first time in his life, my father considered a life outside of Venezuela. On the afternoon of March 7, 2019, at around 5 o'clock, the lights went out. All over Venezuela, from my home Caracas to the smallest town, the electricity suddenly died. We had blackouts all the time, and power usually came back on after an hour or two, but this time, it was different. The power stayed off for hours and hours, then around 9 p.m., the government broadcasted a radio message to the people who could listen on these battery-powered devices we had. And they said that the power had been caused by the CIA and the U.S. military, who performed a sabotage attack on the Guri Dam. And next to the dam is a massive hydroelectric plant that powers most of Venezuela. But no one believed them. The power had failed just like everything else was failing because of years of neglect, no maintenance, and a system that was rotten from the inside out. We heard news reports too, and I can remember to this day how frightening they were. The hospitals were by far the worst affected because they could only afford to keep enough fuel stocked up to keep the generators running for a few hours at a time. And when they ran out, babies in incubators were at risk and surgeries halted mid-procedure. They had to rush people out into the parking lot to hook machines up to car batteries just to keep people from dying. And as you can imagine, people were understandably very angry about this and demonstrated the next day for the government to do something. They sent in riot police, but also promised that they would do something, that power would return within 24 hours. But yet again, this was nothing but a lie. Over the next few days, food rotted in fridges and the water pump stopped, so we had no running water until the power came back on. The metro shut down, but people still had to work as best they could, so in the mornings and afternoons, the streets clogged with people walking miles home. And this dragged on for days, turning into the worst blackout we'd ever seen, with parts of the country in the dark for a full week. But the worst part was the looting. By the third day, people were getting more and more desperate, and in places like Maracaibo, it was like the end of the world. I heard a crowd of almost 1,000 people storm a shopping district, looting supermarkets and bakeries and even hardware stores. They weren't just looking for food either. They had furniture, electricals, anything they could trade for daily essentials from those hoarding supplies. People guarded their homes with whatever they had to keep looters away. Sticks, machetes, hammers, anything. Here in Caracas, it wasn't as bad. But still, on Avenida San Martin, groups broke into shops at night, smashing windows and grabbing what they could before the police showed up with tear gas. We heard gunshots echoing through the streets, and families like mine locked the metal concertina gates on their homes and shop fronts. We prayed it wouldn't spread to our block, and for the most part it didn't. But then on the fourth day, something terrible happened. Our pharmacy was on the ground floor with our apartment right above it, and they were connected by those smooth stone stairs inside. My father had always been prepared to be robbed, being that we sold medicines which actually got a high price in the black market, but never in my life had we ever been robbed or had anything stolen. And so when my father heard that a local gang was planning on targeting his store, it was proof of just how much things had truly changed. But he didn't dwell on that, not for long anyway. He just simply began his preparations. We knew we couldn't rely on the police, who were too focused on protecting the wealthier and more industrial areas of Caracas, along with government facilities which held food and clean drinking water. But the gangs knew that too. And so when my father heard that he was their latest target, he took the rumor very seriously. And he thought that they might hit us on the third night once things had started to become really bad for people, but they didn't. And yet on the fourth night at around midnight, we were all woken up to the sound of banging against the metal shutters downstairs, as 5 or 6 men worked silently to gain entry into our home. My father said they must have been rough, desperate types, probably from the barrios, who were robbing to make money and not to survive, but he didn't panic. He rigged up defenses days before, so instead of losing his head, he simply put his shoes on and went to work. He grabbed this big slab of steel that he'd salvaged from an old construction site, one that he'd welded straps to create a sort of makeshift shield. He said it was heavy as hell, but he trusted it to block bullets if need be. Now he carried it to the landing on the stairs because from there he could see all the way through the pharmacy and to the shutter which kept the robbers out. It was kind of like a cage, in that there were large diamond-shaped gaps through which he could see the robbers. And so after planting his metal shield down and crouching behind it, he gave the robbers their one warning that they should leave. I remember hearing them shouting in reply, telling him to go back upstairs so they could work in peace. If he didn't, they would hurt him. And in reply, my father said only in Spanish, "So be it." My father hauled his metal shield down the rest of the stairs and planted it in the gap in the counter we used to get behind it. He then reached for something that he'd been keeping under the counter, something of his own creation. He'd mixed it up in the back room using over-the-counter stuff, ammonia from cleaning supplies, chili powder for extra burn, and some vinegar to react and create a nasty gas, all stuffed in a glass jar with a fuse from fireworks that we'd saved. And what it amounted to was a homemade tear gas bomb. And as the robbers kept hammering at the lock holding the shutters closed, my father lit the fuse, let it burn down a little, and then tossed it across the pharmacy towards the shutters. And then boom, it exploded near the robbers and surrounded them in a choking cloud that had them coughing and cursing with their eyes watering like rivers. A couple backed off right then, but the others, tougher or maybe more desperate, kept at it. And one of them fired a shot towards my father which bounced off the metal shield that he was holding. It saved his life, but he knew that it might not hold if it was weakened, and so after a second shot bounced off the thick metal surface, he began backing off to the stairs for his next phase of the plan. After my father retreated upstairs and abandoned his huge metal shield, it wasn't long before the robbers finally broke open the gate and entered the pharmacy. I remember hearing them laughing with glee when they finally got inside, and my heart was pounding. My mom and I went upstairs, locked in the bedroom, ready to climb out of the back window and jump if that gang got past my father and tried to get into the room. We could hear as the gang started ransacking the shelves below, grabbing painkillers, antibiotics, whatever they could stuff into bags, but when they were done, they still weren't satisfied. They spotted the stairs and started climbing, probably figuring that we had money or food up there, and since it was dark, they couldn't see what my father had done to the stairs. As they advanced upward, one of the robbers slipped and fell and then screamed. It was like a triple scream almost, one at the pain of the impact, and one when he realized why it had hurt so badly, and a third when he slipped and injured himself again. My father said another man tried to push past the fallen man and he too slipped and fell before screaming in agony. You see, the smooth stone stairs were covered in cooking oil, but not just oil, because after dropping his shield, my father covered them both in oil and broken glass. As the group of robbers tried to retreat back down the stairs, the two men at the lead came down again as they tried to get up, and as their feet slid out from under them, they tumbled back into the others. They all went down in a pile, slipping and crashing and slicing themselves in the broken glass, so they had deep cuts on their hands and arms and legs with blood everywhere. And their screams echoed up the stairs, and since I didn't know what was going on, I was terrified. My mom, on the other hand, knew exactly what was happening, which is why she was reassuring me that everything was fine. Dad said that he looked down the stairs and he saw one guy's face gashed open and another limping with the shards in his foot, and I imagined him standing there like some warrior, shouting for them to get out or he'd do worse. But in reality, he didn't say a thing. He didn't feel triumphant because we knew how close that we'd come to potentially being murdered by these people. But we were alive, and all the robbers had done was leave empty shelves and these trails of blood. And the aftermath was a mess that I don't think I'll ever forget. The pharmacy was almost completely trashed. The shelves were empty, there was broken glass all over, and bloodstains on the floor that took days to scrub away. We lost a lot of stock, and were completely cleared out of any foreign medicines, which cost a lot of money to import, but that was only the half of it. My father feared the robbers would return to carry out some revenge for resisting their robbery. He said he slept with one eye open for the next few days, and even when the power came back on, he knew that we were no longer safe here in Caracas. Now, neighbors came by the next day, helping board up the door and sharing what little food they had left before it spoiled. And the whole community knew of what had happened, so everyone was very much on edge. Now, we all had heard about the number of deaths being reported at the hospitals, and we all knew my father could have been one of them, maybe even myself and my mother too. We rationed candles and batteries, boiled river water to drink, and waited. All while the air was thick with the smell of rotting garbage because the trash trucks couldn't run. It was horrible, truly horrible, and there was a bright, shining silver lining that my father was a hero. At long last, on the 14th of March, power began to return to Caracas. It was sporadic at first, with some districts getting power before others, but then slowly but surely it crept back to the towns and villages, and soon power had been completely restored. People celebrated like it was a miracle, unaware that we'd have another big blackout in late March and then another that summer in July. But on those occasions, the community came out to create a human wall blocking any potential thieves or robbers from hitting the pharmacy. It was an incredible show of community spirit, but for my father, it was too little too late. He loved his friends and neighbors. He didn't feel as if they had let him down, and we all missed them very much. But those 3 blackouts showed just how fragile our country was and how weak and selfish our leaders were. Those days changed my father. They changed me too, so that when he announced that he was going to flee the country and in the middle of the night so we could not be stripped of our possessions for illegally migrating, he found no argument from me and my mother. And as I said at the start, we've lived in Argentina ever since, and although I miss my homeland very much, I know that we will never return until there are some big changes. Growing up in Rio made for a wild upbringing. I was born and raised in Babylonia, which overlooks a neighborhood called Leme. Leme is a very wealthy place, but Babylonia is a favela, which roughly translates into English as slum or ghetto. While the rich lived down there in their mansions and luxury apartments, they looked up to see us living in stacked hillsides that looked like colorful puzzle pieces. But they did not look up to us, as you say in English, and we could not look down on them, even though that's all we do from our high perch above them. We are poor people, but we are rich in spirit. Football was a big part of our lives too, and while I'm sure to many of you this is an apt cliche for us, football was, and is, life. Whether it be the organized futsal, which took place on colorful concrete pitches, or the volley games the kids would play under flickering streetlights while they laughed and chased each other, football was everywhere. And since it makes us happy, and happiness was everywhere too. Babylonia felt alive, full of so much joy that could light up the whole city. But let me tell you, and this is the same for all favelas and poor places across the world, things could turn dark very, very fast. The favela is a place with two governments. In the daytime, politicians and the police are in charge, and people go about their business as normal. But after the sun goes down, the police rarely visit, and the politicians are all safely back in their expensive homes. And it's then that the gangs take charge. On a bad night, you'd hear gunfire popping off like fireworks, but it could happen in the daytime too, if the police decided to raid a gang hideout or carry out some other kind of operation. Entire streets could be shut down for hours with police and gang members sniping at each other, and sometimes the fights only ended when someone died, be it a gang member or a policeman or even an innocent person caught in the crossfire. You learned early to keep your head down, trust your instincts, and never walk to different neighborhoods after sunset. But sometimes, avoiding trouble in the favelas was impossible, because even if you try to dodge it, it has a way of just finding you anyways. And to me, there is no greater example of that than the blackout of 1999. And I remember it like it was yesterday, and I'll remember the date of March 11th until I'm old and senile. I was just a teenager back then, 14 going on 15, and it was a Thursday night, so just about as quiet and regular as a night in the favelas could be. I was at home looking after my little sister when suddenly, all the power suddenly went out. I later heard it was caused by a lightning bolt slamming into a big substation in Bauru, but that strike tripped the circuits and like dominoes, the whole grid collapsed. Generators shut down one after another. Even the massive Itaipu Dam couldn't hold it together. And suddenly the entire southern part of Brazil went pitch black. Sao Paulo, Rio, all of it, and all without warning. It was exactly 10:16 p.m. when everything went dark, and while my little brother was asleep upstairs, it was my job to watch him while my mother was at her friend's place. I went upstairs and out onto the small balcony we had, which looked over the city, and all the buildings were dark, and all the streetlights were completely out. Everything but the roads were plunged into darkness, even the traffic lights were dead. It was an amazing sight. It was exciting, but also frightening too. People called out in the confusion as candles started to flicker in windows all over the favela, and you could also hear the sound of generators starting up too, because while blackouts were a regular thing, they tended not to last very long. But this one was different, and the longer it lasted, the more the atmosphere around the neighborhood became more and more tense. Whenever anything happened like that, be it a blackout or anything else which might cause unrest, the police usually sent patrols around to keep the peace. But on that night, a whole hour went by and I didn't see a single light or siren anywhere around the favela. They were all headed either downtown or what looked to me like Barra da Tijuca, where all the high-end fashion and electrical stores were. Some people were listening to radio stations on portable radio sets thanks to the station's backup generators, and when they heard there was looting and other chaos going on all over the city, people started getting worried. Because if the police were overwhelmed, there was no telling what the gangs would do. I got scared, and I was only a kid, so I forgive myself for it, but I got so frightened that I went looking for my mom. I know I shouldn't have left my little brother alone up there in our bedroom, but that night had been really quiet up until then, so I figured that it wouldn't do any harm if I just ran over to my mom's friend's place and brought her home with me. and the streets were buzzing like a party at first. It seemed like people were laughing and cracking open beers by flashlight. Music blasted from people's radios as they danced by candlelight and battery and turning the blackout into a sort of carnival. Now, I found it reassuring because there was none of the looting or violence that I'd heard about elsewhere. But that fun didn't last, and by the time I made it to my mom's friend's place, the atmosphere in that favela had changed dramatically. When the gangs heard that all the police were all tied up downtown, guarding the commercial districts from looters smashing windows, they got together and began planning their attacks. Rival crews, the ones who had been eyeing each other for weeks, saw their chance, and no cops meant no one to stand in their way. I'd been happy to see my mom, but I don't think more than 5 minutes had passed before I heard the first shots ringing out. She'd been mad at me for leaving my little brother at home and had been preparing to take me home again so he wasn't alone, but when the first bang started and we realized that they weren't some firecrackers, she said that we had to stay put. I blame my age for how foolish my thinking was, but I felt so guilty to leave my little brother alone in that blackout, with gunshots now going off, that I couldn't bear to just stay put and wait until it died down. And so I ran. And what I saw while running will stay with me for the rest of my life. As I ran, I heard automatic weapons rattling off in bursts and then the sound of the bullets echoing off the concrete walls, and it sounded like thunder as their shots lit up the night with these muzzle flashes. I saw it all as the party turned to panic, groups of guys charging down alleys, spraying bullets wildly and dropping bodies after suddenly coming across a group of rivals. Sparks flew as bullets hit metal roofs, and I heard the sound of women and children screaming as they got caught in the crossfire. I remember seeing one guy I knew from school, an older boy who was just running for cover when a burst hit him in the back, cutting him down and turning the front of his white shirt black. In another incident, I saw two gangs clashing at a corner, shooting each other with these rifles and barking at each other from behind barricades of wrecked cars. I ducked down behind a wall as bullets whizzed past and chipped the concrete near me, and I remember how the air reeked of gunpowder and how the gunshots made my shadow flash in front of me. It was all so engraved into my young mind. It felt like I was suddenly in the middle of a full-on war, with bodies piling up and the wails of the wounded mixing with the non-stop shooting of machine guns. And my heart was pounding, and I knew I should have been scared for my life, but all I could think about was my little brother, all alone in the dark of our bedroom and probably terrified. I had to get back, and in the moment I didn't care if I died trying. I remember weaving through this madness, dodging groups trading fire with rifles. Bullets zipped overhead as people crumpled like rags, and I remember tripping over someone moaning on the ground. It was hell. It's all I can really say, pure and simple. The blackout had turned our home into a war zone. And I remember stopping to take cover and suddenly hearing someone calling out to me. I turned and saw a man standing at his doorway, offering to give me shelter. And I was so scared that I couldn't say no, and I was certain that I'd be shot if I kept going, so I figured that it might be a good idea to take shelter for a few minutes and hope the shooting died down. And so I ran to the man, and he shut the door behind us. Now, he seemed all right at first. He talked calmly, said that he'd seen me around the favela and that he knew my family. He gave me some water and then patted my shoulder from behind as if to comfort me. But then I noticed how he was patting them a little too long, and when I tried to get him to stop, he started to grip tighter. She pulled me closer and one of his hands began to wander, whispering how I should relax and stay put. Now, I should make it clear that I'm a man and was a boy around this time, so this is the last thing I expected him to do. And when I realized what his real intentions were, panic hit me like a speeding truck. I shoved him off, bolted out the door into the night again, and this time with tears in my eyes as bullets flew past me. And I just ran completely blind, with my heart in my throat, dodging gunfights as gangs unloaded clips into the dark, screaming and laughing as they did. And I ran, until I finally reached my home. I burst through the door and ran upstairs to the bedroom me and my little brother shared, and there he was, huddled under a blanket, having cried so much that he'd gone quiet again, and I pulled him into a hug, and we cried together as he asked me, "Where did you go? Where did you go?" All I could say was, "I'm sorry," over and over and hugged him as hard as I could. That night stayed with me, and as long as I live, I don't think I'll ever forget the lesson it taught me. In time of crisis, it's the children that need our protection the most, the little ones especially so, because the world is so much more frightening when you don't understand it. My name is Praya, and I live in America now, but I grew up in New Delhi in a slum, and as the name suggests, it wasn't easy. Our home was a very modest 2-bedroom home, and I shared it with my parents and my little brother, Arjun. My father worked as a rickshaw puller and suffered from severe back pain after years of pedaling through busy traffic, while my mother stitched garments in dimly lit workshops for just a few hundred rupees a week. And when times were bad, they were really bad, and my least favorite time of year was monsoon season because our home flooded with filthy water and forced us to sleep on uncomfortable elevated pallets. But there were also joys that kept my spirit alive. India is a place of many vibrant festivals, and some of my fondest childhood memories are of lighting diyas and sharing sweets with my brother. And then there were the kite battles on Independence Day where you could watch rival kites cutting each other down as these operators, we called them, either cheered in victory or cursed in defeat. We ate rice and lentils most days, and power cuts were so frequent that we joke about the electricity being so unreliable. But then came one power cut that wasn't at all funny. In fact, it terrifies me to think about it even all these years later. I was still a student back in 2012, but I also had a part-time job at a local garment factory, not the same as my mother's. At least until one day when a boy named Rajesh proposed to me. Now, he was the son of a factory supervisor, a smug older boy with a slicked-back hairstyle and a gold chain around his neck. His family lived in a proper apartment block on the edge of the slums, not quite middle class, but worlds above me and my family. I remember how he cornered me after work one evening, grinning as he asked me if I had plans to marry. When I said no, he asked to meet my father, the implication being so they could arrange my marriage to Rajesh. And when I refused to arrange the meeting, he turned nasty. He didn't shout, but he got very angry as he recommended I reconsider. And I told him to leave me alone, but he stood there in front of me, seething as he told me once more to reconsider. And I told him if he didn't leave me alone, I'd tell his father what he was doing. Rajesh said that I'd regret my decision, and then walked away so angry it looked like he was shaking. Now that was June, and then just over a month later, a large blackout hit. Now I don't know how it happened, but at around 9 p.m. the lights suddenly started stuttering and then died completely. Street lamps blinked out, fans just ceased, and the only sounds were of distant traffic and the uneasy murmur of voices wondering how long it'd continue for. Our parents were still at their night shifts, so it was just Arjun and me at home. Now he was only 10, playing with his toy cars by the glow of our only emergency lantern, and I was in the kitchen boiling water for some tea when I heard a knocking on our front door. And when I called out for them to enter, it was the brother of a friend from school, and he had some terrifying news for me. Now, Rajesh and his friends were coming to do something unspeakable to me, and he knew this because they were just minutes away and he'd heard them talking about it with his own ears. My friend's brother sprinted all the way over to us as fast as he could, and I mean it when I say that he saved my life that night. I grabbed Arjun, snuffed out the emergency lantern, and then we ran upstairs to our bedroom and barricaded the door shut with a wooden dresser that we shared. And then we waited, scared and silent, until we heard the sound of someone kicking the door open downstairs. I heard Rajesh shouting, "Find her," before people began searching downstairs. I don't know exactly how many of them there were, but there had to be at least 4 of them searching for us, so it wasn't long before they found the stairs. I heard Rajesh shouting for me to come out, and I knew our little barricade wouldn't last a second once he'd found our bedroom. I could hear him muttering about teaching me a lesson, about making me beg for that proposal. Arjun trembled beside me, clutching a small kitchen knife that he'd snatched on the way up as footsteps thudded up the stairs. I pressed a finger to my lips to keep him quiet, but every creak of the floorboards only made my fear worse and worse. They began probing the rooms as they reached the top of the stairs, and their flashlight beams were slicing through the cracks of the doors as they got closer to our hiding spot. And I remember Arjun whispering, "They're coming," and I realized the window was our only escape. It was already open, so I didn't have to risk alerting Rajesh to our presence by prying it open, but I hoisted Arjun through first and then followed, scraping my knees on the sill as I clambered out onto the flat stone roof. The night air was cold, I remember, but fear made it feel suffocating as I quietly directed Arjun to climb up onto the roof of our bedroom and out of sight of its window. Seconds after we reached it and flattened ourselves out, we heard the sound of the dresser scraping against the floor as someone pushed open our bedroom door. I heard one of them shout, "She was in here," before several of them ran for the window. I could hear them talking as they looked out of it, and then, in my infinite relief, I heard Rajesh suddenly ask, "Where is she hiding?" We didn't move, and we didn't dare speak as seconds stretched out to feel like eternity. We lay there in silent agony, and my mind raced with visions of them spotting us, dragging us down, and doing things worse than murder to us. But then, thankfully, and to my indescribable relief, I suddenly heard Rajesh say, "She must be hiding outside somewhere." We heard them running off, but we didn't dare move, not until we heard the sound of our mother screaming at the sight of her ransacked home. We cried as we told her what happened, and he helped her clean up, but it took 2 whole days for power to return to all the affected areas. My father ended up going to the police, who rounded up 2 of the invaders, and they turned out to be small-time criminals with records who were recognized by our neighbors having kicked our door in after banging on it. They confessed to being hired for what was basically a scare job, but clammed up on who paid them, meaning Rajesh, and he went untouched. I saw him swaggering through the neighborhood days later, smirking as if nothing happened, and that turned out to be the only advantage. He didn't want to talk about it and try anything else because he didn't want anyone to know about not one of his failures, but 2 of them. What happened was truly horrifying and traumatic, but strangely Arjun and I grew closer from it. I was so proud of how brave he was, and I wanted to be there for him always, just like he was with me on that roof that night when Rajesh came looking for me. Sadly, our paths took us to different places in life, but I sent him money every month to ensure that he and his children have a better life than our own family did. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. And I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. Go check it out. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, keep your loosh loose. Hey man, I love the channel, but I'm gonna have to apologize in advance for how vague I'm gonna be here because this whole thing already caused a ton of crap for my family and I. I'm talking the kind of crap I wouldn't even wish on my worst enemy. And since I can't have it happening again, I'm gonna try and stay as faceless as possible here. So I was born into a family that had been very lucky when it comes to finances. We've had a bunch of money in the family going back generations, but for the longest time, all I knew was that it came from a forefather being a successful merchant back in covered wagon times. History wasn't my thing growing up, and my family didn't talk about it much either, so I didn't really know squat about it until just after I turned 16. And it all started on a Sunday morning. On my birthday, Dad told me that I could get a learner's permit and he'd buy me a car if I kept my grades up at school. And so I'm still walking on air as I pass Mom on the way to do her little grocery run. She made a joke about how I'd be driving her soon, and I was just like the Cartman in that South Park episode when he's lying on a pile of money just saying, "Yeah," with his big dumb smile on his face. I don't know if you remember that one, but after she left, I walked into the kitchen to make myself some breakfast. And then a minute later, all I heard was her honking her horn, and not just like a quick beep. It was like those long, prolonged, solid blasts. So me, my dad, and my two brothers went running out the door and down the driveway to see what had happened. And at first, I remember being terrified that some kind of freak car accident had killed her. I breathed a huge sigh of relief when I saw that she and her car were fine, but she was standing on the road with the door open, pointing at the wall outside of our house, and with her jaw practically grazing the ground. Because spray painted on the side, and in massive dark red letters, someone had written, "Blood Money Pigs are gonna pay." It was kind of scary at first because, while Blood Money Pigs is a cool name for an industrial metal band, it is not what you want to see spray painted on the wall of your house. But then once we thought about it, we figured it was probably some jealous a-hole wanting to vandalize a nice neighborhood, and we just so happened to be the unlucky house that they chose to dirty up, so to speak. Yet while he wouldn't share anything with us until much later, it wasn't long before my dad started to suspect their choice of target wasn't so random. And that's because after washing and repainting the wall so it looked good as new, the exact same thing happened maybe 2 to 3 weeks later. Sunday morning, Mom goes on her little grocery run, then brrr, something else had been spray painted on the wall. "Blood on your hands," it said. Now, it was clear we were being targeted for some reason because no one else in the neighborhood ever reported any vandalism, but all we could really focus on at the time was why us. Mom was a homemaker and pretty popular with the other moms at school and around the neighborhood too, so it wasn't like she had any serious enemies. And then Dad spent his time running a charitable foundation that, long story short, was financed by the money his investment group made. He worked with sick kids, animal shelters, the homeless, you name it. Anyone who needed the help in, let's just say, the general vicinity, Dad could be counted on to show up with an oversized check for a handshake and a photo. Naturally, he too was a very popular man. So how in the name of all hell did we have blood on our hands? Mom and Dad ended up getting involved, and Dad paid to have some fancy security camera attached to the front gate. But then whoever was vandalizing the wall must have noticed, because the first thing they did the next time they showed up was spray the camera lens so it couldn't see them writing, "Kelsey Scum Leave Town," on the outside wall of our house. Now, they didn't just graffiti that time either. These vandals poured a bunch of gas or something over the wall and then set fire to the plants at the side of our driveway, most likely in the hopes that the whole place would catch fire and burn down. Like I said, Dad already had his suspicions regarding why we were being targeted, but it wasn't until the Kelsey incident that he had them confirmed. Yet he still kept Mom and us in the dark, and the meaning behind the Kelsey name was lost in the confusion. And by that I mean none of it made sense, so it's not like the name clicked with us like it did with Dad. He started paying for security to watch the street outside our house, which basically involved a pair of dudes taking turns keeping watch 24/7. And it was one of those security guys that chased off someone who was likely trying to follow us to school in the morning to see which ones me and my brothers went to. And that was the going theory, at least. We didn't have it 100% confirmed, but it was still enough to scare Mom and Dad into moving us out of that house for a while, at least until the cops could figure out what was going on. But like I said, Dad kind of knew what was going on. He just didn't tell our mother until we were safely someplace else. My brothers and I find out a whole other story too, but since it's way longer and takes place years after the graffiti stuff, I'll just write this like you're my mom finding out after we moved. So, sometime in the early 1840s, 2 of my ancestors made the journey from Kentucky to California. Andrew and Benjamin Kelsey bought cattle rights to a stretch of land near Clear Lake from a Mexican guy who worked with the local Pomo Indians to drive his herds. But when the Kelsey brothers took charge, assisted by a man named Charlie Stone, they weren't nearly as friendly with the Indians as the Mexican was. See, they came from Kentucky, which was a slave state, a place where it was very much a work or die type mentality, and while the Pomo wouldn't work for free, Andrew Kelsey paid wages that his own self would have found straight up insulting. Once they were set up, his brother Ben returned to some ranch they had and left Andrew and Charlie Stone to deal with the Pomo, and deal with them they did. One day, a disagreement between Charlie Stone and a Pomo warrior almost turned violent. Andrew Kelsey managed to defuse the situation and promised the Pomo better treatment, but just before dawn the next morning, he and Charlie rode around with their rifles, confiscating all the Pomo's weaponry at gunpoint. And after that, since the Pomo had no viable means of defending themselves, the two men ramped the mistreatment up to 11 and started cussing out or horsewhipping the Pomo whenever they were working too slow or did something wrong. And this went as well as you might imagine, and ended with the Pomo laying siege to the house Kelsey and Stone had built, which was apparently more like a fortress by that point, as they had an idea that the Pomo might rise up. Which is like a whole other level of a-hole, right? Now anyway, it's all going to hell down at Clear Lake, and somehow news of this got to Andrew's brother Ben, who showed up with a posse to chase the Pomo off. And while Ben was definitely exploiting his own band of Pomo back on his own ranch, he wasn't nearly as much of an a-hole as his brother, not at first anyway. To defuse the situation, he promised the Pomo generous pay if they'd hunt down a band of native cattle rustlers who had been bothering him. Turns out these rustlers had been bothering the Pomo too, so not only were they too happy to hunt them down, but they dropped their dispute with Andrew after getting a big pile of cash from Benjamin. And before he left, Benjamin also warned his brother to start treating the Pomo better, or they'd do the same thing and rise up all over again. You think he might have taken his older brother's advice, but Andrew's dumbass went right back to the same old routine and treated those Indians like crap again. With the help of a bunch of ranch hands he hired, Kelsey took the Pomo's weapons away again. But that time, he also took away their fishing gear too, meaning they were entirely reliant on him for all their food and other essentials, and he gave them next to nothing. This went on for a while, and then when a young Pomo boy asked for another cup of wheat to feed his sick mom, Charlie Stone shot him dead on the spot to make an example of him to the others. Having gotten word of how the same pattern of mistreatment was playing out again, Ben Kelsey rode over to his brother's land and hired 50 Pomo men to take part in a gold mining expedition. But after Ben got sick with malaria, the Pomo stayed put and ended up getting picked off one by a combination of malaria and hostile tribes. Ben didn't mean any of them to die, but when word reached their families, they became incredibly angry. And then after a Pomo girl went missing for a few days, they turned up again saying that Andrew had been keeping her prisoner and using her as a love slave, and the crap well and truly, at that point, hit the fan. A Pomo chief snuck into Andrew's gunpowder store before dawn one morning and poured water all over it to make it unusable. And then once the sun came up, a band of warriors attacked Andrew's house with bows and arrows that they'd been making in secret. They took him by complete surprise and had him shot full of arrows before he even had time to react. Charlie Stone ended up shooting down a couple of warriors, and then he tried escaping by jumping out of a window but hurt himself on landing. He tried running, but he obviously couldn't. Then, after easily running him down, and this is according to my dad, the Pomo warriors bashed his head in with a rock, as a way of saying that he was too low and dishonorable to be killed with regular weapons. A few weeks later, when Ben Kelsey heard about what happened, he rode down to Andrew's place with a hired posse to recover his body. And that's when the massacre really started, because as they went, they killed every single Pomo Indian they could find. Ben and his boys killed so many of them that on account of all the public outrage, they ended up getting arrested when they returned home. Dad said the case was the first ever to reach the California Supreme Court, but in the end, none of the men were ever tried for anything, and when the army refused to help him drive the Pomo out, Ben Kelsey threatened to take an even bigger posse out there to finish them off himself. In the end, the army sent out a bunch of cavalry to move the Pomo on, but their commander was very sympathetic to Ben's story and had no intention of peacefully moving anybody off the land. When he and his men found the Pomo camp, they found it defenseless, as mostly all of the younger warriors were off on a big deer hunt someplace. They left only 400 Pomo, mostly women, kids, and old people, and the army killed around half of them. The army also killed just less than 100 more Pomo as they rode back to base camp, and while Ben Kelsey didn't directly take part in this, the greater part of the massacre, it can't be said that he didn't have a hand in it. Dad said that the way it was told to him when he was a kid, Ben Kelsey was basically cursed after that. He ended up selling his land in California, then moved the family to Mexico for some time, and then on to Texas, and it was there that, in a weird twist of vengeance, one of his daughters barely survived being violated and scalped by a Comanche warrior when their wagon was attacked. The ordeal scarred her mentally for life, and she was basically kept in the house all the time with no one allowed to see her because the sight of any strange person would send her into wild fits of screaming and crying. And to get away from the place that almost took his daughters from him, Ben moved the whole family back to California, where he got into the mining business. He then spent his twilight years in Los Angeles before dying in his 70s in the 1880s. Benjamin Kelsey had made a ton of money by the time he died, and it was all shared out among his surviving kids, one of whom ended up being my grandpa's grandpa. He invested it wisely, the fortune kept on going, then by the time it was all handed off to my dad, he could afford to create the foundation and basically pay a bunch of people to manage all of his stocks and whatnot for him while still making stupid amounts of money. No, I'm not gloating, I'm just being real, and while I am proud of my dad for being sensible and not blowing the fortune, which does happen a lot, I guess all that money really can be traced back to a single source, which was the Kelsey brother mistreating and massacring the Pomo while making a ton of money in the process. I guess someone figured that out and then traced the family line down right to my dad before deciding that they were going to try and get some late-in-the-game revenge on behalf of the natives. And while I don't condone what they did, I can definitely understand why they were so mad when they read about the massacre, because I sure as hell was too. And as you can probably tell, I've done a lot of research on what the Kelseys did, and I've read a bunch of other books on the wider subject of U.S. Native relations. They vary wildly depending on where you're looking and when, and it's not always so black and white as people on Twitter want you to believe. But in the case of what they call the Bloody Island Massacre, it's clear to me that there were a bunch of Indians living relatively peaceful lives someplace, and then when these 3 American guys showed up, it signaled the doom of hundreds of innocent Native people. And that's just depressing and enraging and shameful in a way that I don't think I can put into words. It's obviously not mine or my dad's fault for what happened in the past, so I don't think we deserve to be targeted for what some guy did almost 200 years ago. But at the same time, I know for certain which charity I'm going to send a bunch of my inheritance to on the day it arrives. And that's the Lucy Moore Foundation, a non-profit organization founded to educate the public about what my ancestors did. It's named after a survivor of the massacre, a 6-year-old girl who hid underwater in the lake and breathed through some kind of hollow reed so she didn't have to come up for air. And sometimes, I think I'd swap all that money that we got in our family just so she wouldn't have to go through what she did. My name is Marie, I'm from France, and a few years ago, I decided to do some research on my family tree. To be specific, I wanted to know what my ancestors were doing around the time of the French Revolution, and my sister agreed it would be cool to know their story from that time, but strangely our mother didn't seem nearly as enthusiastic. She kept asking things like, "Why do you care? It was such a long time ago," or "Why are you wasting time on the past when you should be looking for a husband?" In a sense, I understood where she was coming from. I was single at the time, and my mother has always been very vocal about her desire for grandchildren. But I now know her questions were coming from a very different and much darker place in her mind. Tracing my great-grandparents was easy, but from there, things got more and more difficult until I hit a dead end. The earliest relative I could find was a woman named Marie-Louise Pauline Blanc, who died in 1850, yet for some reason I couldn't find any records detailing the location or date of her birth. She had a few brothers and sisters, including Louise Marie, who died in Paris in 1881. Yet once again there was no information on where or when she was born, only that the first records of her existence in France began in 1834 when she was already a grown woman. Record-keeping from the time is notoriously unreliable or frustratingly incomplete, so at the time, I didn't find anything overly unusual about the absence of information. But then I discovered Marie-Louise and Louise Marie, who I suspected of having a very uncreative mother, had another sibling, a brother named Jean-Pierre Pauline Blanc, who helped me figure out why there was no record of my family in France prior to the 1830s. Because Jean-Pierre hadn't died in France like his sisters. He'd died across the Atlantic, in the storied city of New Orleans. I had no idea my ancestors were colonists, or that at least one of our family had made their way across the ocean to the New World. My sister was excited by the news and bid me to keep up my research. I believed our mother would react with the same kind of indifference, asking why I was bothering to dig up the past when it had no bearing on our present. But to my surprise, when I mentioned that one of our ancestors made his home in the Americas, she acted like I had spoken of raising the dead. She begged me to stop what I was doing and not to dig any further because pain and suffering was all it would bring. And it was then, and only then, that I realized that she knew a lot more than she was telling me. I gave her an ultimatum. Either she told me what she knew about her ancestors, or I'd keep on researching and find out for myself. And then after inviting me over to the house, this is what she told me. Our ancestors had migrated to New Orleans, but had done so via Ireland at the behest of Louis Barthélemy de McCarthy. It's unclear how the Frenchman earned his Irish second name. And there, he and his wife had a daughter they named Marie Delphine, who was born March 19th in 1787. Marie Delphine was just 4 years old when the Haitian Revolution broke out in 1791. Enslaved Haitians cast off the shackles of servitude, and the revolution peaked with the massacre of thousands of French colonists and slave owners whom their former slaves referred to as barbarians. Before the massacre of the French, the colonists punished enslaved rebels by binding them together, loading them onto ships, and then tossing them into the Caribbean Sea to drown. A French general also pioneered a primitive form of a gas chamber, locking hundreds of black prisoners in the holds of these ships and burning sulfur to asphyxiate them en masse. But that's not all. The French imported specialized Cuban bloodhounds trained to track, maul, and eat enslaved Haitians, sometimes holding public spectacles in amphitheaters where prisoners were bound to stakes and torn apart by these dogs for the entertainment of French officers. Yet most offensive to the enslaved were the public crucifixions that captured rebels were subjected to. Seeing their fellow rebels hanging from crosses, burned alive, or broken on Catherine wheels inspired the massacre that would follow. And as stories of the violence made their way to New Orleans, terrified slave owners either improved their slaves' living conditions dramatically or subjected them to even harsher treatments in the hopes that it would break their spirits and reduce the chances of their revolt. In fact, Marie Delphine's uncle had been murdered by his own slaves in 1771, and as a family of slave owners, their solution was to treat their slaves as animals. In June of 1808, a then 21-year-old Marie Delphine married a man named Jean Blanc, a prominent banker, merchant, lawyer, and legislator. At the time of the marriage, Blanc purchased a house at 409 Royal Street for the family, which became known later as the Villa Blanc. Delphine had 4 children by Blanc, one of which was our direct ancestor. But the marriage did not survive, and in June of 1825, it seems Marie had a thing for June weddings. She married her third and final husband, Dr. Leonard Louis Nicholas Lalaurie. After which she went by the name that she would take to her grave, and the one by which she is infamous, Madame Marie Delphine Lalaurie. In 1831, Madame Delphine had a two-story mansion constructed at 1140 Royal Street, which she managed in her own name and with little involvement of her husband following their eventual separation. She lived there with her children, but the household was maintained by black slaves, and in line with her own family's treatment of their slaves, they were treated abominably. I found mention of Madame Delphine in a book by Harriet Martineau, an Englishwoman who wrote books about sociology, and she mentions that even in a place where black slaves were treated as less than animals, Madame Delphine's slaves were, and I quote, singularly haggard and wretched. This stands in stark contrast with Madame Delphine's public treatment of black people, both free and enslaved, as Martineau noted that she was generally polite to them and seemed to care a great deal about their physical health. Yet official records tell a very different story. Between 1830 and 1834, local funeral registers show that 12 of Madame Delphine's slaves passed away, but the cause of their deaths are not listed. These include a cook named Bonne, listed as a chronic runaway, along with her 4 children. Their deaths caused such an uproar in New Orleans that rumors of grave mistreatment circulated and eventually prompted a visit from a local lawyer who intended to remind Lalaurie of the laws for the upkeep of enslaved people. Yet this lawyer found no evidence to suggest wrongdoing or mistreatment of enslaved peoples by Lalaurie, and the report of his findings seemed to have adequately quelled the rumors, at least for a while anyway. Author Harriet Martineau was still present in New Orleans when one of Madame Lalaurie's slave girls fell from the roof of the Royal Street mansion. An eyewitness said that the 8-year-old girl was attempting to escape punishment and was being pursued at the time by a whip-wielding Madame Lalaurie. It was later discovered that the young girl's name was Leah, and that she'd been brushing Delphine's hair when she hit a snag, angering Lalaurie to the point that she grabbed the whip and started chasing her. The incident led to another investigation whereby Madame Lalaurie was found guilty of illegal cruelties and forced to give up 9 of her slaves. Yet through some horrible twist of fate, these slaves were then brought back by the Lalauries through an intermediary relative and thus returned to the mansion. One such slave, the cook who replaced the deceased Bonne, was chained to the stove and had her children beaten mercilessly whenever she failed to live up to Madame Lalaurie's standards. The situation reached breaking point in April of 1834 when a fire broke out at Lalaurie's mansion. It was later discovered this fire was started by the cook, a 70-year-old woman who was chained to that stove by her ankle and who said she herself had deliberately started the fire rather than face yet another punishment of watching her children being beaten. This cook also claimed that any slaves were taken to the uppermost room, never to come back. Bystanders who witnessed the fire attempted to enter the mansion to ensure everyone had been evacuated, yet it was reported that Madame Lalaurie refused to hand over the keys. In response, these bystanders broke down the mansion's doors, and it was then, while going from room to room and looking for survivors, that they discovered all manners of horror. 7 of the slaves were found hanging by their arms, legs, or necks, with one witness saying their limbs were stretched and torn from one extremity to the other. Another witness was a local judge named Jean-François Canonge, who claimed to have seen a black woman forced to wear an iron collar, as well as an older slave woman with a head wound so dire that she could not stand properly. Canonge said that when he questioned Lalaurie's husband about those enslaved on the property, he was told in an insolent manner that some people had better stay at home rather than come to others' houses to dictate laws and meddle with other people's business. When word of Monsieur Lalaurie's most unrighteous indignation spread, a mob of local citizens attacked the Royal Street mansion and, according to one bystander, destroyed everything upon which they could lay their hands. The local sheriff and his officers were called to disperse the crowd, but by the time the mob left, the property had sustained major damage with scarcely anything remaining but the walls. Madame Lalaurie's surviving slaves were taken to a local jail, not because they'd done anything wrong, but because the judge wanted people to see them, so they'd know how they'd been treated and know the evil that Madame Lalaurie had done. The grounds of the mansion were also dug up, and the bodies of several slaves were said to have been exhumed, including that of little Leah, who fell from the roof. People were furious with the LaLaurie family and wanted her hanged, but by that point she had already fled New Orleans for France. The mansion was later rebuilt, and through my own research, I discovered that actor Nicolas Cage had bought the house for a sum of $3.45 million in April of 2007, but the documents were arranged in such a way that Cage's name did not appear on them, and he later sold the property, so he's no longer the owner. Madame LaLaurie lived out the rest of her life in exile in Paris, but missed New Orleans terribly. She actually planned to travel back at one point, but her children convinced her not to, quite rightly saying that she'd probably be killed. Her eventual death in 1849 remains something of a mystery, with some saying that she died in a boar hunting accident, others of natural causes. But what's clear is that even in Paris, she was hated by all who knew what she'd done, and I can count myself among that number. It was very hard for my mother to reveal who our ancestors were. She didn't want me to be burdened with it like she had, but I'm glad she told me. I'm glad I know where I came from, because it's a reminder to be different, and God willing, if I have my own children, I'll raise them to appreciate the value of human life in a way that Madame LaLaurie never did. Growing up, I never knew my paternal grandparents. I was told they died before I was born, but that wasn't entirely true. And it wasn't until my early 20s, when I was finally told this story, that I realized that I had an uncle I'd never met, too. My dad told me the story after he found some pot baggies in my room, kind of like a way of saying, you don't want that life. And boy, did he ever make his point. So, my dad was born at the tail end of the Depression, meaning he, my grandparents, and his siblings grew up in extreme poverty. They ranged in age pretty wildly too, because when my grandpa was still in diapers, his eldest brother was like 18 or 19, that sort of age. And they were so poor that dad and his siblings sometimes went to bed without any dinner, and when they did eat, it was all Depression-era meals like hard times soup or poor man's pie. Dad said he didn't even get a pair of shoes until he was maybe 6 or 7 years old, and then my grandma and eldest aunt actually shared a pair so my aunt could walk to school and back. It was that kind of hard for them. Not just poor, but dirt poor, you know? And then one day, everything changed. From my dad's perspective, all he noticed was how his ma and pa got real happy all of a sudden, and how the family moved to a much nicer place not longer after they suddenly got happy. They ended up moving to an even bigger place a short while after some big funeral, one that everyone in the county went to, and from then on, things were never the same. Grandma and Grandpa started fighting all the time, then Grandpa and my mysterious uncle got into a big fight too, apparently, and the next morning, Grandpa was gone. Just left a note on the table saying he was sorry along with a whole bunch of money. He was never seen again. No one knew if he lived or died or what happened to him. My uncle, the one I never met, had left some time after, but maybe a year later, Grandma got word that he'd been killed in a bar fight out of state. And that's how my dad grew up. His own dad, gone by the age of 10, to be raised by a single mom who worked herself into an early grave, making sure her kids wanted for nothing. But before she died, she told him the story of what happened to them, why their lives were suddenly transformed for the better one day and then suddenly destroyed out of nowhere. So one day, back when Dad was around 6, Grandpa came home in a totally different mood than he normally would. He usually came home tired and cranky after a long day of either working or looking for work, but on this occasion, my grandma said that he walked through the door with a spring in his step. He picked her up, spun her around, and told her that in 1 week's time, all their money troubles would be over. When she asked how that could be, Grandpa drew a finger to his lips and said, while he couldn't tell her, his word was his bond. Now sure enough, 1 week later, Grandpa came home with a bundle of cash after being out all night with my uncle, and so began the good life for my dad and his family. But something happened around that time that didn't pass Grandma by, and she took to wondering just how exactly Grandpa had laid his hands on all that cash. You see, the same morning Dad came home with his money, a local farmer was found murdered outside his home. There was a big hoolah about it, and this farmer was a holdout, refusing to sell to this big land baron who wanted to turn his fields into a grazing space. He was offered larger and larger amounts to vacate his land, but he refused every time. All he wanted was to farm his land just like his pa did before him, and then hand it all off to his son once he was reunited with the Lord. That old land baron vowed to get the farmer's land by hook or by crook, so when he was found stabbed to death in the early morning, folks were obviously outraged, and they suspected the baron. Nothing came of it. All the baron's boys had alibis and what have you, so the sheriff suspected outside involvement, like a man for hire. Grandma was so worried that she actually confronted Grandpa about the money and demanded he finally tell her where he got it from. She's always assumed it was from running moonshine since that was still a big thing at the time, but after the farmer's murder, she got to wondering and worrying, enough to ask him to his face, but Grandpa swore he had no part of it. He swore on the Bible that he'd made that money moonshining and that never in his wildest dreams would he kill another man, and a good man at that, for nothing but a pile of blood money. Grandma said she was reassured, but she still never fully lost her suspicions. The timing was too right, and the pile of money seemed way too big for just a single moonshine run. But since he made his case well enough, she didn't question it out loud again. Not until a couple of months later when the farmer's son showed up dead. It looked like nothing more than a terrible accident. The farmer's boy was riding on his horse one night when something like a rattlesnake gave him a scare. The horse bucked him, he fell off, then broke his neck. Simple as that. A lot of people bought it and said how sometimes it's a case of bad things happening to good people, but not everyone saw it for what it was, and as far as I'm concerned, they were right not to. Because the morning after the farmer's boy fell from his horse and broke his neck, my grandpa came home with yet another pile of money. The farmer's boy had actually been set to sell his parcel of land off to the baron, and at a very fair price too from what Grandma heard. But then right at the last minute, he changed his mind and refused to sell, saying he wanted to honor his dad's wishes. Tradition still means something around here, so everyone celebrated the decision, and that's not even a month or two later, and what do you know? But the farmer's boy has an accident. There was no investigation that time, and since the farmer's widow couldn't handle the day-to-day, she opted to sell it all off to the baron, only this time at a much, much lower price. There was another big funeral again, and like I said, another big pile of money. But since Grandma had been talking about a moonshine run for weeks in advance, she didn't think much of the timing. Or at least she tried not to think much about it, because the more she did, the more it ate at her. But then over time it got harder and harder not to think about it on account of the way my grandpa and uncle were acting. Part of the reason she was able to forget as much as she did after that first quote-unquote moonshine run was how Grandpa and Uncle acted. They weren't acting like they'd done anything wrong. They were drinking to celebrate, and they were very happy with the family's newfound wealth. But then after the second quote-unquote moonshine run, they were about as opposite as could be. It was like a dark cloud was hanging over each of them. They were surly. They hardly slept at all, and they were either drinking, playing poker, or arguing in hushed voices out on the porch at night. And then one night, after hosting a poker game at the house, the whole situation came to a head. One of the guests made a joke about killing a man over a game of cards, something which my uncle took great offense to. He asked the guest if he knew what it was like to kill a man, and then when the guest said no, scared and confused at my uncle's dark turn, he was told that he should shut his mouth and not joke about such serious things. The situation escalated to the point where my uncle made a not-so-veiled reference to having himself taken a life, and that's when Grandpa exploded. He beat the living hell out of my uncle, right there in front of the poker guests, then dragged him off to the woodshed and locked him inside to sober up. And after that, Grandma confronted her husband for a second time and asked him straight up if he'd gotten all that money from murdering the farmer and son. Grandpa never admitted it, but he broke down in front of her. Then he cried, and he cried, and he cried, for a long, long time, according to Grandma. He was drunk to high heaven, but it wasn't the whiskey that was stopping the words from coming out. Grandpa was just too distraught to speak on whatever was tearing the family apart. She laid him up in bed, tucked him in, then talked him off to sleep. Then Grandma went outside, unlocked the woodshed, and did the same to her boy, who was also in dire need of medical attention too, from what my dad remembered. Now, this meant Grandma didn't get her own self to bed for another couple of hours, and then when she woke up the next morning, sometime after dawn, she noticed my grandpa wasn't lying next to her. She got up to go look for him, and he was gone. And in his place, there was a big pile of money on the table, and a note saying how sorry he was for everything. Grandma pressed my uncle on what he and Grandpa had done, but kept up the lie about moonshining, most probably out of fear for the noose, but also because he was too damn proud to tell the goddamn truth. He ended up running away his own self not long after, but unlike Grandpa, where no one ever heard a word about him and his fate is a total mystery, my uncle ended up dying in a bar fight. Someone caved his head in with a piece of furniture, and I heard they swung for it too. Mom was real sad when they got the news, but she didn't cry at his funeral, not like my dad and his siblings did, because in a sense, her son was dead already. It was just a matter of time before it caught up with him. Grandma ended up moving upstate, where she took a second husband. She died before my dad turned 18, some say of a broken heart, and the man she married stepped up and raised her kids like his own until they were all ready to fly the nest. I never got the chance to meet the man. Heck, I never got a chance to meet my grandma or grandpa, but if I did, I'd shake the man's hand for stepping up and being the father my own grandpa should have been. Because despite all he'd lived through, my dad turned out to be a pretty okay guy, and I miss him very much. So this is kind of an old one, and nothing to do with me really, but I think you'll enjoy it because it's a good one. So I didn't know this until I was like 20-something, but it turns out I'm descended from a man named John Stratton, who was part of the first wave of Americans to come over. Now, it's all total word of mouth, like it isn't even in any history books as far as I know anyway, but the story goes that he arrived with his family in 1610, right around the time the colony was set to be abandoned because everyone was starving. He sailed on a relief ship commanded by a guy called Baron de la Warre, who the state of Delaware is named after, and their arrival was hugely celebrated because it meant the colony could keep going. But my forefather, being a deeply religious man, didn't think much of the colony at all. He sent for his family not long after he'd secured a home for himself, but I guess he was always planning on leaving, because while he was waiting for them to arrive, he went around recruiting a bunch of other like-minded religious types to form a sort of breakaway colony. When his family arrived, John pulled the trigger and announced that he, his family, and several others were headed out into the wilderness to form a village of their own, one that would actually obey God's laws instead of flouting them like they did in Jamestown. I guess I do kind of see things from his perspective too, because Jamestown docks were basically a haven for all kinds of scumbag pirates, not to mention the working girls who served them. So if he was super religious like he was, it figures he got sick of it and decided to leave. Now anyways, so John and the other Puritan families left Jamestown sometime in 1611 and made their way into the woods until they found a clearing that'd make a good space for a small village. They built everything from the ground up, and then within a couple of years, the village was thriving. They'd hauled timber and animal skins back to Jamestown to trade for other goods, but aside from that, they didn't want anything to do with them. They lived by the Bible's laws and used it like a kind of early game constitution, citing its verses whenever they needed a solution to a problem or needed to resolve a conflict. So, time goes by, and something like 10 years after the village was founded, John Stratton was calling himself a minister and was basically the village patriarch who guided his flock in all manners, both earthly and heavenly. But from what I can gather, he had two major problems. The first were the natives, because by 1620, relations had worsened dramatically and it seemed like war between themselves and the settlers was coming no matter what. But the second of John's two problems came in the form of his own flesh and blood. John had around 9 sons and daughters, and they're just the ones who survived. And while the majority of them honored their mother and father, like the Bible told them to, one of them wasn't nearly so unquestionably obedient. And to me, Thomas Stratton sounds like a lot like your average teenager these days. He thought the village was boring and lame, and he wanted to go back to Jamestown, and all he had to do was hunt, smoke tobacco, and go walking with his village crush, the girl he wanted to marry. But on the other hand, his dad either wanted him in church or in the fields, and said he was too young and cocky to be a hunter without hurting either himself or someone else. But as you can imagine, this wasn't what young Thomas wanted to hear, and he disobeyed his dad more than once by heading out into the woods and trying to catch deer without permission. John forgave his son for the first time he caught him, but he warned him not to do it again. Then when he did and showed a complete disregard for his dad's wishes, John Stratton decided to make an example of his son. Thomas was still only 14 or 15 at this time, so John had no problem dragging him into the small village square and holding his son down while he dragged down his pants. He then spanked his boy, like spanked his bare ass in front of everyone, while quoting lines from Proverbs. "Whoever spares the rod hates his son, but he who loves him is diligent to discipline him. And train up a child in the way he should go, even when he is told he will not depart from it." I guess John figured that this would fix his boy and that public humiliation would make him think twice about being disobedient in the future. But as most of y'all can probably guess, it didn't do anything of the sort. Being publicly shamed and spanked made Thomas hate his father. I mean, go figure, right? But he went from some happy-go-lucky rebellious teenager to open defiance, returning the shows of public humiliation on a daily basis by refusing any command that John saw fit to give him. Thomas refused to even hunt when given direction, and would wait until his dad asked him to do something else before grabbing his musket and heading off into the woods with the family's hunting dog. And this kept going on for years, with John getting angrier and angrier and despairing over what to do with young Thomas. But by that time, Thomas was basically a grown-ass man, one who could use a musket really well and couldn't be dragged into the town square for a spanking. John waited years hoping his son's rebellious streak would disappear if he just ignored it. But when Thomas finally announced he was leaving the village and was returning not just to Jamestown, but to England, John decided that was not going to happen. The night before Thomas was due to leave for Jamestown, his father gave the impression that he'd accepted it, but was still sad to see him leave. John and Thomas had a little heart-to-heart about how the younger of them needed to make his own way in life, and I'm guessing they must have done the 1600s version of hugging it out, because when Thomas went to bed that night, he didn't suspect a thing. Meanwhile, once Thomas is asleep, his dad goes round and rounds up all the men in the village who were ride or die loyal to him. And then they snuck into Thomas's bedroom, dragged him out of bed, and beat the living crap out of him till he was either out cold or punch drunk enough to drag him off into the woods without him trying to fight. They dragged him out to a spot that John had spent some time the previous day. But while he claimed that he was only going into the woods to talk God, he'd also been mighty busy digging a big old pit that they threw Thomas into when they arrived. John and his buddies then went about burying Thomas up to his chest in soil, and then by the time his senses returned to him, his hands were tied and it was too late to do anything but struggle against the weight of all that soil. Thomas begged his father to let him go, but all John did was quote a verse from Deuteronomy, and the one about what to do with rebellious children. And for the sake of the story, I'll just copy and paste the most relevant parts so you all have an idea of the last things Thomas heard. "Bring him out to the elders of his city at the gate of a place where he lives, and they shall say to the elders of his city, 'This is our son, stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard. Then all the men of the city shall stone him to death with stones. So you shall purge the evil from your midst, so that all the people will hear and fear." After that, when John was done explaining himself to his son, he and his buddies picked up the rocks that they'd piled in a wide circle around the hole. Then they started throwing them at the boy as hard as they could. They smashed the boy's head into a bloody pulp, and they didn't stop until they were absolutely certain he was dead. And then, according to the story, they dug the hole out a little more, laid him in what had always been intended as a grave, then piled the earth on top of him again and walked back to the village. John told everyone that Thomas had left early that morning, and that he'd wished him well on the road back to Jamestown. I don't know exactly how it happened, but the truth got out somehow. My great-aunt Kathy says that she was told that some wild dogs dug Thomas's body up and a hunter found pieces of him all over the woods. But my mom says that she heard it differently, and that John actually confessed to his wife about what he'd done, who reassured him that he'd done the right thing. Either way, John almost completely got away with it, and if it wasn't for one of his other sons who let everyone know what had happened to poor Thomas, I don't think anyone would have ever found out the truth. Things went on as normal for a year or so, and then remember I said about relations between the natives and the settlers breaking down? Well, apparently in 1622, the natives got sick of the tobacco farmers encroaching on their lands, and they went on a major killing spree, burning down whole villages and slaughtering anyone who lived there. And yeah, you guessed it, John Stratton's little religious fiefdom was one of those villages. And if it wasn't for our ancestor escaping with his scalp to Jamestown, I most probably wouldn't be around to write this and keep the story alive of what a piece of human garbage he was for murdering his own son. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday night. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations. Look at it anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links are in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, play the bagpipes instead. I never intended to be an undercover cop. My plan was to work enough time as a beat cop to make detective, and then work my way into financial crimes or something equally cushy. Do the full 25, make it out with a pension, and then hey, presto, I can play golf for the rest of my days. But life, as they say, had other plans for little old me. I was still in uniform when the city had a string of overdoses among high school kids in the early 2000s. Kids were dropping like flies, and the department was getting crushed in the press. So Brass needed someone who could blend into the streets without looking like a cop, and they needed them quick. Now, I was still young, kind of skinny looking, and having grown up on the streets, I knew how to walk the walk, not just talk the talk. And not only did the job come with automatic promotion to detective, but the bonus pay they were offering was better than anything financials were about to offer me. I was also really sick of working uniform, clocking in and out like a regular Joe, and getting disrespected on the daily by just about everybody. And so, after weighing it up, I thought, screw it, and took the job. I worked Friday as usual, then come Monday morning, my lieutenant pulled me into his office and said that he was sad to see me go. He knew where I was headed, so he wished me luck and told me to be careful. And then up I went to the 3rd floor, where my history as a police officer was officially expunged from the record. There was no big fanfare or anything, no pep talk or welcoming ceremony. They gave me a pager, a beat-up Civic with hidden compartments, and about 3 weeks of crash course training on how not to die. I grew my hair and beard out as they taught me how to build a legend, as they called it, and now I had to remember every single lie I ever told because the streets have a long memory and a short fuse for liars and cheats. And then once I was ready, they dropped me in at the deep end. I became Mickey, a junkie from upstate who moved to the city for a regular fix. I spent the first couple of weeks scoping out all the high-intensity drug trafficking areas, learning who the players were, brushing up on the more contemporary street talk, and making sure no one recognized me as a cop. I obviously wasn't working the same neighborhoods as my days as a beat cop, but it's a small world, and I didn't want to get too close until I was sure that no one would clock me. But then once I'd established a presence, mostly by walking around pretending I was boosting and scoring, I was able to start making some moves. I was looking to get in with the local dealers, right? To figure out who was pushing bad dope onto good kids and causing this spat of overdoses. Now I needed an angle, and together the team behind the scenes, this is what we came up with. I'd tell one of the corner guys that I had a solid connection for his boss, one that'd land them high-quality product at rock-bottom prices. And then when they inevitably showed interest, I'd tell them my Marine Corps brother was in charge of the mail over there in Kandahar, and he was shipping kilos upon kilos of Afghan heroin back to me in all these specifically marked packages that didn't get scanned. I was Mickey No Needles, with my legend being that I wasn't a total scumbag, so when I met with an underboss and made my proposal, he told me to come back with a sample. And then when that sample was satisfactory, I made a second proposal. I could get them a steady stream of that cheap Afghan dope, but I wanted into the organization so I could learn the tricks of the trade. When the dope ran out, they were free to kick me to the curb if I wasn't pulling my weight and my money wasn't right. And with that, they agreed. I spent the next 6 months deeply embedded in one of the state's biggest dope-dealing networks, slowly earning more and more of their trust until I was able to start passing on information that would lead to arrests, without making my new friends suspicious. Things went tremendously well in that time, and I learned a hell of a lot during that time as well. But probably the most important thing that I'd learned during that first stint that I spent undercover was not to fly too close to the sun. Not too soon, anyway. Because even when you think you've got a crew cracked and eating out of your palms, it only takes a touch of paranoia to put the entire operation in jeopardy. And in this case, it was a stroke of bad luck. The same day my info led to the arrest of one of the group's cash couriers, one of their stash houses was raided by the DEA. The raid was completely unconnected to my own department's UC ops, as the agents had been working on their own intel. But to my new friends, it looked an awful lot like a concerted effort, and that the info had come from an informant in their organization. Well, they were right. The leaks were coming from me. Just nothing which led to the raid on that house. But obviously that didn't matter to us or them, and the reality was that my days undercover were numbered. The backroom team didn't just pull me out, not even with the increased danger, because even with them being wise to my general presence, the presence of an informant or undercover meant the organization would be under pressure. And if they were under pressure, they'd make more mistakes, which in turn would lead to more arrests. They only wanted to pull me out once a kind of tipping point had been reached, when the threat to me outweighed the good all that paranoia was doing, and for a while, that tactic worked exactly as planned. And then one day, I got the call that pretty much ended my stint undercover. About the same time my character Mickey No Needles started to make serious money, the department rented an apartment for me. It was a crappy apartment in a crappy building, but that lined up with my character not giving a damn because he'd been homeless. To him, even a crummy apartment felt like a palace, and I didn't care if the plumbing was a little shoddy. Now anyways, one day a guy that I worked with called Pete had buzzed my apartment with 2 of his boys. This was a pretty regular occurrence, so it didn't raise any alarm bells, but then once we were sat down, Pete told me the good news. His bosses had found the rat. Moments like that either make or break you as an undercover, and I know guys who have talked their way out of trouble whose performances would have won an Oscar had they been put to film. And so instead of so much as flinching, I kind of sighed with relief and said, "Finally," and then asked Pete who it was. But when he said the rat turned out to be some nobody who worked at a corner store somebody was slinging dope outside of, I didn't need to hide my surprise. No one was stupid enough to talk to the cops about the crew I'd infiltrated, especially not some Indian kid who worked a corner store for his uncle. They had a bad reputation and based themselves in a real see-nothing, know-nothing kind of neighborhood, so right away the story didn't sound right to me. But Pete was insistent. In fact, the bosses had the kid tied to a chair in some basement downtown, beating the crap out of him while they got him to recount everything he told the cops. And they wanted everyone above street level there to see it. I just had to go with it, man. I knew that there was a chance that it might be a trap and that it'd be me that had ended up tied to that chair, but coming out with some excuse as to why I wouldn't go would also look suspicious, so I had no choice. I carried a gun with me, so if things got sketchy, I could always try defending myself before they got the straps on me. But my character would want to see this guy that was out to put him in jail, and he wouldn't be squeamish about seeing him get hurt either. And so I just went with it, put on a jacket, and got into Pete's car. Nothing he did or said made me think that I was about to get whacked. And, ironic as it may seem, criminals tend not to be the best liars. Those that are end up becoming defense attorneys. Am I right or am I right? And so by the time we got where we were going, I was fairly convinced that I was in the clear. And I was. Because there, sitting in the middle of this grimy old cabin, is some Indian kid. Could have been no older than 20, and he'd been beaten to a goddamn pulp. It was a tough thing to see, knowing that there was a good chance this kid was there for next to no reason. Maybe he said good morning to a cop and some extra paranoid dealer got it into his head that it was him who had been feeding them information. There was no way of knowing for sure. I never found out for certain if my new friend's hunch had been correct, but the fact remained, it should have been me in that chair, and just standing in that room with those guys felt like holding a loaded gun to my head. The bosses had figured that the rat was someone on the inside, but even if he wasn't, they still wanted all the underbosses and captains there to get a first-hand look at what happened to traitors. The things they did to that poor kid will haunt me for the rest of my life, and the hardest thing I ever had to do was act like I was enjoying it. At least until the kid's inside started showing on the outside. And then, and only then, could I let a little of what I was really feeling shine through. They tortured that poor kid to death. There was no quick execution, no bullet to the head or blade to the throat. They beat and burned and tasered that kid until his body gave out, and he didn't wake up again. He passed out a whole bunch during, but they were always able to bring him around again with a taser and some kind of smelling salt someone had with them. But then one time he passed out and he just didn't wake up again, and that was all she wrote for that kid. Only in the movies do people do the right thing in those situations. Only the hero stands up and says me when their skin is on the game. Because in real life, only a gun to my mother's head would have pushed me to stop what was happening and tell them that it should be me in that kid's place. Because while it might have been hard to watch him die, the easiest thing in the whole world was keeping my mother effing mouth shut. When they were done with the kid, the bosses gave some speech about how we should expect the same thing to help us if we ever talked to the cops. And if our dealers or corner boys did the same, we were expected to do the same thing to them and make sure no one stepped out of line who didn't have a death wish to begin with. And then after that, when all was said and done, they sent us out on our way again. Pete was so shocked and grossed out by what he saw that he declined my dinner invitation when we drove back into the city. I wasn't feeling particularly hungry myself, but that wasn't the point. It was to make it look like I was, when I knew damn well that I'd say no to everything except a strong drink and a cigarette. I acted as cool as possible given the circumstances, much more of a someone finally took out the trash attitude than that poor kid attitude. Because even the guys Pete brought with him had these looks on their faces saying, why didn't they just shoot the kid already? That was disgusting. Pete dropped me back at my place, saying that he had stuff to do, and then after lazily walking up my steps and giving him a wave to say thanks for the ride, I just about sprinted up the stairs to my second-floor apartment and called time on the whole operation. I was out in the field by the end of the day and debriefing with my backroom team about all the crap that I'd seen, heard, and done when I wasn't wearing a wire, all stuff that I could provide personal testimony for in a court of law. The operation was a huge success, and we managed to put away a grand total of 23 criminals on the back of the work that I'd done. And that felt good, but it didn't do anything for the guilt that I felt, because even though I'd helped put his killers behind bars, I still feel like I had that kid's blood on my hands, and no matter how much I try, I'll never be able to wash it off. In the small farming town of Skidmore, years of fear and resentment had settled like dust over the streets. Then, on a hot summer day in 1981, something happened in broad daylight that no one seemed willing to explain. When the silence that followed proved stronger than any testimony, the town's name became bound forever to a mystery whispered more than spoken. Listen to the full story over on my true crime channel, Saturn Soul, linked down below. My name's Rowan, and I live here in the Netherlands with my wife and 2 young children. I have a nice life and I'm grateful for it, and to look at me, you might never suspect that I went to prison for 8 years on charges of drug trafficking and brandishing a deadly weapon. But I did, and since enough time has passed that I don't mind telling the story anymore, I figured you and you viewers might like to hear it. Now, I never planned on being a trafficker. I didn't need it either. I only started after a friend named Hans talked me into it, and because it brought a little bit of excitement to my very meaningless existence. Hans, myself, and a friend of ours named Wim were all university graduates and had settled into the 9-to-5 routine for a few years already. And then one day, Hans's girlfriend called us with some bad news. He'd been into asset trading for quite some time, we just didn't know how deep he really was. And so when we found out that he'd lost almost €250,000 when the stock markets crashed, we were shocked. Hans fell into a deep depression and had to take some time off of work. Now, he wasn't himself for this whole period, and it was very sad to see, but then one day, he came back. And at first he said he was just feeling better and that the medication that he'd been taking had done its job, and he wanted to return to work. But I didn't believe it, and neither did Wim. It didn't seem like Hans was better so much as his symptoms had changed. He got very busy and became very secretive, so much that his wife thought that he was having an affair until he let her in on his little secret. I don't know how he talked her into it. Maybe all she was interested in was the money, but after a little more planning, Hans let me and Wim in on his secret too. He was going to make his money back by selling ecstasy tablets. We thought Hans had gone completely crazy, but he hadn't, and far from it, in fact. The thought of making all that money back dragged him back from the brink of sanity, and then since Wim was chronically unemployed, despite his qualifications, he didn't need much convincing either. It was me that needed the most convincing, but not only had Hans laid out what seemed to be a foolproof plan, but it all just seemed so incredibly exciting. Now, I might not have been struggling for money, but I was very much struggling with a lack of excitement in my life. I had a very demanding job, and fortunately one that paid very well, but exciting it was not. And being confined to this very gray and flavorless lifestyle, it sort of nurtured a kind of rebelliousness in me. At the time, I didn't recognize that rebelliousness for what it really was, a desire to self-destruct. But along with the sense of camaraderie between myself, Hans, and Wim, there was a real sense of, all these bankers broke the rules, ruined lives, and got away with it. Why shouldn't we make a little money selling pills to the English? In comparison, selling ecstasy was infinitely more honest to me. And the work went like this. Me and Wim would take turns driving from Amsterdam to the Czech Republic. It was a 16-hour round trip, and there we would pick up shipments of raw MDMA organized by Hans before driving back into Holland for sorting and pressing. And then once we'd turned the powder into pills, we'd work with one of 2 fishing vessels and smuggling the packages into English waters, where it would be met by local distributors and packages would be exchanging hands. We kept things simple, discreet, and very profitable. Then, with Hans in our fishing boat doing all the hard work, all Wim and I had to do was go on a road trip every 2 weeks and bring back some nice Czech lager along with 10 kilos of product. 16 hours in a long drive, but we got to collect obscene amounts of cash for 1 day's work every 2 weeks, which, as you can imagine, we were very happy about. It was all so simple, at least until one day when things got complicated. Wim was meeting with the captain of the fishing boat that we were working with, and so the captain could hand over a shipment of cash from England. Now, they were followed by a group of Moroccans who were targeting drug dealers, beaten very badly and then relieved of almost 60,000 euros worth of British currency. It was a disaster for us, a huge setback. But not only had we all lost that money, we had to change all of our routines and find another fishing boat to work with, which was not easy. We also had to expand the organization somewhat and find somebody who was capable of preventing a similar recurrence. What we needed was a criminal security guard. And as you can imagine, this was also not easy to find, and Hans had to do a great deal of interviewing in order to find the right guy. He obviously had to be very discreet, but he wasn't simply there to fight off any robbers. He also needed to be intimidating enough that his presence would deter any robbery attempts. And it was by this logic that he decided on a man named Dennis. According to Hans, Dennis was an ex-con, well known in the criminal underworld and most importantly, a former weightlifting champion. But it was his reputation among Dutch criminals which drew Hans's attention. Because for some reason, anyone who ever crossed Dennis or worked against his interests ended up dead or in prison, making him an asset worth paying for even if it did put a major dent in our profits. We managed to find another fishing boat crew to work with, captained by a man named Nils, and for the next 18 months or so, everything ran smoothly again, until we ran into 2 quite concerning problems. The first occurred when 2 little upstarts decided to try and rob us again. Now, he figured that they were connected to the Moroccan crew who robbed us the first time, but that second time, it did not go well for them. They used a fake pistol and a kitchen knife and tried to corner me as I came out of a public toilet at a service station. Dennis was standing some way away smoking a cigarette, and I think maybe the boy thought that he'd left and it was their time to strike. Well, it was not, and recognizing the gun to be a decommissioned replica, Dennis knocked out the knife wielder and began stomping on him. And he did it so much that I had to get him to stop, because while I too was angry at the threat to my life, murdering this boy would just bring way too much attention down upon us. However, since this was simply Dennis doing his job and ensuring the boy was in no position to come back at us for revenge, for a while at least, this was only my secondary concern. The first involved Niels, our new fishing captain. I was conducting a cash collection one day when Niels asked about getting out. He'd been involved with us for 18 months or so, like I said, and having made a sizable amount of money from it, he wanted to quit while he was ahead. He wanted to know how that would work, and since I had no idea, I told him I'd ask Hans and relay back to him what was said. It seemed like a very considerate thing to ask, as it'd give Hans time to find alternative forms of transportation. Hans had also been quite reasonable in the past, so I expected a reasonable response. But when I asked him, Hans was not pleased. He said if Niels wanted to quit, then he needed to leave Amsterdam, maybe even the country. Now, we already had a load of loose ends hanging around in terms of the 2 fishing boats we used to work with that quit after the attack, so if Niels wanted out of the job, he needed to make himself disappear. And this was obviously not the answer I was hoping for. We'd always been gentlemen thieves, if you will, but Hans was now talking like a gangster, saying Niels should shut up, keep taking his money, and stop making problems. When I told him Niels wasn't going to like this answer, he told me to make him like it, but not with violence or anything, but by raising his share. I agreed that might sweeten the deal, so to speak, but when I told Niels what Hans said, he was equally unimpressed. He accepted the pay raise, but no matter how much I tried to dress up what Hans said as a positive, "You're great at what you do, we need you," etc., Niels understood a threat when he heard one. He kept calm during the exchange. He didn't want to alert his crew that anything was wrong, but I remember how he almost simmered over when he asked me if he was trapped and if Hans was threatening his family or not. Now, I told him it wasn't like that, how Hans was just stressed, and how I'd even try and up his share even more if it smoothed over the misunderstanding, as I put it. I did my best, but my best wasn't good enough, and from then on, our relationship with Niels started to deteriorate. I did my best to shield Hans from it, and I suppose that shielded Niels too, but he became almost impossible to deal with at times. He kept asking for an increase in his share, which Hans wouldn't grant, and then whenever I had to give him the bad news, he'd stop answering our calls, sometimes when we needed him most too. It didn't hamper our operation, but it added a layer of stress that was clearly designed to force our hand and find a different boat captain. If we wouldn't let him go willingly, he was going to make us get rid of him. The only trouble was, he still had to be very good at his actual job in order to not get himself caught, meaning no matter how displeased he was, he always delivered and kept Hans happy. Now flash forward to just over a year after Niels said that he wanted out, and I honestly thought things had smoothed over. He was still very much cold with me, but he'd stopped complaining and being difficult and was very much more proactive in keeping up with dates and times, etc. Amazingly, Dennis was still with us too and had managed to keep himself out of prison despite being in a lot of law breaking, and honestly, he refused to even park his car correctly sometimes. It was like every law he encountered was a direct challenge that he had to defy. He was a constant source of worry for us, and we were terrified that something he did would attract attention to us. But at the same time, he did his job fantastically and somehow kept trouble at bay. It was almost like a tornado. We were right there in the center of it. And things went on like that for some time until one day, when the storm finally hit. I remember Hans texting me one day asking if I wanted to go for coffee. I told him sure, but when he came back to pick me up, he drove me to an abandoned warehouse near the docks and walked me inside. I knew then that it must have been business-related and that the added discretion means that Hans was worried about something. But then, and out of nowhere, Hans pulled out a gun and pointed it at me. He kept asking, "Is it you? Is it you?" over and over. And what else could I say but, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. He told me to pull up my shirt, pull down my pants, take off my shoes, and give him my phone. And with the gun pointed at me, I did everything he said while shaking like a leaf. I realized very quickly that there was an informant somewhere, because what else would Hans be looking for? But it was only once he was happy it wasn't me that he confirmed it. He didn't know if it was an informant or a full-blown undercover cop, but someone inside our organization was talking to the police. It was, as you can imagine, a very surreal situation. There I was, pulling up my pants in a cold, dark warehouse on the edge of town, while one of my old university friends, turned gangster, was explaining how our lives as we know it might well be over. Now, he wouldn't say how he knew, just that he knew. But if we didn't get rid of the mole was going to get rid of us. It had been a no-wire operation, meaning the police hadn't risked their operative by strapping a microphone to him and were planning on getting a conviction based on the mole's testimony alone. The gears were in motion, and the hammer of justice was bearing down on us, but if we could take out the mole and stop all that testimony from reaching our courtroom, we might just skirt the charges if we weren't found with any product in our possession. And then since he wasn't the mole and I wasn't the mole, there were only 3 possibilities: Wim, Niels, or Dennis. Now it obviously wasn't Dennis. The prospect was almost comical to us. In fact, when Hans did have the temerity to ask if he was working with the police, Dennis said that if he asked him that question again, he'd kill him. Now he also suggested that we torture Wim so we could really be sure that he wasn't the informant, but I knew from the start that it couldn't have been him. The trafficking operation was the best thing to ever happen to him, and even having found a full-time job and a girlfriend, he'd never have given up and betrayed us. No, Wim also acted very offended when Hans asked him the big question, but once we ticked him off the list, that left only one person who could have been feeding information to the police. Niels, our fishing boat captain. And at that moment, it all made perfect sense to us. No wonder Niels had stopped complaining and asking for raises. No wonder he seemed way more interested than usual in where the shipments were going and where we produced our product. He was talking to the police. It made sense that they couldn't put a concealed microphone on him either, because the guy used to wear about 7 layers and be out at sea for long stretches. He might well have been relaying information to some kind of handler, but without his personal testimony, the police wouldn't be able to submit what they'd learned as evidence, meaning he was the one we needed to disappear if we wanted our own imminent problems to do the same. Naturally, Dennis volunteered on the spot, saying he'd see to it personally if we raised his share. Hans agreed, but he also wanted one of us to be there, partly to make sure Dennis didn't go overboard and draw unnecessary attention to our dealings. It might sound crazy to some, but I put up my hand right away. Having been the one to deal with him for the most part, I took Niels's deception personally, and I also felt responsible, and felt if I paid more attention to him, I might have noticed his betrayal somehow before it became a threat to us. There was also a self-preservation aspect to it too. Hans was clearly feeling murderous, enough that I believe that he'd have killed me in that warehouse if he'd suspected me of being the mole. So what better way to prove my loyalty to the operation above all others than deal with Niels personally? We bought a gun after that first robbery 2 years prior. I knew how to shoot it, just not accurately, but I wouldn't need to be accurate when I put it to Niels' head. And if it jammed, well, that's what Dennis was there for. And so off we went, at a time that we knew Niels would be alone at the docks doing paperwork after his crew went home. We'd set it up as a meeting, so we knew that he'd be there, but he knew we were coming too, so there was a chance the police might take the opportunity to snatch us before we could go through with the hit. But that didn't deter me. I was quite literally furious beyond reason. I'd done everything I could to keep him happy and on board, and he repaid us by ratting us out to the cops. So when I walked through the door to his office, I had no problem pointing the gun at him and demanding to know when he started talking to the police. And that was all I personally wanted to know. When. I wanted to know which time he'd told me, okay, I'm good, everything's fine, and it was all a lie. Which time he shook my hand and then went right to the police to rat us out. There was still a sliver of doubt in me. I kind of hoped that it was all a terrible mistake and there was no mole at all. But to my horror, Niels admitted it. I told him if he told me the truth, I'd let him leave. Drive him to the airport and put him on a flight to Brazil or something before his family followed. And he believed me and asked me what choice we had given him. The implication was that he was trapped, that his family was at risk, and it gave him no other option than to work with the police. And while Nils's eyes kept on darting towards Dennis, I mistook the look for fear, and what it truly was expectation. Once I decided Nils truly had to die, that he had betrayed us, I tried to pull the pistol back so I could shoot him. But no sooner did I grab the slide than I felt something cold and rigid against the back of my head. And then I heard the voice of Dennis in my ear saying, "Drop it." I tried to argue with him, but Dennis moved like lightning, sending the grip of the pistol in the back of my head, and he hit me so hard it felt like he cracked my head open, and then said he wouldn't tell me again. I thought the only explanation was that Dennis was working on behalf of our supplier, and that fearing our imminent arrest might put them on the radar of Interpol and had ordered us to be liquidated. It was like a triple crossing or something. Very confusing to be in the middle of, especially when Dennis wouldn't answer any of my questions. And things only went down after dragging me back to the car and he told me I was under arrest. Within minutes, the whole place was swarming with police cars, one to take me into custody and one to take Nils off to safety, and maybe half a dozen filled with officers who searched the entire site for anything incriminating. The same thing was happening at our homes too, with officers emptying closets, drawers, and cabinets for anything they could use to prove we were traffickers. And they found a lot. Enough to put us away for quite some time, and the only reason I got out after 8 years was because I was a model prisoner who paid a lot of money in restitution to the state. When I got out, I had to enroll in all kinds of post-release programs, and one of the conditions forbade me from reaching out to Wim, who was out himself by then, or Hans, who got a lot longer than Wim and I thanks to him being the ringleader. I ended up going back to university and starting my own business, and then a few years after that, I met my girlfriend, now wife. Meeting her was like a rebirth, and I felt like I'd been handed a second chance. I wasted my first one, and as I tell her every day, I won't waste the second. Not for all the money in the world. I spent 8 years undercover in the New Jersey Mafia, and as you can probably guess, it wasn't pretty. Now it sure ain't the Sopranos there anymore. All the wisecracking, lovable rogues are either dead, in jail, or consulting on the next Scorsese movie. The smart ones got out too. Investments, stocks, all that Wall Street crap. And now they're just living off the interest and waiting to die so they can hand it off to their doctor, lawyer kids and Guido grandkids. And when they left, they took it all with them. All the shell companies, all the scams, all the connections with New York, it was all gone. Only a handful of families stayed together, and the ones that did found themselves competing with the Russians, the Albanians, and a one-percenter motorcycle gang called the Pagans. It got real ugly up there for a while, and the DeCavalcante crime family was bringing in military-grade hardware from out of state just to take back what they considered theirs. And since I was already working undercover with a couple of DeCavalcante associates, I started working the weapons angle to try and figure out who their connection was. I was hanging out with this guy called Tony, because that's one thing that definitely changed after The Sopranos. Every third guy was named Tony, and it was a nightmare. Tony D, Tony S, or in this case, Tony V. But anyway, Tony's an asshole, a real piece of crap. But he was close to the weapons shipments, so he's who I attach myself to. We used to hang out at this bar which paid them protection money. I used to play like I was Tony's driver so he could get drunk. That way, he kept me around because I was useful to him. He could get sauced and I'd be his sober proxy doing pretty much whatever he asked me to. And since that meant that I was a shoo-in to get info on the weapons they were bringing in, I didn't mind being some a-hole mafioso's gopher. One night, he gets a call saying he needs to go make a cash delivery, which I assumed was connected to the weapons sales. Tony then finishes his drink and tells me to drive him to his girlfriend's place, which turned out to be this cramped one-bedroom in the Ironbound. Tony was married already, and he had a couple of kids too, but he also had this Colombian side piece that he used to visit sometimes. He used to tell her she was his girlfriend and made all kinds of promises to her about taking her on vacation to the Bahamas one day. But it was all nonsense. He was just using her to get off, and so he could turn her apartment into a goddamn stash house. Now anyways, we show up at the apartment building and somehow Tony's able to get us in without buzzing because the block's buzzer is busted. We walk up to, I think it was, the 3rd floor, and then Tony starts banging on our door like, "It's me, let me in." And there's this moment of silence before we heard her saying something like, "Hold on a second." But then we both heard it. There was fear in her voice. Something was going on behind that door. I knew it, and Tony knew it, so he started hammering his fist against the door, saying, "Open this door right now." Now there was another cry of, "Okay, okay," before we heard the chain and key locks being undone. And then Tony shoved his way into the apartment while asking what the F was going on. Now the first thing we both see is this girl's bra just lying there on the couch while she's wearing nothing but a towel. Tony then rushes into her bedroom and sees an open window leading to the fire escape. He then found a guy's shoe under her bed, and that's when all hell broke loose. He moved fast, grabbing her by the hair and yanking her into the room while yelling and still holding the shoe, saying, "What the F is this?" I said nothing at first, but then he started hitting her. Not slapping her either, like straight up punching her. He hit her in the stomach, and then once her hands weren't covering her face anymore, he started slamming his fist into her face so hard she was bleeding from the first blow. I stepped forward, my hand reaching for the piece I kept hidden under my jacket. I told him this wasn't the play, keeping my voice low and steady, trying to cool the situation down without sounding like a cop. But Tony whirled around towards me. His knife was already out, and then he lunged forward and pressed it to my throat. Not so hard that he'd cut me, but hard enough for me to freeze up and raise my hands in the air as in to surrender. And he warned me, in no uncertain terms, that this was his business, his woman, and if I knew what was good for me, I'd back the hell off. Now I knew the one wrong move in my cover would be the least of my problems, so I raised my hand slowly, eyes locked on his, and told him it was none of my business. Tony's girl was screaming and pleading, but I forced myself to stay in character. I was a loyal foot soldier, someone who sympathized with what Tony was doing, and so that's how I played it. But at the same time, I told myself that if he tried to kill her, I'd drop him. No hesitation. My Glock was ready under the jacket and my finger itching on the trigger. But he hadn't crossed that line. Not yet, anyway. Tony turned back to her, shoving his girl against the wall before he started ranting about how she'd betrayed him, how she was going to be sorry, and how he'd make sure that she never did it again. He called her all kinds of terrible things, and how he'd make sure that she was back in Bogota by the end of the week, because he had friends in high places. That last part was bullcrap, something he used to scare her, but even though they weren't directed at me, his words cut deep. I could see her flinching every time he raised his hand to her while tears were streaming down her face, and then he backhanded her so hard it actually echoed around the sparsely decorated apartment. I remember shifting my weight uncomfortably, ready to intervene as Tony grabbed her by the throat. He then slammed her down onto the worn carpet and then started beating her again after putting the knife on a nightstand. He humiliated her verbally the whole time, telling her how worthless she was, how she'd pay for disrespecting him. She curled into a ball, sobbing and trying to shield herself, but he wasn't done. He kicked at her legs, yanked her up again by the arm, and continued to assault with open palms and closed fists, all like I wasn't even there. All I could do was stand there, jaw clenched so tight it ached, with every instinct screaming at me to end it. Life undercover means buying your sense of right and wrong under layers of deception. I'd seen Tony rough up rivals before, but this was ugly in a way that made me sick to watch. I wanted to shoot him, but my mind kept going over the consequences, how killing him then would have blown months of work, as well as endangering the larger operation. Shooting him might even get me killed, but I told myself that if he started to strangle her, or if his hand found that knife again, then the rules had changed. I kept on watching, feeling my trigger finger burning, but finally Tony stepped back. He was sweating and breathing heavily while his girl was laying on the floor bruised and whimpering, with blood trickling from a split lip. He spat on her, told her what would happen if she ever crossed him again, and then, as if flipping a switch, he turned to the nightstand which had the knife on it and went back into business mode. He took out bundles of cash that she'd been holding for him and then tossed them at me to hold. Then we left her there, broken on the floor. I glanced back once as we stepped into the hallway, trying to memorize anything I could so I could write it down later. I felt disgusted with myself for not stopping it, but that's the job right there. Become the monster, so you can catch the bigger ones. Outside, we climbed into the car and Tony lit a cigarette. I could see how his hands were still shaking from the adrenaline, but he started talking about the drop we were headed to like nothing had happened. I nodded along, playing my part, but in my head I was already drafting the encrypted notes that I'd send later. Details on the cash, the drugs, the violence, all of it. As we headed toward the warehouse district, I kept my eyes on the road as my mind replayed the beating. I hated myself, but this life doesn't let you save everyone. Sometimes you just watch, practice patience, and wait for the net to close. Undercover work was the hardest thing I ever did as a cop. It strips you down and makes you question how much of yourself you lose to the character you're playing. But Tony V trusted me more than ever after that, and saw me as someone who knew when to shut up and back his play. By the time we reached the drop point, my resolve had hardened. Tony V was going down one way or another, and when he did, I made sure that I buried him for good. I'd been deep undercover for nearly 18 months, worming my way into the East Midlands drug networks that fed the streets of Nottingham, Leicester, and Derby. My name was Gilly, a pale, unreliable smackhead who'd been brought up on the estates. The handlers back at the station had spent weeks getting my look right, including the movie makeup track marks that were convincing enough under scrutiny, and the clothes which smelled of stale sweat and damp. I was slow and I didn't talk much. Being a man of few words was your best bet around those sorts of people that I'd infiltrated. On the night in question, we ended up in a rundown flat on the edge of Northamptonshire, one of those pebbled dash 2 up 2 downs that smells like damp plaster and old cigs. The windows were boarded up on the ground floor and the only light came from a bare bulb swinging over the kitchen table. The top man, who everyone called the gaffer, had called what I thought was a routine meeting about the next shipment coming in from the coast. I was there because I'd earned a fragile place on the fringes of their operation, doing things like fetching wraps, taking the fall on small dumps, and proving that I was too much of a junkie to be anything other than harmless. At least, harmless to them, anyway. When the gaffer walked in, the atmosphere shifted completely. His face was tight, his jaw clenched like he was chewing glass, and then he told us why we were really there. Word had gotten out that someone was talking to the police, and this was all off the back of a big seizure the week before, which had cost them serious money. I knew they chalked it up to bad luck at first, but now the paranoia had set in hard. The gaffer didn't raise his voice, he never needed to. He simply told us that there was a grass in the room, and that he was going to find it. 3 of us were pulled forward, me and these other 2 low-level scroats who were paid in junk, not cash. I was positioned against the cracked kitchen room wall between a quiet lad from Derby who'd been moving gear for him for years, and another face I only knew from drops, a twitchy-looking toe rag with prison tattoos creeping up his neck. My heart was hammering in my chest, but I kept my face slack and my eyes half-lidded, with my shoulders slumped like the only thing on my mind was the next fix. And that was the trick to everything, stay in character even when every instinct screamed to run. The gaffer pulled a gun like it was nothing, this grubby, dark thing that looked like it changed hands a lot while seeing plenty of use. He checked the cylinder in front of us just to prove it was loaded, and then he stepped to the first man, and I watched from the corner of my eye as he pressed the barrel against the lad's forehead. The room seemed to shrink for me as the adrenaline started to kick in, and the air seemed to get thicker as he laid out the situation clearly. He either told him the truth or one of us wasn't leaving on our feet. The first man stood rigid, breathing fast and shallow, but had nothing that satisfied the question hanging over us. They say time is an elastic concept, and it's true, because in those types of situations, entire minutes stretched out to feel like 5 or 10 at a time, like the rules of time and space don't apply to you anymore. And that's what I meant about the room shrinking too. So much in life is about perception, undercover work included. The gaffer lowered the gun after what felt like ages, though it was probably only minutes, and then moved along. The second man tried to keep still, but his hands twitched at his sides. When once again the barrel went to the lad's head, it was like I could smell the fear in the room. But since my own shirt was practically soaked through under the ratty hoodie, that might have just been me. I focused on breathing, keeping it slow, shallow, and disconnected. Any twitch of real panic, any sign that I wasn't as high as I was supposed to be, and I was finished. But then came the biggest test, because then it was my turn. The barrel was still warm from being pressed against the skin of the other lads, but I kept my gaze fixed on a stain on the opposite wall, letting my body sway slightly as though the withdrawal still had a hold of me. I acted strung out and dopey, but inside, my mind raced through every mistake I might have made, every slip in the cover that could have caused my luck to run out. I could feel the gaffer studying me, looking for the tell that would mark me as the informant. Then just as the tension reached a breaking point, the lad to my left broke. He started stammering about a rival dealer operating out of a lockup in Leicester, and how he'd only bought it from him once or twice. He swore he hadn't said anything to him, not on purpose anyway. I stayed exactly as I was, detached and distant, even as relief washed over me like a wave. The barrel lifted from the head and the gaffer stepped back, seemingly satisfied with the information he'd been given. He hadn't been looking for an informant, he'd just been looking for the dickhead who'd been speaking to the people they shouldn't, because even a breach of discipline as small as that needed nipping in the bud before it got worse. He pocketed the revolver, then told the three of us to F off, and then as far as I know, the meeting moved on to business as though nothing had happened.